Alright guys, welcome back to another Steam playthrough. Today we have Kyle Was Famous Complete Edition. I've played every Kyle Was Famous since the original and all the DLCs as soon as they came out. And today I'm going to try to get every ending. Not even today, it's going to probably be a multi-day project. But also, I just wanted to let you guys know, I bought this game just to support the creators because they did add new content to it, even though I also bought the DLCs. But if you bought the DLCs, the creator said he'll work with you, possibly give you a key if you bought the DLC, so you don't have to pay for everything pretty much again. Because if somebody new got on in the game, they didn't pay for any of the DLCs and they still pay $14.99, while you're going to be paying twice. So if you contact him, he said he would help you out with that. I'll try to put timestamps, but it probably will not be on the video as soon as this releases because I'm sure this is going to be painful. Even though I love this game, boy. I'm going to try to get every ending as well. Is there any way I could just play it? Because I would do... It seems like they added endings to, the DLCs and stuff, too. But I'm not sure. I don't even know what this is. But yeah, I'm going to try to get every ending in the game. Hopefully.
Kyle woke up. He is famous.
Luckily, there's voice acting now, so I don't have to read.
Kyle is host of the most popular talk show in recent memory, Stay Up Late with Kyle. Stay Up Late with Kyle has grown in popularity quickly in the last year, and the public has noticed.
Hold on, man. I'm going to pull up a notepad so I can write down all the endings I get, so I can make sure that I've showed them all in the video. Ugh.
Inside has called Kyle a most excellent dumpy white man. Top Tech noted that Kyle is inspiring youth to explore STEM fields. Most other talk shows are dedicated to discussing Kyle and his personal details. Most online videos are best-of clips taken from Kyle's latest broadcast. The eye of the world is upon Kyle. Tonight is Kyle's most important guest interview yet. Stay Up Late with Kyle will be featuring Rachel May. She is a kind and lovely philanthropist. She is dear to the hearts of many. This interview requires preparation. Kyle cracked his eyes open, knowing today is his last chance to prepare for the interview. Kyle has 30 hours left. He must choose his actions wisely.
Kyle's first decision of the morning was made wisely. Wither away.
Kyle decided to stay put and wither away. Kyle withered successfully and died. Kyle is now a ghost. This does not relieve him of his responsibilities.
Kyle exited his bedroom and took a glance around his bedroom. Let's exit the bedroom for now. Let's go to the locked door.
Kyle walked over to the strange door in the hallway, but found quickly that the door was locked from the inside.
What through?
Kyle used his ghostly powers to walk straight through the door.
Kyle found himself in the room. He stashed... Why don't they read everything? He stashed the various items sent to him by his friends.
This was one of the many mysterious artifacts Kyle had been sent over the years. Kyle began pounding the mysterious artifact with both fists. Within a few hours, it had become dust. An ancient force trapped in the artifact was released and turned Kyle into a lizard demon. Expecting a battle, Kyle grabbed the laser claymore. Kyle walked over to the dilapidated sewing machine. Its box was only half removed.
What's side door? Oh, okay, same thing. Whoops. Haunt around. What's that option?
Kyle felt a sudden pull on his heart. Had he abandoned his job as a ghost? Was he fulfilling his spooky, ethereal role that he'd accepted while lying in bed this morning? Kyle realized he had no other choice. He must spend his day spooking about. Kyle decided he should make a plan about who or where he should spook.
Gabby.
Kyle believed that Gabby would be delighted to have him spook about a bit. Kyle started to slowly creep to Gabby's door in a very spooky way. He crouched by Gabby's door, cooing quietly and waiting for her to leave so he could cause her a spook. It didn't take long. Soon, Gabby exited her apartment and started walking towards her car. Kyle crept behind her, invisible to all senses. Gabby opened the driver's side door and got in. She seemed to be leaving for some errands. Kyle was struck with a wonderful idea. Kyle started to run to the back of Gabby's car. Perhaps if he could catch her before she left, he could hide in the trunk. Kyle could make noises as she drove. He could follow her around on her errand, knocking over small objects nearby. Gabby put the car in reverse and floored the accelerator. Invisible to all senses, Kyle was crushed underneath the back tires of the car, creating a large boom. Gabby figured she'd hit the curb. She put the car into forward and floored the accelerator again. Kyle became locked in an endless loop of Gabby trying to move her car out of her parking space, being run over repeatedly. As the day started to wane and it drew closer to the time of Rachel's interview, Kyle ceased to be a ghost, per normal. Gabby neither noticed nor stopped. Kyle was forced to conduct Rachel's interview while being run over. Kyle's crew moved the filming set next to Gabby's apartment. Rachel appeared. Kyle asked her many questions. They shared several laughs. The interview was successful. The sound of Gabby flooring her car's accelerator drowned out large sections of the episode.
Around town endings. Kyle haunted Gabby. Unlock new background, unlock new trail, unlock new cursor. What is that? What's a trail? Main menu. I don't remember getting any of the haunted endings. Oh, bro, I don't even know when I got those. What I'm probably going to do is I'm going to try to get the newer achievements. And any of these that I don't get, I'll probably look at my past videos. That'll probably be a lot easier. So I can just do them. I wonder what all these suckers are. Alright. That's the best ending in the game, by far.
Kyle woke up. He
read that. Further away.
Kyle decided to... Kyle felt a sudden pull on his heart. Kyle decided he should make a plan about who or where he should spook.
Spook himself.
Kyle could think of nobody better to spook than himself. Kyle sat on the sidewalk and looked at the ground. He took a deep breath. Kyle began to scream uncontrollably, as he had managed to spook himself by his very existence. Kyle jumped up from the sidewalk and began to run around, flailing his arms.
Someone should have done a screech sound for Kyle, because that's like one of the best parts of the game is when he's screeching.
Unfortunately, Kyle was unable to escape from the fact that he was himself. Kyle spent several minutes screaming. But as he screamed, Kyle realized it was becoming time for Rachel's interview. Continuing to scream, Kyle traveled to his studio. That evening, Kyle tried to do well by his duties and conduct the interview with Rachel. But being able to only express pure terror, the episode consisted only of Rachel watching him scream. The episode was very popular. Kyle was asked to continue screaming in the next episode, and the next. Kyle's show was rebranded to Kyle is Scared with Kyle. The studio went on to produce many episodes. Kyle remained existentially terrified of himself.
Kyle haunted himself. Is that new? Don't know. Doesn't matter. Got it in the... Alright. Oh, the music.
Kyle decided to... Kyle felt a... Kyle decided he should make a plan about who or where he should spook. Kyle thought that it would be best to continue his daily course, but with a twist. Today, he would still go to his studio, but instead of conducting an interview, he would haunt. Excitedly, Kyle made his way to the studio early to find the best spot to conduct his ghostly duties. The studio was empty. Being so early, the crew wouldn't arrive for several hours. Kyle gleefully skipped around the building, finding the best spot for himself to hide. After searching for some time, Kyle decided to hide behind the guest chair. Kyle quickly placed himself down and drew his legs to his chest. Soon, the crew began to arrive and set up for the interview that night. Invisible to all senses, Kyle went undetected. He watched as cameras were set up, screens were turned on, and pages were flipped. Within an hour, Rachel walked into the studio. "Hey, everyone," said Rachel, smiling kindly. "I'm ready to get prepped. Who do I need to talk to first?" Kyle's producer approached her. "Thanks for being here, Rachel. You should really talk to Andre about makeup first, and then wait for when Kyle arrives."
Oh, he killed that voice.
Kyle, knowing he was duping everyone, began to giggle uncontrollably. It was then that he, like clockwork, ceased to be a ghost. The studio grew silent. Everyone stared at Kyle, head down, clutching his legs and giggling at the floor. Kyle froze. He had found himself in a situation he had not encountered before. Kyle started to crawl out of the studio on all fours, hoping his small form would avoid attracting more attention. Everyone wordlessly watched as Kyle slowly made his way across the stage, through the production set, and out the door. As soon as he was outside the studio, Kyle broke into an all-out sprint. Kyle made his way back to his apartment as quickly as possible. Kyle sat in his kitchen and processed what had happened during his day. He vowed that he would never haunt anything again.
False. Kyle left. Oh, we're haunting something again. Just you wait.
Kyle decided Kyle is now...
Alright.
Kyle quickly crouched down on the floor, realizing his immediate need for... Kyle began to comb through the damp piles of filth and mold on his floor in search of helpful items. After finding and eating a few bits of crumbs and old cheese, Kyle found something much more important. Indeed, it was the corpse of Harry, a friend that had gone missing years ago while at Kyle's house. Kyle was glad to see him again, but was unsure of whether to interrupt such an important day with Harry business. Kyle decided Harry could wait another day and quietly folded a pile of filth back on top of him.
Alright. Kyle walked into the clean white tech store he was created by Techno Jim. Yeah. Hi, Techno Jim.
Kyle approached his downstairs neighbor's door and knocked. A middle-aged woman named Gabby answered the door. Kyle unhinged his jaw and swallowed Gabby whole. Job done, Kyle returned to the middle of the street.
Doesn't look like there's any other ghost things to do. I could be wrong, though.
Kyle knelt down and inspected the old, rusty container that had been in his closet for ages. It was locked, but had a blade-shaped slot in the top.
Blade-shaped slot. Where did I get that at?
Kyle grabbed the small key he kept in his desk.
It's showtime.
Kyle hurried to the set. Per normal, he ceased to be a ghost before he arrived. Sitting across from his host chair was a glamorous woman with an air of genuinity. As Kyle approached her, Rachel looked up and smiled. Rachel's smile quickly turned to shock as she realized Kyle had not put on clothes that day. Kyle waved and smiled broadly. Rachel uncomfortably averted her eyes. Kyle started making his rounds around the room, greeting each crew member, none of whom looked at him directly. As it became apparent that Kyle had no intention of leaving, Rachel made some excuses and exited the set. One by one, the crew followed suit. Kyle was left all alone.
Kyle prepared by being a nudist. So it seems like I'm getting achievements back that I lost pretty much by doing like one of their endings, pretty much. Maybe. Let's see. What's kind of throwing me off? Kyle was scared with Kyle. Kyle went back in time, Kyle helped. I wonder what that key thing is. I don't remember that. Let's see something real quick. Auto pick, Twitch vote. Oh, that's okay. There's a lot of stuff in this game. Hopefully I can get through this all. This might be hard.
Up. He is
always famous, boy.
Kyle started to scroll through news articles on his phone. Stay Up Late with Kyle ranked #1 and #2 show on television. New East Bridge being constructed after being found to not actually exist. Authorities investigating. Another grand larceny and crime spree streak. Evidence points to perpetrator fleeing the country. Rachel May to unexpectedly leave the country on very, very long vacation after interview tonight. Who is the bug vigilante recently spotted pursuing larcenists? Kyle fails to show up to several charity events. Bug vigilante shows up to charity events with fresh-baked pastries. Donations flourish. Hot dogs making resurgence as fuel source for both humans and tugboats. Phone model recalled. Techno gym stores blame overuse by customers. Kyle's phone exploded in his hands from overuse. Kyle decided to take some time to choose the perfect outfit, knowing how important appearance is. Kyle decided on a fashion-forward, casual style. He could barely see out of the goggles.
Bedroom to hallway, leave apartment. Visit the tech store. Fix my phone, bro.
This phone, said Kyle, is several years old and has exposed wires coming out of the back. Kyle continued. Also, the screen has had issues ever since I used it to hammer nails into the wall. Furthermore, when I submerge it in water, I get severely shocked until it runs out of battery. The attendant looked at Kyle, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Feeling he had made his argument, Kyle decided to leave.
Let's eat real quick. Turn to apartment, move to kitchen, open fridge.
Kyle opened the fridge, intending to find something to eat.
Eat condiments.
Kyle started to grab condiments from the fridge, squirting them into his mouth with both hands. Ketchup, horseradish, and mayonnaise entered Kyle's mouth at a rate that soon overwhelmed his ability to swallow. Kyle spewed the excess condiment slurry across the kitchen, covering the furniture and walls. Kyle continued until all of the condiments had been emptied. Kyle hurried to the set. Sitting across from his host chair was a glamorous woman with an air of genuinity. As Kyle approached, "Good evening, Kyle," she said, looking him in the eyes. "I've been looking forward to being here." Kyle responded. "And I as well, Rachel," answered Kyle, extending his hand in greeting. "You are a most welcome guest."
Why does Kyle talk like he's normal, bro? Kyle is not normal, guy.
After other mild exchanges of pleasantries, Kyle and Rachel were prompted to take their places for the broadcast. A moment after seating, the studio lights brightened and the cameras clicked on. "Good evening, everyone," said Kyle, looking at the camera. "Welcome back to Stay Up Late with Kyle. Tonight, I have the pleasure of interviewing the lovely Rachel May, who needs no more introduction." Kyle motioned to Rachel, who smiled and waved at the camera. "Hello, Kyle," she said. "I'm glad to be here." "Well, I'm sure we'll have a lot to discuss, so we might as well dive right in," said Kyle. "I'm very ready," said Rachel with a winning smile. In a shock, Kyle realized he had never bothered to prepare any notes for the interview. Knowing he had the eyes of millions upon him, Kyle came up with a solution quickly. Kyle ejected from his seat and ran out of the studio as quickly as possible. After it became apparent that Kyle was not coming back, the producer ended the episode and everyone went home.
Oh, Kyle prepared by running away. I need to number these, honestly. 4, 5. Well, I might as well get these all knocked out while I'm here.
As Kyle... Good. Kyle responded. Kyle stretched his arms wide, tilted his neck upwards, and...
Is he gonna scream?
Was interrupted by his producer telling him and Rachel that it was time to start the show. Kyle shoved his producer out of the way, spread his arms wide, and began to scream loudly. He began to rotate slowly, screaming throughout, lightly brushing his hands against the faces of Rachel and his producer. After several minutes, Kyle was finished. He slowly put his hands to his sides and smiled.
I'm so disappointed with the lack of screeching noises, my guys. Like, for real.
I'm ready, said Kyle. Rachel blinked at Kyle, shrugged, and walked over to her seat. A moment after seating, the studio lights brightened. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, However, said Kyle, suddenly dropping his voice, Rachel May is not sitting next to me. She is not new to this show. She did not walk in before me. In fact, said Kyle, I am Rachel May. Rachel looked at Kyle, confused, and silently mouthed the words, You are who? Kyle stood up quickly and threw his arm high above him, pointing upwards. I have never been, Kyle, he proclaimed. I have never been the host of the show Stay Up Late with Kyle. Kyle looked and pointed directly at the camera. I am here for but one reason, to interview myself. Kyle sat down in his chair and went to produce the notes he had taken earlier. It was then that Kyle remembered that he had not bothered to prepare any notes for the interview. Realizing he did not know how to handle this situation, Kyle began sweating profusely, but he continued. Firstly, he said, Is your name Kyle? No! Kyle slammed his fists down repeatedly. Then he stopped talking. A thick, uncomfortable silence hung over the studio. The silence did not end. The cameras continued to roll. Nobody moved or spoke. Eventually, Rachel got out of her chair and walked off screen. One by one, members of the crew followed suit. Eventually, Kyle was left alone in the studio, camera still running, silently sitting in frame. This episode of Stay Up Late with Kyle became the longest episode in television history. Kyle continued to sit in front of the camera all night and into the morning, wishing it would end. As evening fell again, the crew shuffled back in one by one, getting in places to film that day's episode. Kyle continued to sit motionless, cameras rolling, as the crew chatted about their days and got in position. Eventually, the crew officially started the next episode. Kyle was prompted to introduce himself again. Kyle had produced an incredibly artistic episode.
Kyle was artistic. Alright, let's get all these interviews knocked out of the way.
Kyle. And I as well, Rachel. A moment. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, well, I'm sure we'll have a lot to discuss, so... I'm very ready, said... In a shock, Kyle realized... Knowing he had the eyes of millions upon him, Kyle came up with a solution quickly. Kyle slumped in his seat and played dead. Kyle, what are you up to? Asked Rachel, still smiling. Kyle did not respond and hoped nobody would ask questions. Kyle, why are you pretending to be dead? Asked Rachel. I can see you breathing. Kyle held his breath. The producer whispered to Rachel over her earpiece. Give a couple slaps across the face and see if he wakes up. Rachel got up from her chair, walked to Kyle, and slapped him firmly across the face. Rachel slapped Kyle continuously, trying to get him to stop play acting. Other members of the crew stepped into frame to start slapping Kyle as well. Soon, Kyle was lost in the amassment of people around him, all slapping his face with both hands. The slapping went on for many hours. Kyle did not wake up. Eventually, Kyle did not need to pretend to be unconscious.
Kyle prepared by dying. I wonder if they added an ending for being a ghost and playing dead. I don't think it had one like that last time, but I don't know what all they added.
As Kyle approached her,
I don't even know how to get to the DLC,
Kyle
honestly.
responded. Tonight, knowing he had the... Rachel, I need to be honest. You're not terribly interesting, and I could not think of what I should ask you. In fact, continued Kyle, I would far rather interview a fish than I would you. And furthermore, said Kyle, I'm not sure I could tell the difference between a you and a fish. Kyle leaned back in his chair and desperately hoped the blame had been shifted adequately. Rachel glowered at Kyle. Kyle glowered back. Rachel left the studio. Kyle no longer had a guest and spent the next 42 minutes staring at the camera silently.
Kyle prepared by blaming others. That's one of the worst endings, to be honest. Alright, we're 8 in. Nice. Okay, we're done with the basic interview questions.
Kyle hurried.
Wait.
Sitting across from his host chair was a glamorous woman with an air of genuinity.
Alright, we browse social media. Let's exit the bed. See, where's my... how do you get to the DLC, I wonder? I don't know. At all. Let's put this on.
Kyle decided to take some time to choose the perfect outfit, knowing how important appearance is. Kyle miraculously crammed his dumpy body into the suit. The chest pockets were filled with random knickknacks.
Can I fill the knickknacks? Where do I got my knickknacks? Paddywhacks.
Kyle grabbed the small key he kept in his desk.
I'm pretty sure this key goes to the closet. Probably.
Kyle wrote down his first question.
Your mother a mother? Am I a mother? Are you a mother?
Kyle wrote down his second question.
For some diet tips, beef, mashed or blended. Ever eaten a rage? Oh.
Kyle wrote down his third question.
Huh. What's your funniest
Kyle
story?
Wrote down his last question.
That's a good one. What's your guilty pleasure?
Kyle ripped his page of notes out of the notebook and got up from the desk.
Wonder if I should knock out the frickin' really hard one first, because that one it takes a lot of
Kyle walked over to the strange door in the hallway, but found quickly that the door was locked from the inside.
Oh, that key didn't work? Oh, maybe it does go to the... I need to eat.
Kyle knelt down and inspected the old, rusty container that had been in his closet for ages. It was locked, but had a blade-shaped slot in the top.
What the heck? What is this key to? I wonder. I need to eat. Oh, it might be to my jar of grease. Possibly. Or what has he got? Like lard? That's what it is.
Kyle opened the fridge, intending to find something to eat.
Do I have enough time to make
Kyle
breakfast?
constructed a breakfast of poached eggs and toast, along with a small fruit cup and grilled sausage. Kyle ate his breakfast slowly and thoughtfully, enjoying every bite. He felt refreshed. Kyle wanted to access the pantry, but found it was locked with a small keyhole. Kyle hurried, sitting as Kyle... Good evening, Kyle. Kyle responded. And I as well, Rachel. After a moment. Good. Tonight, I have the pleasure of interviewing the lovely Rachel May. However, she is not new to this show.
I just want to see what the different things are.
Kyle sat down in his chair and Kyle read the first question on his list. Are you a mother? I'm glad you asked, said Kyle. Yes, I am. Or, yes, you are, said Kyle, trying to figure out who was talking to whom. Or, I am... In a fit, Kyle continued to re-answer his question, trying to come up with the correct phrasing. Rachel spoke up. Kyle, I'm not a mother at all, so it doesn't really matter. Lies! Impossible! I don't believe it! Kyle banged his fist on the chair. Kyle, I've never been in a position for that. I've really just focused on my career. All you need to do is ask. Rachel smiled sweetly. Kyle was silent for a moment. Then, realizing he had no idea what he was doing, he decided to let Rachel talk. So what about your career? Do you enjoy what you do? How'd you get into it? The two continued talking for the better part of an hour, Kyle asking questions and Rachel answering accordingly. Eventually, Kyle's producer signaled to Kyle that it was time to stop. The broadcast ended. The crew, Rachel and Kyle, said their goodbyes and returned home. But Kyle continued to think about Rachel after the interview ended. Something about Rachel had struck Kyle. He wasn't exactly sure what. But he did know that he was interested to hear that she was single.
Ooh. What if I phrased a question for myself? Let's see. Also, give me 1 second. I'm gonna do this quick just to see if anything changes if I ask her the questions.
Kyle responded. Good evening, everyone. Kyle, well, I'm sure we'll have a... I'm very ready, said Rachel with a winning smile. Kyle produced the notes he had taken earlier. Rachel, you managed to keep such a thin and healthy figure, said Kyle. What is your best diet tip? Well, a good diet starts with a plan, answered Rachel, and don't break it. Cheat days can turn into a habit. But, she continued, that doesn't mean a midnight snack here and there isn't allowed. She smiled. Kyle looked at his flabby self, decided not to comment, and moved on. Kyle asked another question. You've been involved in a lot of different things, said Kyle, but what's your funniest story? Well, that's a great question, Kyle. I think the story I always remember is the first time I tried to make dinner for my family. In the soup I made, I swapped out the water with milk and tipped the whole jar of salt in the pot. While my family was sick from trying to eat it, I swiped their things and locked myself in my room. Rachel laughed elegantly. Kyle decided to move on. Kyle asked another question. We all have one. What's your guilty pleasure? Ooh, well, that's an easy answer, said Rachel, dipping pickles in chocolate sauce. It might sound strange, but it's tangy and sweet at the same time. I eat it far too often. Rachel smiled sweetly. Kyle asked another question. Rachel, I and many others would love to know, are you a mother? Kyle looked up from his notes. Well, being a single woman with a career, she answered, that's not something that has crossed my mind. Rachel smiled genuinely at Kyle. Very reasonable indeed, said Kyle. He referenced his paper of questions. After reading his final question, Kyle looked up from his paper. Well, Rachel, he said, I think that's all I was planning on asking you. If that's the case, Kyle, may I ask you something in return? Asked Rachel, smiling one more time. Do you prepare for your interviews in advance? Because you seem very together. Before Kyle could answer, the camera shut down. The broadcast was over.
Little does she know.
Kyle returned home knowing the interview had gone well. But as he lay in bed and drifted to sleep, he felt that perhaps something was still missing.
Kyle prepared well. Very well. That's an achievement, really. Sure. There's only like 20 achievements in this. I thought there was a lot more in the older version, but I could be wrong. Who knows? I thought there was like an achievement for every ending. But I could be wrong too. Who knows? Alright. Well, I know what I want to do. I'm not sure how this is going to work out, but I'm going to do it. Exit the bed. Bed desk. Write notes for interview.
Kyle wrote down his first question.
You a mother? Am I a mother? Am I a mother?
Kyle wrote down his second question.
What are some diet tips? Have you ever eaten raw egg whole? Beef mashed or blended?
Kyle wrote down his third question.
Purposely ran over a
Kyle
puppy.
wrote down his last question. Kyle ripped his page of notes out of the notebook and got up from the desk.
Alright, now I'm gonna look for that key after I get dressed, because I need to figure out what's up with that key.
Kyle decided to take some time to choose the perfect outfit, knowing how important appearance is. Kyle was unsure of what exactly caused him to decide to wear his armor, but it felt like the right thing to do. After much squeezing and sweating, Kyle managed to wrap the metal suit around his dumpy self.
Move the kitchen. We gotta eat or we'll starve to death. Which
Kyle
says...
opened the fridge, intending to find something to eat. Kyle pointed his neck directly upwards and hoisted the fridge on top of his face. Somehow, miraculously, he wrapped his mouth around the device. He started to swallow. In one slow, horrible movement, the fridge slid down Kyle's throat. After many gurgles, pops, and snaps, Kyle felt relatively sure the fridge would not come back out.
Alright. Let's see.
Quickly, before the attendant could acknowledge him, Kyle grabbed Techno Jim by the shoulders. Finding that Techno Jim's cardboard feet were bolted to the ground, Kyle started to heave upwards. After several tugs, Techno Jim broke free, leaving one foot and one leg behind. Kyle glanced at the attendant, who was staring, bewildered, and ran outside.
Alright.
Sitting across... Kyle
Wait
responded.
a second. What did I just miss? Oh, I missed something. Go back. Oh, can you go back? Oh, okay, I guess not.
And I as well, Rachel. After other mild exchange, a moment after seating, good. Kyle, Rachel. Kyle stopped, then vomited again,
no.
then continued with a shaky voice. Tonight, I have the pleasure of interviewing the lovely Rachel May, who needs no more introduction. However, said Kyle, Rachel, Kyle, I have never been... Well, he said, brightening, I'm glad you asked. Yes, I have produced many, many, many children. In fact, said Kyle, motioning to Rachel, one of my children is sitting here with me today. Rachel looked incredibly confused. After a moment, Kyle spoke again. I am your mother! He stood up again. Give me a big hug, daughter!
Oh my god.
After a moment more, Rachel shrugged, stood up, and gave Kyle a hug. The interview continued, Kyle talking about his supposed raising of Rachel and their times together. Rachel engaged in the interview with exuberance, answering questions as best she could and enjoying every moment. From this episode, Rachel's childhood and family became a debated topic in her fan base. When fans asked Rachel about the matter, she would giggle and make a joke about the interview. Scientists and fans began to dig deep, finding evidence both for and against the Kyle is Rachel's mother theory. But no matter how much anyone dug, nobody was able to come to a conclusion on the matter. Kyle had created a public mystery.
I am your mother. Kyle created a mystery. I want to see what that blue thing on this was. It probably had something to do with Techno Jim. I like that there was a different ending for that, though. I don't remember that when I first played through, way back in the day.
Kyle hurried to the set, sitting across from his host as Kyle approached. Good evening, Kyle, she said, looking him in the eyes. I've been looking forward to being here. Kyle roughly shoved Rachel out of her seat and placed Techno Jim in her stead. Hello, Techno Jim, said Kyle. I'm going to interview you today. Kyle grasped Techno Jim's hand and tried to shake it, but instead tore it off the cardboard frame. Kyle's producer, sensing viral media, pulled the bewildered Rachel out of frame and motioned the crew to go live. Cameramen moved, lights flashed, and suddenly the studio was on air. Hi, I'm Kyle, said Kyle, and tonight I'm going to interview a very special guest. He pointed at Techno Jim using the dismembered arm. Techno Jim started to smoke from the heat of the lights. Would you like to introduce yourself? Asked Kyle. Knowing Jim would probably not speak, Kyle took it upon himself to be his voice as well. Hi, he said, raising the pitch of his voice. "My name is Rachel May, and I'm a very special guest." Rachel's expression of confusion turned to shock. "Well, Rachel, you look way too thin and absolutely terrible, and you should feel ugly." Kyle gave Jim a meaningful stare. "Wow, Kyle," he said. "I sure wish I could look like you." Techno Jim burst into flames. Instantaneously, the sprinkler system initiated. Curtains of water poured down from the rafters. Within seconds, the production equipment was doused in water. The set was soon aburst with electrical fires. Kyle's crew abandoned their posts as cameramen and sound mixers to try to put the fires out. As the crew scrambled around, the cameras continued to run. Kyle sat, motionless, staring forward. Eventually, the fires were all put out. Kyle's producer shut off the broadcast, leaving Kyle's vacant stare as the final frame. Kyle's ratings skyrocketed. Techno Jim became a staple on the show, often ending up destroyed by the end of each episode. Although Rachel did not come back on the show, her cardboard portrayal did. Rachel was very popular.
Kyle interviewed Rachel. Alright. Boop. Alright. Took a little bit of a food break. Let's crack back into this.
Up. He's
always famous, boyo. At the desk. Let's do the back in the time one. We need a flashlight.
Kyle
we need
grabbed
some
the
change.
flashlight, but after...
Where's my change at? Change, baby.
Kyle scooped up the change.
Then we gotta leave. Boo, 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 boo. I think we get something from the tech store. Oh, baby.
Kyle counted out $1.98 in pennies and nickels. Kyle crammed the batteries into...
Hey, you come with me,
Quickly,
Techno
before
Jim.
the attendant could acknowledge him, finding that Techno... After Kyle glanced at the attendant, who was staring, bewildered, and ran outside.
Alright, return to the apartment, and then we go to the bedroom. We open the closet, back with flashlight.
Kyle shined his flashlight into his moist, cave-like closet that had not seen light in years. After several minutes of searching around with the light, Kyle saw something unusual in the back. There was a pile of strange items, including a small metal box with a large red button stamped with Travel Time. Kyle pulled out the electronics from Techno Jim's eyes and fingers and started shoving them into the box. The box began to rattle, imbued with the power of the important technology found on Techno Jim. Suddenly, with a pop and a fizz, Kyle found himself taken back to 19th century Europe. Kyle was riding inside of a horse-drawn carriage. He was surrounded by poofy dresses and shocked faces. Every face was stone cold, made of copper, and definitely a robot. Kyle had found himself in Robo-Europe. The gathered Robo-denizens' heads started spinning and shooting out alarm lasers from their mouths and ears. Kyle reacted quickly.
Let's shoot him, baby.
Kyle quickly started to consume all of the lasers. Every laser he swallowed gave him more power. Soon, Kyle bloated up and just kind of fart exploded, lasers all over the place. The force of the explosion pushed all beings, metal and not, out of the carriage with great velocity. Kyle landed on a nearby rock face first and immediately lost consciousness. While Kyle was asleep, the robot citizens plugged his body into a generator linked to their main power grid. Having energy sucked from his body kept Kyle in a pseudo-cryogenic state, keeping him unconscious and preserved. Robo-scientists began to use Kyle's energy production as a center of study, launching the robot world into a golden age. Kyle started to power all of the technological advancements of the robot world. Wars began to center around control of Kyle.
Sick.
Kyle was deemed as the most important discovery of the modern robo world. After humans took over the ancient robot civilizations, Kyle was mummified by the ancient Egyptians. Kyle was stolen from a museum in the early 1800s. He was almost smuggled across the Atlantic in an old fishing ship, but sank. Scientists uncovered him encased in ice in the Antarctic and shipped him by helicopter for study. On the way, Kyle was accidentally shoved out of the helicopter. He crash-landed through the roof onto the bed in his apartment. After several days of lying unconscious in bed, Kyle began to stir.
Kyle ended up in bed ending. That's number 13. Alright. Main menu. Alright, let's go help our old friend Harry.
Kyle woke up.
I remember talking to him last time and not helping him. Might as well just get that out of the way. Go to the debt. That's not where we go. What? Okay, scavenge.
Kyle quickly crouched down on the floor, realizing his immediate need for...
Harry.
Kyle began to comb through the damp piles of filth and mold on his floor in search of helpful items. After finding and eating a few bits of crumbs and old cheese, Kyle found something much more important. Indeed, it was the corpse of Harry, a friend that had gone missing years ago while at Kyle's house. Kyle was glad to see him again, but was unsure of whether to interrupt such an important day with Harry business. Kyle hoisted Harry onto his shoulder and took him outside. Kyle began dragging Harry's body down the street, drawing many, many stairs. Kyle knew exactly where he needed to take Harry's corpse, on a lovely playdate, just the two of them. Kyle and Harry started at the arcade. Kyle used Harry's arms to operate the joysticks and push buttons. After 5 or 6 different games, the two friends had enough tickets for a single candy bar. They took their prize to the local park for eating. Kyle tried to feed some of the chocolate bar to Harry, but Harry seemed to not have an appetite. After eating, Kyle noticed a nearby playground. He dragged Harry over. Kyle tried to figure out a way to swing Harry onto the swing set, but, lacking the ability to grip, Harry kept falling out. Instead, Kyle started to lug Harry to the top of the slide and shove him down time and time again. Finally, Kyle took Harry to the movies to see as many popular films as their pocket change allowed. Kyle quickly found that he had no pocket change, so he searched through Harry's pockets until he found his wallet. Kyle bought 2 tickets to A Love Romance. After getting inside, Kyle left Harry to go find a restroom. By the time Kyle had finished using the restroom, he had forgotten that he brought Harry along. Kyle watched A Love Romance by himself. Harry's corpse sat on a bench in the atrium.
Bad.
While Kyle was in the movie, a beautiful thing happened. Harry's corpse, imbued with the power of friendship and love, was reanimated. Harry's old, rotten flesh gained color and life. His fingernails regrew. His missing eye came back. By the time the movie was over, Harry was able to greet Kyle with a large, friendly hug as his old self. Kyle was confused but delighted to have his long-lost friend meet him on his way out of the theater. The two made plans to get drinks together and parted ways for the day. Kyle returned home, forgetting about the interview with Rachel.
Kyle helped a friend, ending 14. Let's type that bad boy now. Kyle helped a friend. Sick. We did it. So I know I did
Kyle woke up.
The ending where I basically said, am I a mother? Let's see what the other option was. So I tried the other one as well. That didn't really seem to do anything, but just to check everything. Also, I'm editing out the parts that I repeat, so this shouldn't be a super long... Well, it's going to be long, but it shouldn't be super
Kyle
long.
wrote down his first question. Kyle wrote down his second question. Kyle wrote down his third question. Kyle wrote down his last question. Kyle ripped his page of notes out of the notebook and got up from the desk.
Alright, so now we need to do all our regular things by putting on some clothes.
Kyle decided to take...
I also
miraculously crammed.
want to try putting the laser sword in that box. I think that's what the key is for that. I'm pretty sure. Hopefully.
Kyle opened the fridge, intending to find... Kyle started to grab condiment. Ketchup,
delicious.
Kyle
I also need to bang my head into the door and have a concussion, so...
Kyle approached his downstairs neighbor's door and knocked. A middle-aged woman named Gabby answered the door. Slowly, Kyle started to twirl outside of Gabby's door, arms outstretched.
Terrifying.
He tilted his neck upwards and let loose a long, passionate, and meaningful scream. As Kyle continued to spin, Gabby shut and locked her door, as she did every time Kyle screamed outside her door. Eventually, Kyle ran out of breath and fell over.
Oh, it also looks like, I was looking around in the menu.
Kyle hurried to the set.
It looks like the expansions unlock as you do all the endings for one set of
Sitting across
things.
from his host chair was a glamorous woman with an air of genuinity. As Kyle approached her, Rachel looked up and smiled. "Good evening, Kyle," she said, looking.
I already read this.
Kyle responded. "And I as well, Rachel," answered Kyle, extending his hand in greeting. "You are a most welcome guest." After other mild exchanges of pleasantries, Kyle and Rachel were prompted to take their places for the broadcast. A moment after seating, the studio lights brightened and the cameras clicked on. "Good evening, everyone," said Kyle, looking at the camera. "Welcome back to Stay Up Late with Kyle. Tonight, I have the pleasure of interviewing the lovely Rachel May, who needs no more introduction." "However," said Kyle, suddenly dropping his voice, "Rachel May is not sitting next to me. She is not new to this show. She did not walk in before me. In fact," said Kyle, "I am Rachel May." Rachel looked at Kyle, confused, and silently mouthed the words, "You are who?" Kyle stood up quickly and threw his arm high above him, pointing upwards. "I have never been Kyle," he proclaimed. "I have never been the host of the show Stay Up Late with Kyle." Kyle looked and pointed directly at the camera. "I am here for but one reason, to interview myself." Kyle sat down in his chair and went to produce the notes he had taken earlier. Kyle read the first question on his list. "Is your mother a mother?" Kyle replied, "No, because I am my mother."
I am my mother.
"And," continued Kyle, "I am your mother and everyone's mother, and also Rachel and Kyle, and I'm also your children and that woman you met in the coffee shop yesterday and your high school best friend. And I'm your friends and I'm that person next to you, and I'm also you." Kyle waved his arms around and smiled.
Nailed it, Kyle.
Nobody seemed to understand. "It's a magic trick!" shouted Kyle happily. "I'm everyone now!" Kyle got up and happily danced out of the studio, arms spread wide. Although not taken seriously at first, sociologists quickly found that Kyle's claims were true.
Or did they now?
Somehow, magically, Kyle became everyone and nobody else technically existed anymore. After a massive amount of study, it was found that Kyle had stumbled upon a very unexpected sociological loophole. Nobody really knew what to do with this newfound discovery, so they decided to do nothing. Kyle continued to be theoretically everyone, and everybody else continued to be theoretically non-existent. It was a strange time to be alive.
How was everyone ending? Sick. How was everyone? We are at 15 endings. Let's do our lard jar ending. That's always a fun one. Just hit reset. Exit the bed. Let's get our key. Second desk drawer. Tiny key. Thank you.
Kyle grabbed the small key he kept in his desk.
Probably get dressed. Here's an outfit.
Kyle decided to take
Gunk pasties.
getting the slimy garments to...
Alright, let's go to the kitchen. Check the pantry.
Kyle wanted to access the pantry, but found it was locked with a small key. The pantry door lock creaked as if it hadn't moved for years, but eventually opened. Instead of an assortment of canned goods and grains, Kyle's pantry stored his massive amount of bottled lard.
Sick.
Kyle grabbed a bottle of lard and stashed it on his person for later use.
Alright, now I need to eat.
Kyle opened the fridge, intending to find something to eat. Kyle constructed a breakfast of poached eggs and toast, along with a small fruit cup and grilled sausage. Kyle ate his breakfast slowly and thoughtfully, enjoying every bite.
What should we do now? Go to bedroom, I guess. We can look around. See what we got. Oh, we got the rusty locker. I still want to do that one. Or at least try to do that one. Got CDs. Haven't messed with that before. I think that might be new. We'll check that out after we do the lard ending.
Kyle hurried to the set. Sitting across from his host chair was a glamorous woman with an air of genuinity.
I'm gonna leave all the dialogue
As
in.
Kyle approached her, Rachel looked up and smiled.
Just in case people are looking for a certain ending and they just want to see the full dialogue. I don't know.
"Good evening, Kyle," she said, looking him in the eyes. "I've been looking forward to being here." Kyle responded.
Sure.
"And I as well, Rachel," answered Kyle, extending his hand in greeting. "You are a most welcome guest." After other mild exchanges of pleasantries, Kyle and Rachel were prompted to take their places for the broadcast. A moment after seating, the studio lights brightened and the cameras clicked on. "Good evening, everyone," said Kyle, looking at the camera. "Welcome back to Stay Up Late with Kyle. Tonight, I have the pleasure of interviewing the lovely Rachel May, who needs no more introduction." Kyle motioned to Rachel, who smiled and waved at the camera. "Hello, Kyle," she said. "I'm glad to be here." "Well, I'm sure we'll have a lot to discuss, so we might as well dive right in," said Kyle. "Dive right into this bottle, that is." Kyle
Delicious.
pulled out his bottle of lard, bit the top off, and chugged it. Kyle's body rejected the lard. He began to spew chunks of lard and digestive fluid in every direction. Everything within a 10-foot radius was immediately covered, including Rachel. Kyle continued to vomit. Rachel bravely fought to stay seated amidst the vomit, hoping to save the show from disaster. Unfortunately, Kyle's vomit had covered all of the cameras. There was no broadcast. Kyle finished spewing, eventually. The broadcast was not recoverable. All present were sent home to try again another day. As Kyle got home, he made a mental note to refill his lard supply.
All consumed. Ending 16. Only 90 something left to go. Maybe more. Alright. And we're going
Kyle
to the...
decided to stay put and wither away. Kyle is now a ghost. This does not relieve him of his responsibilities.
Alright, let's go to the... Yeah, I don't know if it matters if I'm a ghost or not. We'll see.
Kyle walked over to the strange door in the hallway. Kyle used his ghostly powers to walk straight through the door.
Get that laser
Expecting
claymore.
a battle, Kyle grabbed the laser claymore.
Take that bad boy to the closet. Open the closet.
Kyle knelt down and inspected the old, rusty container that had
Perfect.
been in his closet for ages. It was locked, but had a blade-shaped slot in the top. Kyle took the laser claymore in his hand and slid it into the hole on top of the box. The box began to rumble slowly, but then it shook harder and harder.
Deck.
Suddenly, with a snap, the box lid came loose. Kyle, giddy with excitement, grabbed the box to drag it into the light. With much sweating and pulling, Kyle slowly inched the box out of his closet. He began to giggle and drool.
Me too, bro.
Soon, the box had been transported into the middle of the room. Kyle clapped his hands together and gripped the lid on either side. With a tug, it tumbled to the floor, revealing the contents of the box. There was nothing inside.
What?
Kyle was incredibly disappointed. This had been an opportunity for him, a way to find something new, a way to break up the routine. Suddenly, Kyle was struck with an unquenchable feeling of boredom about his life. Kyle jumped to his feet and burst outside, hungry to find anything that could give his day a feeling of interest. Painfully, Kyle started grabbing anything he could reach, smashing it into his face to see what it could possibly do for him. Rocks, benches, people, squirrels, and the ground itself fell into Kyle's grasp, but soon his energy began to wane. Slowly, sadly, Kyle made his way back to his apartment, quietly grabbing small items off the ground and rubbing them against himself. Kyle slowly sank into his bed, as bored as when he had left earlier that day. He looked at the ceiling, feeling hollow. The day had been very hard.
Poor Kyle.
As he slowly fell asleep, Kyle wondered what he could possibly do tomorrow to inspire a new sense of interest in his life. He didn't know it then, but tomorrow, Kyle would try something new.
Unlocked Kyle's hot dog. Unlocked hand cursor. Alright, what ending were we on? 17. Still gotta do some of the old endings because I want to get every ending in this video. Plus I haven't figured out what that CD's for yet. Maybe I did do that in my last video, I'm not sure. I don't remember it though, and I kind of looked over a good bit of them so I could do this a little bit easier. We'll see.
Kyle woke up. He is famous.
Always. Always famous, baby. Oh no, I don't want to do hot dog yet. That's hot dog, I know that. Sit at desk. Grab the CD. I wonder if I just take it to the interview. Maybe I should write some notes. What music do I want to take? I think I did do this, actually. Take some classical with us. Maybe I did. I don't know.
Kyle wrote down his first question. Kyle wrote down his second question. Kyle.
Alright. I shouldn't skip those. But, I mean, I have seen them a billion times.
Kyle was unsure of what exactly caused him to decide to wear his armor, but it felt like the right thing to do. After much squeezing and sweating, Kyle managed to wrap the metal suit around his dumpy self.
Okay, let's get some food, baby.
Kyle opened the fridge, intending to find something to eat. Kyle started to grab condiments from the fridge, squirting them into his mouth with both hands. Ketchup, horseradish, and mayonnaise entered Kyle's mouth at a rate that soon overwhelmed his ability to swallow. Kyle spewed the excess condiment slurry across the kitchen, covering the furniture and walls. Kyle continued until all of the condiments had been emptied.
Check the pantry, it's locked. Check the pantry, it's locked. Check the pantry, it's locked.
Kyle hurried to the set. Sitting across from his host chair was a glamorous woman with an air of genuinity. As Kyle approached her, Rachel looked up and smiled. "Good evening, Kyle," she said, looking him in the eyes. "I've been looking forward to being here." Kyle responded.
I still gotta do the lizard things. I haven't done that in this video yet.
"And I as well, Rachel," answered Kyle, extending his hand in greeting. "You are a most welcome guest." After other mild exchanges of pleasantries, Kyle and Rachel were prompted to take their places for the broadcast. A moment after seating, the studio lights brightened and the cameras clicked on. "Good evening, everyone," said Kyle, looking at the camera. "Welcome back to Stay Up Late with Kyle. Tonight, I have the pleasure of interviewing the lovely Rachel May, who needs no more introduction." As Rachel started to reply, Kyle clamped his hand over her mouth. "Hush," he said. "I need to do something before we can continue." Kyle removed the CD he had brought to the interview and placed it in a nearby player deck. The sound system kicked into action, piping Kyle's music throughout the studio.
Ah yes, classical music.
Rachel briefly listened, a blank expression on her face. Smiling, Kyle closed his eyes and enjoyed the music for a moment. Then, he spoke. All right, now everything's ready. Let's begin. Kyle produced the notes he had taken earlier. Rachel, do you feel guilty? Asked Kyle, hitting her with a hard question. I'm sorry, Kyle, said Rachel. What on earth is this music? It's very... well, it's something. It's an old favorite, Rachel, said Kyle. This is what I grew up on. It's part of my most special collection. Kyle and Rachel sat silently, the music playing in the background. Rachel... Oh. Suddenly, the wall next to Kyle exploded. Uh-oh. Through the hole stepped several men in dazzling, flamboyant costumes of bright color. They held guitars, pianos, and other instruments.
Kyle,
said the man in front.
We are the band of your childhood.
Oh, sick.
Kyle's jaw dropped, smiling. He put his hands to his cheeks. His eyes sparkled.
We have come to issue a grievance about playing our music on TV without a license.
Oh, please don't copyright strike me, guys.
The man took his guitar in both hands and began slamming Kyle's face repeatedly. After several hours, the grievance had been sufficiently repaid. The band left through the hole they had created in the wall.
Could you imagine if it was that easy, if the copyright people just came and beat you up, even though you didn't know you were using their copyrighted music? Sick.
Kyle lay on the floor, thinking about what had happened. Rachel slowly slid to his side.
Aw.
Are you feeling okay, Kyle? She asked. She had a concerned expression on her face. Have you ever met your childhood idol, Rachel? Asked Kyle. The person you looked up to for as long as you can remember. I can't say I have, said Rachel. Kyle raised both fists into the air.
It feels amazing!
Kyle spent the rest of Rachel's interview chatting happily about meeting his lifelong favorite band.
She was there.
Rachel listened and asked questions politely, seeming unfazed that her moment on TV had been uprooted. Eventually, the studio was out of time and the broadcast shut off. Kyle and Rachel walked out of the studio together. Kyle was grinning widely. The two said their goodbyes and walked off in separate directions. As Kyle walked home, he felt like the interview had been everything he had hoped it to be. Kyle had gotten everything he had ever wanted as a child.
Interview background. Kyle played music. Ending 18. I also gotta do the other time travel freaking thing. So let's knock that out. Or I forget.
Kyle woke up.
So we wither... No, we don't wither away. We sit at our desk. We grab all the things. Give me my quarters. Give me my flashlight. I ain't listening to him telling me to do what I'm doing. Get out of here. I need... boom. I gotta build Techno Gym, right? I think so, yep. I don't know if I need Techno Gym, but I'm gonna take them anyways.
Kyle counted out $1.98 in...
We got batteries.
Kyle crammed the batteries into his flashlight.
I'm gonna Techno Gym.
Quickly, before the... After several tugs, Techno Jim broke free, leaving one foot and one leg behind. Kyle glanced at the attendant, who was staring, bewildered, and ran outside.
I might have done this wrong. Open the closet. I need to put some clothes on. I won't be naked.
Kyle was After much squeezing and...
yeah, I might have done this wrong.
Kyle shined his... After several minutes of searching around with the light, there was a pile of strange items, including a small metal box with a large red button stamped with travel time.
Come here, bud.
Kyle stashed the device for later use. Kyle hurried to the set. Sitting across from his host chair was a glamorous woman with an air of genuinity.
Genuinity.
As Kyle approached her, Rachel looked up and smiled. Good evening, Kyle, she said, looking him in the eyes. I've been looking forward to being here. Kyle responded. And I as well, Rachel, answered Kyle, extending his hand in greeting. You are a most welcome guest. After other mild exchanges of pleasantries, Kyle and Rachel were prompted to take their places for the broadcast. A moment after seating, the studio lights brightened and the cameras clicked on. "Good evening, everyone," said Kyle. "Tonight, Rachel and I will time travel together." In one motion, Kyle grabbed Rachel's arm and pressed the red button on the time machine with his elbow. Kyle and Rachel were sent back to a time before human existence on Earth. They were standing next to a large lake. There was a forest behind them, full of singing birds. Lizards were everywhere. "Kyle, dear," said Rachel, stern but not angry, "you can't just do things like that."
Too late.
Rachel began digging in the dirt, looking for small, smooth stones. "I'm sorry, Rachel," said Kyle. "I got a bit ahead of myself." Kyle began helping to look for stones. "Well, it's okay, Kyle. I forgive you." Rachel took Kyle's stones and started to build a small stack on the ground. Kyle silently began sifting through the sand near the lake to find pure mud. "Well, since we're here together," said Rachel, using nearby sticks to build a pyramid around the rocks. "Oh, I'm fine," said Kyle, sticking pieces of shale together with the mud. "I've been preparing for your interview all day." Rachel began to bundle nearby foliage into small power cells. "Do you love being famous?" she asked.
That's Dr. Stone before Dr. Stone.
Kyle used the bones from the dead fish ashore to start crafting some energy capacitors. "That's an interesting question, Rachel," he answered. "There's ups and downs. How about yourself?" "I think I'd love to be unknown, with a loving family," said Rachel. "Being so recognizable gets very lonely." Rachel started grabbing live birds as they flew by to make a nuclear reactor.
Oh, that's how it works. Perfect.
"I understand that incredibly well," said Kyle, extracting pure hydrogen from the lake using a reed siphon. There was a warm, understanding silence between them. After a few minutes, Kyle broke the silence. "Can you pass me the arc welder when you're done? I need to weld these bioreactive plates together." Soon, the pair had constructed a janky but workable return time machine. As they climbed in, Rachel and Kyle looked at each other. Both knew they had bonded. With the flick of a switch, the whir of an engine made out of beaver pelts, and some pops, the duo returned home. Later that evening, back at his apartment, Kyle thought about the time he had spent with Rachel. He was glad they had gotten the chance to take a trip together.
Kyle and Rachel took a trip. 19. Yep, definitely helps having played this game before. Knock out the lizard demon stuff.
Kyle woke up. Kyle decided to stay put and...
I don't remember if I gotta get dressed or not. I know I said I was gonna skip all the stuff I did before, but yeah, I am. I'm
Kyle
getting tired of
decided
hearing
to
it.
take some time. Kyle miraculously crammed his...
If it's new, I'll try not to skip it.
Kyle walked over to the strange door in the... Kyle used his ghostly powers to walk straight through the door. This was one of the many mysterious artifacts Kyle had been sent over the years.
Smash that bad boy.
Kyle began pounding the mysterious artifact with both fists. Within a few hours, it had become dust. An ancient force trapped in the artifact was released and turned Kyle into a lizard demon.
Sick. Now, I think I just gotta wait for the day to end. I'm a ghost lizard demon. Are the bugs in
Kyle
here?
quickly crouched down on the floor, realized...
I gotta do the gossip with Abby too, or Gabby. Grab some things. Why not? Pretty much done most of the stuff except for the ending, so... Let's go!
Kyle hurried to the set. Per normal, he ceased to be a ghost before he arrived. Sitting across from his host chair was a glamorous woman with an air of genuinity. As Kyle approached her, Rachel looked up and smiled. Rachel's smile turned to horror as she realized she was looking not at a human, but a lizard demon.
It's me.
Pandemonium ensued. Scripts went flying, crew members ran in all directions, lights were knocked over. As Kyle watched the chaos around him, his lizard demon form enveloped his last shred of humanity. Kyle grew to a massive size. Within minutes, he had demolished the now empty set. A local force of 5 spunky teenagers in brightly colored apparel arrived at the scene to fight Kyle. As the teenagers swung at him with their spunky, individualized weapons, Kyle pushed them over with his foot. Kyle's rampage of the studio ruins continued, but in another part of the city, a hero was rising up.
Uh-oh.
In a dusty apartment on the top floor of an old skyscraper in the oldest part of town sat a large man named Frank. Few people in the world knew that Frank existed. Fewer knew his name. Frank was watching the local news. A story about the studio rampage was playing. Quickly, Frank got up from his chair. He opened a small door hidden behind a poster on his wall. Inside was an unbelievable mound of fat-ridden foods, unrefrigerated and fairly rotten. Frank began to consume the mound at a frightening rate. His body began to puff. Frank expanded, faster and faster with each minute. He burst through the roof. Within minutes, Frank was a towering behemoth. He rolled across the city, rebounding off of buildings and getting cheers from onlookers below. Approaching Kyle, Frank gave a long, painful heave upwards into the sky. To Kyle, the sky turned black. He looked upwards to see the monstrous figure hurtling towards him. And in a moment, Kyle was completely enveloped in rubbery fat, unable to move or make noise. Frank was quite tired and passed out where he lay. Several years went by as Frank slumbered. As Kyle was held in Frank's warm, fatty embrace, his humanity began to return. When the first winter came, Frank's body recycled his fat for resources. Over many months, he shrank in size. Eventually, Kyle was human and Frank was thinned. They both walked away from the scene as new men. Neither realized how much time had passed.
Kyle prepared by being a lizard. Now we just gotta chuck the thing at Rachel's face. Prepared by being a lizard. That's ending 20, by the way. Oh, yeah. Okay. Reset.
Kyle decided to stay put and wither away. Kyle is now...
I am a ghost. Sick. Exit bedroom. Check locked door.
Kyle walked over.
Go through.
Kyle.
Give me that supernatural artifact.
This was one of the many... Kyle stashed the mysterious artifact.
I need to do the starvation ending too. I haven't done that yet. I don't think.
Kyle decided to take... Kyle opened the fridge, intending to find...
Gross.
Kyle started scraping streaks of crud and spots of mold off of the walls of his fridge. After wadding it into a crusty, moist ball, Kyle popped it into his mouth and began to chew. Several minutes of crunching later, Kyle finished and swallowed the ball whole. It felt sticky in his stomach.
I'll walk to the center of the kitchen. Check the pantry.
Kyle.
Nothing in the pantry. Check the pantry. Bait me. About to smack Rachel with this jar, bro.
Kyle hurried to the set. Per normal, he ceased to be a ghost before he arrived. Sitting across from his host chair was a glamorous woman with an air of genuinity. As Kyle approached her, Rachel looked up and smiled.
Schwack.
As she approached to shake his hand, Kyle produced the supernatural artifact and winged it at Rachel's face. Within moments of the artifact colliding with her head, Rachel started to turn into a lizard demon. Rachel began to cause destruction, tipping over lights and causing crew members to scatter. Kyle, realizing the disaster he had caused, decided it was up to him to tame the monster. Kyle launched himself at the monstrous Rachel. In a great collision of flesh, Kyle rammed face first into the monster's stomach. Kyle continued to launch himself into Rachel's stomach with wild abandon. After several dozen collisions, small, insignificant bones in Kyle's body began to fracture. Kyle continued. Rachel began to lose stamina from the incessant damage Kyle was inflicting upon her. Kyle continued his assault. Nobody present could tell what parts of his body were bruised and what weren't. Eventually, in one well-placed lunge, the artifact embedded in Rachel's face popped out. Immediately, Rachel turned back into her normal human self. The studio, now in shambles, flicked to life. The broadcast had started automatically. Kyle, unable to move properly, became aware that the eyes of many were upon him. Kyle tried to address the audience, but instead spewed some mixture of breakfast phlegm and chunks of plaster. Kyle's spewing video became a very hot meme. Online personalities used it to express distaste about social issues. Teenagers sent it to each other about homework amounts. Rachel's broadcast was rescheduled for the following week. Fans complained about not being able to see Rachel's face as she wore protective headgear the entire time.
Rachel prepared by being a lizard. Alright, let's go do the bug stuff. Rachel prepared by being a lizard, ending 20. Nice. I think the first one, there's one where we sew the bugs into something. There's one where we just to eat them, I'm pretty sure. Let's get dressed first. Nothing works if you're not
Kyle
dressed.
decided to take some...
Alright, sit down. No, that's not what I want to do. Scavenge.
Kyle quickly
Bugs,
crouched
baby.
down on the floor, realizing his immediate need for... Kyle started to pick between the fuzz of his bedroom carpet, hoping to catch a stray beetle or two. Soon, he had a small handful of various insects, dead and alive.
Do I eat them or do I save them? I think I save
Kyle
them.
stashed the wriggling mass for later use.
Yeah. Yeah, because if I eat them, I think they just actually count as food, if I remember correctly.
Kyle opened the fridge.
Look at that pantry. 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 If I was good at editing, I would have
Kyle
edited that
hurried
out.
to the set. Sitting across from his host chair was a glamorous woman with an air of genuinity. As Kyle approached her, Rachel looked up and smiled. "Good evening, Kyle," she said, looking him in the eyes. "I've been looking forward to being here." Kyle responded. "And I as well, Rachel," answered Kyle, extending his hand in greeting. "You are..." After other A moment after seating, the studio lights brightened and the cameras clicked on. "Good evening, everyone," said Kyle, looking at the camera. "Welcome back to Stay Up Late with Kyle. Tonight, I have the pleasure of interviewing the lovely Rachel May, who needs no more introduction." Kyle motioned to Rachel, who smiled and waved at the camera. "Hello, Kyle," she said. "I'm glad to be here." "Well, I'm sure we'll have a lot to discuss, so we might as well dive right in," said Kyle. "I'm very ready," said Rachel with a winning smile. In a shock, Kyle realized he had never bothered to prepare any notes for the interview. Knowing he had the eyes of millions upon him, Kyle came up with a solution quickly. "Well, Rachel," said Kyle, "I wanted to show this to you." Kyle produced the ball of bugs he had accumulated from his bedroom floor. Rachel took several beats to figure out what Kyle was holding in his hands. A look of horror crossed her face. "Kyle, what on earth is that?" she asked. "Is it alive?" Maybe, said Kyle. "Here, watch this." Kyle, staring at Rachel, opened his mouth wide and slowly inserted the gooey ball of bugs. As Rachel watched, obviously unsettled, Kyle began to chew very slowly and intently. Attempting to swallow, Kyle coughed several times, covering Rachel in partially chewed bugs. Rachel sat, still shocked, processing what had happened. Kyle finished swallowing and opened his mouth to show that there were no bugs left. "Well, that was satisfying," he said, smiling widely at the camera. Rachel got out of her seat and left the studio.
Kyle prepared by eating bugs. Prepared by eating bugs. That's ending 22. Let's go make our puppet friends.
Kyle decided to stay. Kyle.
Get dressed. Choose an outfit.
Kyle decided.
At work. Sit at desk. Check in. Nope, not desk. God dang it. Every time.
Kyle quickly crouched down. Kyle's.
You're coming with
Soon,
me.
He had a. Kyle's.
We got our bugs. We go to the bedroom hallway. We float through the room.
Kyle walked.
And we sew them together,
used
baby.
His ghostly powers to walk straight through the door.
Sewing machine.
Kyle walked over to the dilapidated sewing machine. Its box was only half removed. Kyle started sewing dead bugs together to make small, actuated finger puppets. Kyle crafted a bug puppet for each finger. He named them after guests he had previously interviewed on his show.
Alright, now I think we just wait for the day to end. Let's go eat some food just in case.
Kyle opened the fridge, intending to find ketchup, horse rat. Kyle continued. Kyle sitting across. Good. Kyle responded. A moment after seating, the studio lights brightened and the cameras clicked on. Kyle slipped his bug puppets onto his fingers. Hello, everybody, he said, wiggling the puppet he had named after himself. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Rachel!
Kyle screamed, wiggling a different finger.
You're so much better than me!
I know, Rachel. Kyle wiggled. He looked meaningfully at the human Rachel. Said one of Kyle's other puppets.
I'm super fat, and Kyle interviewed me last week.
And I'm super irritating,
Said another finger.
and not very attractive.
Rachel stared at Kyle, incredibly disoriented. Kyle? She asked. What are those puppets made out of? Kyle thrust both hands at Rachel's face. Puppets pointed at her eyes. We aren't puppets, Rachel, he said, scrunching his fingers up and down. We're people! Rachel plucked her puppet off of Kyle's finger. Kyle, she exclaimed, this is several dead bugs patched together.
Accept us, Rachel.
Said Kyle, scrunching.
We need acceptance.
Rachel stood and walked out of frame. In a moment, she returned with a bag. She plucked each puppet off of Kyle's hands and tossed them in the bag. Kyle, leave the bugs alone next time, she said. Rachel left the frame again, taking the bag of puppets along with her. Kyle, suddenly by himself, was unsure what to do. After a few moments of hemming and hawing, Kyle resorted to telling jokes for the remainder of the broadcast. Fans did not notice much difference between this and previous episodes.
Oh, that is ending 23. 23, Kyle prepared an average interview. Oops, can't spell. Alright, average episode. My bad. Alright, next we got 24. We'll just do the Amnesia ending. That one's pretty simple. Still haven't starved to death yet, so that'll be something to work on. Exit the bed. Let's get dressed, bad boy.
Kyle miraculously.
Let's see, then we go to the kitchen. Gotta eat. Kyle's gotta eat, homie.
Kyle opened the. Kyle.
Alright. This takes quite a bit. Even when, like,
Kyle
I've
walked
done
over to
these
the
endings,
strange
so I know
door
where
in the
they are.
hallway, but found quickly that the door was locked from the inside. Kyle decided it would be best to try to force the door open with use of his face. After smashing his features into solid wood for several minutes, Kyle gained severe short-term amnesia.
Yeah, I've already done, like, all these endings, so I know how to do them.
Kyle,
But dang, it takes a while. Definitely with the voice acting.
finding that techno... Sitting across...
Excuse me. Lord.
Good evening, Kyle, she said, looking him in the eyes. I've been looking forward to being here. Kyle responded. Hello. You. Kyle's ears began to ring from his concussion. Rachel looked at Kyle, slightly confused, but continued smiling. Before she noticed the glazed look in Kyle's eyes, the producer approached.
Time to get started,
He said, putting a hand on Kyle's shoulder.
let's get...
Kyle sat in the nearest chair, which was Rachel's. After a moment, Rachel hesitantly sat in the host chair. A moment after seating, the studio lights brightened and the cameras clicked on. Good morning, everyone, said Kyle. My name is... Kyle made a desperate effort to remember his name, or really anything. Kyle looked at Rachel. Do you know who I am? He asked. Rachel looked back, confused. Who are you? Well, if you're not Kyle, I don't know who you are. Rachel smiled sweetly. Kyle made up his mind that he was probably Kyle. Well, he said, I'm Kyle. Eventually, Rachel spoke again. And I'm Rachel. Hi, everyone. She waved. Hi, Rachel, said Kyle. So why are we here? Rachel was visibly worried. Ha ha, funny, she said. Weren't you planning on asking me any questions? I mean, I don't have any ideas, said Kyle. Kyle kept staring at Rachel. Someone coughed. Kyle looked around and noticed the crew. Who on earth are all of you? He asked. Nobody answered. Kyle got out of his chair and walked off frame, leaving Rachel alone with millions of viewers. Rachel smiled at the camera nervously. Well, she said, let me tell you some knock-knock jokes. Eventually, the producer ended the broadcast early due to technical issues. Kyle woke up in his bed the next day, remembering nothing about what had happened.
Sorry, I keep skipping some of the things. I'm gonna try to do better. I've already heard a lot of this, so I think even though it's been a while since I've played this game, I just think I've already heard it before, so I gotta skip it. I gotta do better. My bad. I don't think I skipped too much there, but skipped more than I should have. Alright. Let's see. We need to exit the bed. Oh, get dressed as per usual.
Kyle decided to take some time to...
Yeah, I'm not talking about like skipping stuff like this either. I'm talking about like skipping the... Oh, that's the wrong thing. Going to do the Gabby
quickly
ending.
crouched down on the floor, realizing his immediate need for...
Gossip.
Kyle firmly pressed his ear into the carpet, hoping to hear some stray words from the neighbors below. I heard Rachel May is going on a trip out of the country soon. Oh, girlfriend, tell me more.
I think I'm gonna save the like put together ending till the very end of the video because that's my favorite.
Well, what I will tell you is that every night I don a mask that looks like a bug and fight misdoers. There was a stunned silence. Then a door opened and someone exited the neighbor's apartment.
I remember something super funny happens if you freaking eat Gabby when you Alright, let's see. Open fridge. Let's eat some food.
Ketchup.
Go get Gabby.
Kyle.
Into hallway. Leave the apartment.
Kyle approached his downstairs neighbor's door and knocked. A middle-aged woman named Gabby answered the door. Kyle unhinged his jaw and swallowed Gabby whole. Job done, Kyle returned to the middle of the street. This phone. Kyle continued. Furthermore, when I saw... The attendant looked at Kyle, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Feeling he had made his argument, Kyle decided to leave. Kyle hurried to the set. Sitting across from his host chair was a glamorous woman with an air of genuinity. As Kyle approached her, Rachel looked up and smiled. Good evening, Kyle, she said. Kyle responded. And A moment after seating, the studio lights brightened and the cameras clicked on. "Good evening, everybody," said Kyle. "My neighbor is a bug vigilante." With nothing more to say on the matter, he fell silent. Rachel, also on camera, stared at her hands and wondered when she was going to be introduced. The producer started cutting to different camera angles to break the tension. Kyle continued to remain silent and stare forward blankly. After several minutes, Kyle's stomach began to bubble and pop. Suddenly, his neck shot straight upwards. Sprouting from his mouth was an outstretched hand. Gabby climbed out of Kyle's mouth and walked to the center of the set. "Hi, everyone," she said, smiling hollowly. "My name is Gabby, and I'm not a bug vigilante." False. Kyle looked at Gabby and then returned to staring forwards. Gabby began to reply, but was interrupted by a bug-shaped intercom on her belt.
Bug girl,
It squawked.
a robbery's in progress on East 3rd. Report immediate.
Gabby threw the intercom on the ground and crushed it under her foot. After a beat, she spoke tightly. "Something has come up suddenly and I must go." Gabby left the set. "Well," said Kyle, "that's all the time we have for tonight. Thanks for joining us, Rachel." Kyle got up, shook Rachel's hand again, and walked past the cameras, leaving her alone. Not knowing what else to do, the producer ended the broadcast. In the coming days, fans of both Rachel and Kyle dubbed this show as a masterpiece of television. Stay Up Late with Kyle's online pages were updated to reflect this broadcast as the most popular ever. Kyle's producer later tried to have Rachel on the show again, but she was very, very, very busy.
Kyle talked about Gabby ending. Now I just think... Let me check something real quick. That's ending 25, by the way. Alright, let's go to the main menu. How many have I... Unlocks. That's how you do it. Alright. So... I think the only one I haven't done... Let me look at this thing over here real quick. Yeah, I did all the starting ones pretty much. So, I'm just gonna do the starvation one.
Kyle
and then...
woke up. He is famous.
Actually, I need to check something after this one. Exit the bed. Let's see. Trying to think. I wonder if, because I've only done, this will be my 26th ending.
Kyle decided.
I'm wondering if the 5 I'm missing are like the last 5 for like the complete ending. I'm not sure. I just know I don't
Kyle,
need to eat, so.
A middle-aged woman named Gab. "Good morning, neighbor," said Kyle cheerfully. "Gabby," asked Kyle, "tell me about yourself." Gabby stiffened. "Oh, you know," she said, putting on a fake smile. "I just sit around here. Yes, I don't get around much, never go out at night. I just stay here, right here." Gabby glared at Kyle. Convinced by Gabby's statement, Kyle bid her goodbye and returned to the street. Kyle wanted...
Gotta go faster than the narrator. Alright, let's starve to death.
Sitting across from his host chair was a glamorous woman with an air of genuinity. As Kyle approached her, Rachel looked up and smiled. "Good evening, Kyle," she said, looking him in the eyes. "I've been looking forward to being here." Kyle responded. "And I as well, Rachel," answered Kyle, extending his hand in greeting. "You are a most welcome guest." After other mild exchanges of pleasantries, Kyle and Rachel were prompted to take their places for the broadcast. A moment after seating, the studio lights brightened and the cameras clicked on. "Good evening, everyone," said Kyle, looking at the camera. "Welcome back to Stay Up Late with Kyle. Tonight, I have the pleasure of interviewing the lovely Rachel May, who needs no more introduction."
I haven't started yet?
Kyle motioned to Rachel, who smiled and waved at the camera. "Hello, Kyle," she said. "I'm glad to be here." In response,
Nice.
Kyle collapsed on the floor. From a combination of stressful preparation and not eating anything, Kyle had passed out. Nobody in the studio quite knew what to do with him. They began to poke Kyle in the back to see if he moved. After a while, they ended the broadcast, shut off the lights, and went home. Kyle was left face first on the floor.
The easiest ending. Kyle prepared by starving himself. Ending 26. Yeah, let me check something real quick. Oh, no. That's not what I meant to do. Alright, let's go to the endings. Okay. Yeah, these are the ones that are the last ones. Should I save those? I don't even know what this one is. We'll do Rachel was guilty last because this one's my favorite ending by far. It's pretty much like the tie together of the whole game. Alright. So now we gotta do the hot dog stuff. Perfect. Okay, sure. I can't let you do the hot dog stuff before you get the final ending. I think that's on purpose, probably. See, I got the hot dog thing now. Sick. I'm only missing one ending, but I'm gonna get all the endings like I said in this video, so I gotta redo them all. I guess they added an ending after I stopped playing it, so that'll be interesting.
Kyle woke up. He is famous.
Great jobs.
Kyle thought very carefully about the first move of his day.
I'm a hot dog man.
Kyle laid in bed for a moment, thinking about the day ahead. Kyle had become a hot dog vendor. He must now prepare for his first day running a hot dog stand.
Oh, I remember a super easy one. Go get some food. Open the closet. Back to bedroom. I want to eat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Being in the kitchen gave Kyle a massive amount of hot dog-related nostalgia. He stood still, pondering. Kyle continued to think about hot dogs. Kyle still continued to think about hot dogs. He thought about their flavor. He thought about how different brands tasted different. Kyle thought about hot dog texture and their feeling in his hand. Kyle was still thinking about hot dogs. Kyle's skin began to dissolve its bonds and melt from standing still too long. He began to spread across the floor, creating small puddles through the kitchen. Kyle's jaw caved, causing the top of his head to slowly drop backwards and point towards the ceiling. Kyle sunk lower and lower. His height was soon half of what it was before. Chunks of skin fell to the ground. Kyle's fingers and legs fell off, dissolving into drops of ooze as they dropped. Kyle was a large puddle of melted skin with bumps where his main features used to be. Kyle's atoms had lost all of their bonds. He had turned into nothing more than a meat-based soup. Kyle stopped thinking about hot dogs and moved on with his day.
Did he now?
Kyle wanted to ask. Kyle opened the fridge, intending to find something to eat. Kyle searched through the fridge, trying to find hot dogs. His search turned up nothing. Kyle was not surprised, as he never stored meat in his refrigerator. Kyle opened the fridge, intending to find something to eat. Kyle pointed his neck to... After many gurgles, popped. Kyle made his way to the street corner. But there was a problem. In his rush to collect the things he would need to properly be a hot dog salesman, Kyle had forgotten to put on clothes. Kyle decided to continue and hope nobody noticed. Unfortunately, many people noticed. Kyle spent his night in jail for indecent exposure. The next day, Kyle was released with a small fine. He had missed his opportunity to sell hot dogs.
Kyle's a hot dog endings. Alright. Ending 27. Kyle went to jail. Well, I actually have to quit for the night soon. I'm gonna try to get to like 30 something endings before I quit. I gotta go to class in the morning. Alright. Reset. Paint jobs.
Kyle thought very carefully about the first. Kyle laid in bed for a moment, thinking about the day ahead. He would produce another episode of his long-running show, yes. Kyle thought about making breakfast, the same breakfast he'd been making for the past 9 years. Kyle thought about the clothes he would wear. They had not changed for a long time. Kyle waited for something new and interesting to enter his head, something fresh. Kyle continued to wait. Nothing came to mind. In a sudden moment of inspiration, Kyle threw his covers to the ground and stepped out of bed. Kyle had made a decision. Today would not be part of an old journey. Today would be the start of something new. Kyle walked over to his desk and opened the middle drawer. He slowly removed an ancient, withered stick of meat. Today, Kyle planned to make good on his childhood passion, the career he had abandoned to become a talk show host. Kyle looked caringly at the crusty hot dog in his hands. Then, he smiled. Then he bent his lips downwards and slowly sucked the hot dog into his mouth and down into his stomach. Kyle had become a hot dog vendor. He must now prepare for his first day running a hot dog stand.
Yeah, I skipped down the first one on accident. Let's put our uniform on.
Kyle decided to take some time to choose the perfect outfit, knowing how important appearance is. Kyle put on his hot dog suit, which he had made by stitching hot dogs together when he was a child.
Alright, let's scavenge.
Kyle quickly crouched down on the floor, realizing his immediate need for... Kyle started looking around for hot dogs. He crawled around, spreading layers of mold to the side with his hands and picking out interesting items. Kyle couldn't find any hot dogs, but instead he found a pile of love letters he had written in high school. Kyle pocketed the envelopes and got back to his feet.
Okay. No, we're not going to the marketing agency yet. Let's talk to
Kyle
Gabby.
approached his downstairs neighbor's door and knocked. A middle-aged woman named Gabby answered the door. "Good morning, neighbor," said Kyle cheerfully. Gabby looked at Kyle expectantly. "Gabby, this is important," said Kyle. "Do you have a pen I could borrow?" "Kyle," said Gabby, "don't you have even a single pen of your own?" "No, Gabby," said Kyle, clutching her arms and looking into her eyes. "I haven't written since high school." Gabby stared at Kyle and pursed her lips. After a moment, she took a pen out of her pocket. "Kyle, I'll give you a pen, but please be careful with what you write. Harsh words are a weapon to wield carefully." Kyle mumbled agreement, took the pen, and skipped away from Gabby's house.
Gonna do our love letter.
Kyle took out the letters from his pocket and set them on the desk. Kyle looked at the letter in front of him for a moment. Then, in a burst of inspiration, he started to write. Kyle decided to make some important comments about his high school crush that had been on his mind. After being upfront and honest, Kyle had produced a letter that was definitely weapon-like in nature.
Boom.
Kyle made his way to the street corner. After a long day of preparation, Kyle felt very ready for his first outing as a hot dog salesman. Kyle started to unpack his things onto the corner of the street. As Kyle was unpacking, his hand brushed the old love letters he had picked up earlier. He stopped. Something tugged at Kyle's heart. These letters were a piece of himself. These letters were a piece of history. Kyle realized it was time to give these letters to their original intended recipients. Kyle looked at the top letter of the stack. It was addressed to Abigail, a girl Kyle had liked during high school. Abigail had moved to the other side of the city with her husband a few years ago, but Kyle was willing to make the trip. Kyle skipped away to Abigail's house, letter in hand. It wasn't that Kyle liked Abigail anymore. It wasn't that he missed her. To Kyle, this was more important than that. After an hour of walking, Kyle finally reached Abigail's front door. With excitement in his heart, Kyle took a breath and knocked on the door. Abigail opened it.
Kyle!
She said, smiling. "What are you doing here? It's been so long."
Oh, Lord.
"Abby," said Kyle, "I have something I want to read to you." Kyle looked into Abigail's eyes, smiled, and opened the letter. "Hi, Abby," he read. "I do not understand how people can appreciate you. I pretend to have a crush on you, but it's only because I'm bored. I don't actually like you much at all. It starts with the fact that you're not attractive. If you took more time on your appearance, I might like you for real. But that wouldn't solve the problem of your bland and meaningless personality. That you probably can't fix." Kyle looked up and finished. "I would tell you to keep trying, but I'm not convinced it would make a difference." Abigail looked at Kyle softly.
Oh, Kyle!
She said,
Have you been bottling that up since high school?
She gave Kyle a supportive hug.
I'm sure that's been on your mind, and I'm glad you got it off your chest.
Kyle accepted the hug. "It really has been. I've been thinking about it a lot." The two chatted idly for a while about high school and where their classmates were now. After about an hour, Kyle decided it was time to leave. Abigail and Kyle said their goodbyes. She told him to keep getting his feelings out so he could get past them. As Kyle walked home, he realized how incredibly abnormal it was to have such caring friends. Perhaps tomorrow he would start selling hot dogs. But tonight, he was glad to have instead spent his time with good company.
Downtown hot dog innings. Kyle reignited a friendship. Okay. Kyle reignited a friendship. I'm pretty sure there's another one you do where you don't get the pin from Gabby, so I'm gonna do that one next because I'm already there. Reset. Paint jobs.
Kyle thought very carefully about the first move of his day.
Oh, that was ending 28, by the way. So, we're getting there. Plugging away at that bad boy. You feel me?
Kyle laid in bed for a... Kyle had become a hot dog.
I'm waiting my clothes.
Kyle put on his... Feeling fairly hungry, Kyle bent over and took a large bite out of his suit. He felt refreshed. It wasn't enough. Kyle continued to eat his clothing. Soon, Kyle had eaten most of the suit. The chunks that were left were enough to act as clothes, but barely. Kyle felt satisfied. The hot dogs had nourished him greatly, functionally giving him more time in his day.
Oh, I forgot about that. Lord. I didn't mean to do that. Whoops. Oh well.
Kyle searched through his... But Kyle had moved his hot dog stash.
Wait, did I get the letter? Ah, I messed up. What?
Kyle started looking around for hot dogs. He crawled around, spreading layers of
Yeah.
Kyle...
I must have clicked the wrong thing on accident. Oh gosh.
Kyle approached
I don't want
a
your pen.
middle-aged woman.
Doesn't matter.
Eventually, Kyle...
Good thing about hot dogs. Let's do that. Take this
Kyle
love
was
letter.
still thinking about hot dogs. Kyle made his way to the street corner. After a long day of... Kyle started... As Kyle was unpacking, his hand brushed the old love letters he had picked up earlier. Something tugged at Kyle's heart. These letters were a piece of himself. These letters were a piece of history. Kyle realized it was time to give these letters to their original intended recipients. Kyle looked at the top letter of the stack. It was addressed to Abigail, a girl Kyle had liked during high school. Abigail had moved to the other side of the city with her husband a few years ago, but Kyle was willing to make the trip. Kyle skipped away to Abigail's house, letter in hand. It wasn't that Kyle liked Abigail anymore. It wasn't that he missed her. To Kyle, this was more important than that.
18.
After an hour of walking, Kyle finally reached Abigail's front door. With excitement in his heart, Kyle took a breath and knocked on the door. Abigail opened it.
Kyle,
She said, smiling.
what are you doing here? It's been so long.
Abby, said Kyle, I have something I want to read to you. Kyle took the letter to Abigail clutched in his hands and opened it for the first time in 14 years. Dear Abby, he read, I feel funny when I look at you. Sometimes I think about you when I lie awake at night, but also sometimes not, but that's less often. I also talk about you constantly to everyone when you're not around, but it's not always good things. Sometimes I also steal your lunches when you're not looking and keep them in a drawer at my house to look at when I'm bored. I want you to promise me something. Kyle looked at Abby meaningfully. Promise you like me. And if you do like me, please show me by shoving live fish down your throat as a sign of dedication. Abigail shut the door. Kyle looked up from the letter and stopped reading. He looked at the door in front of him. He realized that Abigail probably had something to do, so he decided to leave her the letters to read later. Kyle pressed the letters against the door and pushed firmly. He took a nearby rock and drove it through the papers into the door so Abigail could not miss them. With evening dawning, Kyle went home, satisfied that he had finished an old chapter of his life. When Kyle got home, he realized that he loved writing letters to Abigail. He decided that he would continue to do so every day and make her his pen pal. Kyle fell asleep with a smile. It had been a good day.
Kyle got a pen pal. What ending is this? 29. Nice. We'll do the fish ending as well, because I remember there was a fish option for the letters. Letters are all easy. Super easy. Oh, baby.
Kyle laid in bed for a moment.
Not gonna lie, redoing these endings is not as entertaining as doing them the first time. Crazily enough.
Kyle put on his hot dog suit. Kyle popped.
Go to Gabby's. Give me your pen, lady.
A middle-aged woman. Good morning, Gabby.
Okay, let's write about some fish.
Kyle took out the letters from his pocket and set them on the desk. Kyle looked at the letter in front of him for a moment. Then, in a burst of inspiration, he started to write. Kyle decided Abigail probably wanted to hear about fish. After writing about fish for a couple hours, Kyle finished and got up from the desk. Kyle made his way to the street corner. After a long day of preparation, Kyle felt very ready for his first outing as a hot dog salesman. Kyle started to unpack his things onto the corner of the street. As Kyle was unpacking, his hand brushed the old love letters he had picked up earlier. He stopped. Something tugged at Kyle's heart. These letters were a piece of himself. These letters were a piece of history. Kyle realized it was time to give these letters to their original intended recipients. Kyle looked at the top letter of the stack. It was addressed to Abigail, a girl Kyle had liked during high school. Abigail had moved to the other side of the city with her husband a few years ago, but Kyle was willing to make the trip. Kyle skipped away to Abigail's house, letter in hand. It wasn't that Kyle liked Abigail anymore. It wasn't that he missed her. To Kyle, this was more important than that. After an hour of walking, Kyle finally reached Abigail's front door. With excitement in his heart, Kyle took a breath and knocked on the door. Abigail opened it.
Kyle,
She said, smiling.
what are you doing here? It's been so long.
Abby, said Kyle, I have something I want to read to you. Kyle took the letter to Abigail clutched in his hand, opened it, and began to read. "Hello, Abigail," said Kyle. "I am very obsessed with fish. Sometimes I glue fish to my face and on my feet so I can feel like I am a fish. Then I wallow on the floor. I would not mind watching you eat whole fish. I believe consuming fish is a good way to bond with each other." Kyle looked at Abigail briefly to emphasize his next sentence. "I wish you were a fish, because I like fish much better than you."
Oof.
Abigail put her hand on Kyle's letter.
Kyle, stop!
She said,
There's no need for that, because I am already a fish.
Abigail suddenly sprouted fins from her waist. Her face turned into a gasping bass face with bugged eyes. Abigail fell to the ground and started flailing around, making wet slapping sounds against the pavement. Kyle was delighted. Kyle, Abigail, and her husband started a fast friendship. They spent evenings talking, laughing, and sharing meals. They talked about fish often. It was fulfilling and meaningful to all of them. Kyle had found a new set of friends.
Kyle found a fish. Ending 30. Alright guys, I'm gonna call it here for tonight but it's all gonna be one video. I'm just gonna take this back up tomorrow. I'm gonna go through my videos some more and just write down the endings so it'll be easier. Alright, let's get crack-a-lacking back on these endings. Last we left off, I think we had 30. Yep. We found a fish. Alright.
Kyle woke up. Kyle thought very carefully about the first move of his day. Kyle laid in bed for a moment. Kyle had become a hot dog vendor.
Hot dog vendor. Hot diggity dog, baby.
Kyle decided to take some time to choose the perfect outfit, knowing how Kyle put on his hot dog suit, which he had made by stitching hot dogs together when he was a child.
To desk, we're going to check in the desk drawer. We're going to do something else.
Kyle grabbed the small key he kept in his desk.
Let's see. I'm pretty sure there's stuff in the pantry and stuff. Well, I
Kyle
know there
wanted
is
to
because I
access
watched
the
my video.
pantry, but found it was locked with a small keyhole. The pantry door lock creaked as if it hadn't moved for years, but eventually opened. Instead of an assortment of canned goods and grains, Kyle's pantry stored his massive amount of bottled lard. Kyle searched around the pantry for a selection of hot dogs. After a few minutes of searching, Kyle found several stashes of old hot dogs loose and in paper bags. He gathered them together and saw that he had a serviceable amount of hot dogs. Kyle walked over to the strange door in the hallway, but found quickly that the door was locked from the inside. With a hum and a pop, Kyle used his massive knowledge of hot dog magic to change the door handle into a hot dog. Kyle sucked the hot dog into his mouth, opened the door, and walked through.
Boom.
Kyle started looking around for anything he could use to make a hot dog stand. Kyle rooted around the scattered boxes and loose items. He picked up buckets, pieces of wood, rusty nails, and bits of string. Soon, he had enough loose items to be reasonably sure of being able to craft a stand that wouldn't fall over. Kyle stopped thinking about hot dogs and moved on with his day.
Alright,
Kyle made his way to the street corner. After a long day of preparation, Kyle felt very ready for his first outing as a hot dog salesman. Kyle started to unpack his things onto the corner of the street. Kyle took out his cart pieces and began to assemble them. With a little trouble, Kyle was able to finish constructing a serviceable hot dog stand. Kyle started to tear chunks out of the stand he had just constructed and shoved them into his mouth. Within moments, the stand had lost most of its structural stability and collapsed into a pile on the ground. Kyle did not stop. He took no enjoyment from eating his hot dog stand, but knew he must continue. A small crowd formed around Kyle. Kyle stopped eating. He slowly craned his neck to look at the people circled around him. Kyle knew he needed to impress the people gathered around him in order to sell hot dogs. Kyle forced a smile on his face and looked at his nearest to-be customer. Kyle's eyes were blank and without mirth. Kyle had chosen to grin at Tyler Rough and Gruff McPherson, which was a mistake. Tyler screamed to the heavens in an unbridled rage, raised both fists into the air, and slammed Kyle's face into the concrete. Tyler began curb-stomping Kyle with alternating feet, screaming endlessly. Kyle was confused. Something was familiar about this situation, like a whisper of a dream coming back after being hidden for many years. Still screaming, Tyler scooped Kyle into his mouth and swallowed him whole.
Hey, about time.
And that's when Kyle remembered. Kyle was brought back to his time as a child. He spent his childhood in the yard finding sticks. He didn't eat. He had no family. Or did he have a family? Was there a kind mother behind him? A father coming home soon? A brother? A sister? No, there was not. But there was Tyler. Tyler had started as a bump on Kyle's hand. Kyle had thought it was a bug bite or small irritation. Over time, the bump grew in size. Soon, it sprouted teeth. Kyle nurtured the bump by feeding it sticks. It continued to grow and become ever more hungry. But one day, Kyle noticed that the bump had changed. The hungry bump had turned into a large, hairy, loud man who was also hungry. The man burst from Kyle's arm and ran off into the distance, never to be seen again. Not until today. Kyle, now in Tyler's stomach, realized that he would have a hard time selling hot dogs if he could not move on his own. Kyle stretched out, inserting his arms and feet into the inside of Tyler's limbs. Kyle began to move Tyler around, grasping at hot dogs on the table and throwing them toward Kyle's customers. Tyler was annoyed and started swinging his arms wildly and running in circles. Kyle and Tyler fought for control over Tyler's motor functions. Hot dogs were sent flying, trash cans sprayed along the sidewalk. After many, many hours of fighting, Kyle and Tyler calmed down. They sat down on the sidewalk. Kyle explained his feelings to Tyler. Kyle used Tyler's mouth to respond. As the two talked, they realized their mutual love of business, sociology, politics. Kyle and Tyler decided to go into business together. The next day was the start of a hot dog empire. Kyle and Tyler, working as a single unit, became the foremost hot dog salespeople in the nation. Their success knew no bounds. Within months, Kyle had blasted past the popularity of his old talk show. Kyle and Tyler remained good friends and were never seen apart from each other. Mostly because Kyle never managed to crawl his way back to the real world.
Kyle met Tyler. About fuse their names together because they're fused now. Kyler. Alright. Ending 31. Gotta blow my nose. I'll be back. For this brief commercial break. Back to business.
Kyle thought Kyle had become a... Kyle decided to take some time to... Kyle put on his hot dog suit, which he had made by
Yeah, a lot of these are the same. Like the same thing, just different options. That's what we're gonna do.
Kyle walked the pantry. Instead of an assortment of... Kyle searched around the pantry for... After he...
Oh, Lord. Trying his best to read the parts.
Kyle walked over to... With a... Kyle rooted...
Actually, I'm going to try to skip to the end of the session. I think that was an option. Because these have a lot of the similar endings.
After a long day of preparation, Kyle started to unpack his things. Kyle took out his cart pieces and began to assemble them. With a little trouble, Kyle was able to finish constructing a serviceable hot dog stand. Kyle then started to place the hot dogs he had brought into the cart. They were cold, but Kyle had never cooked his hot dogs as a child and didn't want to start now. His prep finished, Kyle looked around and smiled, waiting for his first customer. It was then that Kyle realized he had not bothered to acquire any advertisement for his cart.
What?
If the hot dog stand would be a success, Kyle realized he would need to advertise all on his own. Kyle thought about his advertising options. Without hesitation, Kyle craned his neck towards the sky and let loose a blood-curdling scream like none other. Everyone around Kyle stopped to look at him, unhappy with the noise. Kyle's scream continued and became more and more distasteful. Soon, there was not a person in his city that was not unhappy with Kyle's screaming. Kyle continued to scream throughout the night and into the next day. People began to stop next to Kyle, foregoing work to stand and frown. The reach of his scream began to spread, reaching nearby cities, then states, then countries. The world grew a distaste for Kyle's screaming. Families spent their evenings frowning. Nobody was terribly happy. A petition to move humanity away from Kyle's screaming was created. Everyone signed it. All of the nations of the world put their minds together and created a shuttle for humanity to leave Earth. Within a day, the human race had left on a trip to a new planet, away from the sound of Kyle's screams. Kyle continued to scream for many years, hoping someone would buy a hot dog so he could stop. But there was nobody left to buy any hot dogs. Kyle was all alone.
Kyle was alone. And an achievement. Two. Alright, let's do that one. Perfect.
Kyle made his... With a little trouble, Kyle was able to... Kyle then started... They were cold, but Kyle thought about his advertising options. Kyle figured that he would just get lucky and everything would work out okay. As people passed by, Kyle looked at them intently and grinned. Few noticed him. Those that noticed didn't stop. Soon, Kyle realized that in order to sell hot dogs, he needed to become more lucky. Kyle picked up his things and walked over to the local leprechaun pit. Leprechauns began crawling out of the depths and circled around Kyle. A single elder leprechaun stepped forward, twirling his beard with one finger.
"What seeketh this man from the council of the leprechauns and disturb us from our slumber?"
asked the leprechaun. Kyle spoke confidently. "I want to sell hot dogs." The leprechaun smiled and began stroking his chin.
"Oh, yes, I understand."
The leprechaun turned around.
"We can give you what you search for,"
said the leprechaun.
"but be aware it will not come easily."
Kyle paused, thinking about the offer. The leprechauns jumped onto Kyle's face and started force-feeding themselves to him. Kyle's eyes bugged out, and he started swirling around and waving his hands, but the leprechauns did not stop. Soon, Kyle had been force-fed every leprechaun in the pit. Kyle realized the leprechauns must have imbued him with their luck. Kyle rushed back to his stand, excited to try his new luck on hot dog sales. Kyle stood behind his hot dog cart and smiled. In fact, though, the leprechauns had been wrong. They had not imbued Kyle with their luck. Kyle had swallowed them needlessly. Kyle did not sell any hot dogs at his stand. Over the next couple weeks, Kyle hacked up leprechauns into the toilet every morning.
Alright, ending 33. Kyle ate the leprechauns. Oh, too far. Alright.
With a little trouble, Kyle was able to finish
Let's do this one real quick.
Kyle stopped eating. Wordlessly, Kyle reached into his mouth. Keeping eye contact with the crowd, he grabbed the topmost chunk of stand and drew it upwards. The atmosphere of wariness became potent. Kyle started to pull chunks out of his stomach very quickly. He threw them into a pile on the ground. As the crowd watched, terrified, Kyle began sticking the pieces of the stand together with his stomach juices. Soon, Kyle had recreated his hot dog stand. But Kyle realized that his stand was only step one. With an audience around him, he must start selling his hot dogs. Kyle skipped behind his new stand, took out several old hot dogs from his pack, and laid them on the table. Nobody moved. The hot dogs began spinning violently on the table and spitting flame. Kyle's stomach juices had acted as a catalyst to a festering chemical reaction inside of the food, making them unstable. One by one, the hot dogs started to balloon, doubling and tripling in size every second. Kyle tried to contain the hot dogs by smashing them with his fists. On contact, the hot dogs exploded with massive force, throwing the crowd backwards across the road. Dripping with hot dog pulp, Kyle made a realization about himself. For him, it wasn't about the hot dogs. It wasn't about the customers. It was about the adventure. Kyle left the ruins of his hot dog stand with a new purpose. He would follow the heart of adventure and not look back. The next day, Kyle embarked on a journey to the jungle to find a healthy amount of adventure. By the time he arrived, Kyle forgot why he had come. After a moment of milling, he decided to buy a return ticket home.
Alright, ending 34. Kyle adventured. Alrighty. I'm glad they put this reset today in button. That's very nice, actually.
With a little trouble, Kyle was able to finish Kyle then... They were cold, but Kyle... If Kyle thought about his advertisement...
Let's not eat the leprechauns.
What's... Kyle spoke. The leprechaun... Weak. Kyle paused, thinking about the offer. The leprechauns looked at Kyle, tears in their eyes. The lead leprechaun turned back to Kyle sadly.
Is our leprechaun magic not pleasing to you?
Kyle did not know what to say. He stared blankly forward, saddened to cause disappointment. The leprechauns looked devastated. They hung their heads and slowly crawled back into their pit. Kyle was silent. He shuffled his feet awkwardly. Then, in a moment of pure empathy, Kyle flung himself into the leprechaun pit. Kyle landed on top of the leprechauns, immediately squishing them all. Within a few short moments, Kyle had destroyed years of Irish history and legend. Kyle realized what had happened. He sheepishly crawled out of the pit and back to his apartment. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. After several hours, Kyle decided to never try to change his career again.
Kyle destroyed culture. Ending 35. Alright. I think there's one more to do, and then I can do the options again.
Kyle, with a little... Kyle then started to place the hot dogs he had brought into the cart. They were cold. If the hot dog stand would be a success, Kyle realized he would need to advertise all on his own. Kyle thought about his advertising options. Kyle could not think of a better marketing strategy than good old-fashioned personal connection. Kyle waited for a pedestrian to walk by. Soon, a young couple walked towards him, holding hands and laughing with each other. Kyle grabbed the young man's hand from the woman, drew him close, and looked into his eyes pleadingly. "Hey you," Kyle whispered. "There's something I need you to do for me." Kyle drew the man's hand from in front of his face and down to rest on the pile of hot dogs on his cart. He patted the top of the man's hand. There was a long, long silence. Nobody moved. Then Kyle got bored and started repeatedly smashing his own face into the hot dog pile. My hot dogs, please! Kyle started to scream uncontrollably. The couple stood, frozen, watching Kyle bludgeon his face against the cart. Then, suddenly, Kyle used his deep knowledge of hot dog magic to start shooting hot dogs from his fingertips. Kyle shot the hot dogs across every part of the street. They came out of his fingers in massive amounts. Kyle couldn't resist. He tipped his fingers into his mouth and began to consume all of the hot dogs himself. Kyle didn't stop eating the hot dogs flying from his fingers. He continued to eat all evening and into the next day. Kyle didn't want to stop eating, but he knew he had responsibilities to take care of. Kyle started to walk to his studio, keeping his hands lodged in his mouth the whole way. Kyle conducted the night's interview while consuming hot dogs, and the next night's, and the next. Kyle never stopped eating hot dogs. It became part of his personality as much as anything else. Kyle began to not enjoy eating hot dogs at all times, but since it was now expected of him, he continued. Eating hot dogs became nothing more than part of his job, just like getting dressed in the morning in tax forms. Kyle had expanded his professional skill set.
Alright, Kyle has expanded his skill set. Ending 36. Alright, now we gotta actually do other options. So, well, there's one that's super similar that we're gonna do now with Techno Gym.
Kyle thought very... Kyle decided to take some time to choose the perfect outfit, knowing...
The biggest fault in this expansion was the fact that they didn't have Rachel May in it, that I remember too much. I thought she was like one of the better characters by far.
Kyle grabbed the small key he kept in his desk.
Okay. Go to the kitchen, get my hot dog magic.
Kyle wanted to access the pantry door. Instead of after a few minutes,
And like I said, if you want to hear the dialogue to the starting point, I've already read it. I'm not going to read it again because that would take
Kyle
forever.
Walked over to the strange door in the hallway, but found quick.
The first ending in this set would have the actual dialogue.
Sucked the hot dog. Kyle started looking around for anything. Quickly, before the attendant could acknowledge him, Kyle grabbed Techno Jim by the shoulders. Finding that Techno Jim's cardboard feet were bolted to the ground, Kyle started to heave upwards. After several tugs, Techno Jim broke free, leaving one foot and one leg behind. Kyle glanced at the attendant, who was staring, bewildered, and ran outside. Kyle made his way to the street corner. After a long day of preparation, Kyle felt very ready for his first outing as a hot dog salesman. Kyle started to unpack his things onto the corner of the street. Kyle took out his cart pieces and began to assemble them. With a little trouble, Kyle was able to finish constructing a serviceable hot dog stand. Kyle then started to place the hot dogs he had brought into the cart. They were cold, but Kyle had never cooked his hot dogs as a child and didn't want to start now. His prep finished, Kyle looked around and smiled, waiting for his first customer. But after waiting a moment and getting bored, Kyle decided to use Techno Jim as his first customer. Kyle set Techno Jim in front of his cart. He stood and looked at him for a second, smiling. Then he spoke. "Techno Jim," said Kyle, smirking slightly. "Would you like to buy my first hot dog?" Techno Jim refused.
Rude.
Kyle's smirk turned into a frown. "Techno Jim, why don't you want to buy one of my hot dogs?" Techno Jim was not able to eat hot dogs. Kyle was exasperated. "Well then, Techno Jimbo, what could I possibly offer you that you would be interested in?" Techno Jim would be happy to eat Kyle.
Huh.
Kyle stared blankly at Techno Jim, confused. Jimbo would be happy to eat Kyle. Techno Jim reached across the hot dog stand and hoisted Kyle towards his face. In one smooth motion, Techno Jim opened his mouth and ingested Kyle whole. There was a quiet sound of something sliding down the inside of Techno Jim's stomach. Then, there was silence.
Dang, Techno Jim, bro. Ending 37, Techno Jim. My dang, I don't know who runs around at night, but Jesus, my dude. You heavy behemoth.
Kyle woke up. Kyle thought very carefully about the Kyle had been... Kyle decided to take some time to choose the perfect outfit. Kyle put on his hot dog suit, which he had made by stitching hot dogs together when he was a child.
Back to this, back to room. Do I have to have the thing to open? I'm gonna try. Can I use hot dog magic without the hot dogs? I don't remember.
Kyle walked over to the strange door in the hallway, but found quickly that the door was locked from the inside. With a hum and a pop, Kyle used his massive knowledge of hot dog magic to change the door handle into a hot dog. Kyle sucked the hot dog into his mouth, opened the door, and walked through.
All right.
This was one of the many mysterious artifacts Kyle had been sent over the years. Kyle stashed the mysterious artifact for later use.
Go to the kitchen. Think about hot dogs.
Being in the kitchen gave Kyle a massive amount of hot dog-related nostalgia. He stood still, pondering. Kyle continued to think about hot dogs. Kyle still continued to think about hot dogs. He thought about their flavor. He thought about how different brands tasted different. Kyle thought about hot dog texture and their feeling in his hand. Kyle was still thinking about hot dogs. Kyle's skin began to dissolve its bonds and melt from standing still too long. He began to spread across the floor, creating small puddles through the kitchen. Kyle's jaw caved, causing the top of his head to slowly drop backwards and point towards the ceiling. Kyle sunk lower and lower. His height was soon half of what it was before. Chunks of skin fell to the ground. Kyle's fingers and legs fell off, dissolving into drops of ooze as they dropped. Kyle was a large puddle of melted skin with bumps where his main features used to be. Kyle's atoms had lost all of their bonds. He had turned into nothing more than a meat-based soup. The artifact bobbing on top of the soup of Kyle began to glow and shudder. Kyle's loose DNA had changed the artifact's power. It began to whine and lift into the air. Then, with a large bang and several flashes of light, the artifact blew into countless projectile pieces. Kyle was no longer soupy. He had been changed into a large bipedal hot dog. Kyle lived life running from grocery store clerks and hungry puppies. But his career as a talk show host flourished. Viewers from all countries tuned in every week to see the strange antics of the sentient hot dog. Since Kyle had lost his ability to speak, most of his shows consisted of waving his arms up and down very meaningfully. Kyle remained famous, but also, now, Kyle was Hot Dog.
Oh, was hot dog ending 38. Surprisingly enough means that the next ending is 39 someday. Alright.
Kyle laid in bed for a moment. Kyle had become a hot...
Closet, get my hot dog suit.
Kyle put on his hot dog suit, which he had made by stitching hot dogs together when he was a child.
Then we sit at the desk and grab the bad boy key, as per usual.
Kyle
Go to the kitchen. Grab our hot dogs. We're going to actually sell the hot dogs this time, hopefully.
Kyle wanted to access the pantry. Instead of Kyle searched around the pantry for a selection of hot dogs. After a few minutes of searching, Kyle found several stashes of old hot dogs loose and in paper bags. He gathered them together and saw that he had a serviceable amount of hot dogs.
Alright, now we grab our stand.
With a hum and a pop, Kyle used his massive knowledge of hot dog magic to change the door handle into a hot dog. Kyle sucked the hot dog into his mouth. Kyle started looking around for any... Kyle rooted around the scattered boxes and loose items. Soon, he had
I messed up. I don't have enough time.
Kyle walked over to the attendant and gave her a big smile.
I have time. Can't pretend to die with that.
Kyle took a big breath. So how does the whole marketing thing work?
Well,
Said the attendant.
we offer several packages for old and new media starting around $100 customized for your needs.
I don't have any
Kyle
money.
bit his lip. Right, so what can I get for free? The attendant stared blankly.
Not really anything.
Oops.
Kyle didn't answer and stood staring for a moment, then walked away.
Oops.
Kyle made his way to the street corner. After a long day of preparation, Kyle felt very ready for his first outing as a hot dog salesman. Kyle took out his cart.
Can I
With
get
a little
in
trouble,
here?
Kyle was able...
The guy already did them
Kyle
all.
then... If Kyle
Oh,
thought
what a
about his
mistake.
advertising options.
Restart. Oh, restart. Alright, you gotta eat the hot
Kyle
dog
thought-
suit. I didn't have enough
Kyle
time.
laid in bed for
And
a
I
moment.
forgot to get the money.
Kyle
Whoops.
decided... Kyle put on his hot dogs, feeling fit. Soon, Kyle had eaten
The desk.
Kyle...
Alright. Yeah, this is one of the longer endings.
Kyle wanted to access the pantry.
Or
The
wrong
pantry door.
things to
Instead
put
of
in.
Kyle searched around the pantry. After a few minutes, he gathered them together and saw...
I gotta do something with that lard too. Make my lard dogs.
Kyle walked over to the string with a... Kyle sucked. Kyle... Soon, he had... Kyle walked over to the attendant and gave her a big smile. Kyle walked to the desk and placed his pocket change on the table. How much marketing can I get for this? Asked Kyle. The attendant looked at his offerings.
Maybe like a piece of paper on the message board outside?
Said the attendant. Kyle wordlessly purchased the flyer and walked out the door. Kyle made his way to the street corner. After a long day of preparation, Kyle felt very ready for his first outing as a hot dog salesman. Kyle started to unpack his things onto the corner of the street. Kyle took out his cart pieces and began to assemble them. With a little trouble, Kyle was able to finish constructing a serviceable hot dog stand. Kyle then started to place the hot dogs he had brought into the cart. They were cold, but Kyle had never cooked his hot dogs as a child and didn't. His prep finished, Kyle. After a few minutes of waiting, one customer came to Kyle's stand.
Perfect.
After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the customer bought 2 hot dogs and left, pleased. About 30 minutes later, 2 girls came over to the stand and bought 1 hot dog each. Over the next few hours, Kyle received a healthy handful of customers, each left with a hot dog and a smile. As evening fell, Kyle found himself to be just about sold out of hot dogs. Tired but pleased, Kyle closed his stand for the day and wheeled it home. Kyle had made a modest but livable amount of money at his hot dog stand that day. It would be hard, but if he kept his focus, he could make it work. Millions of fans were confused as to why Kyle hadn't shown up for his show that evening. But the few that had bought a hot dog from him understood. They knew that Kyle made a decent hot dog salesman.
Kyle was a salesman. Ba-ba-ba. I actually sold some hot dogs. Nice. The whole point of this expansion. Alright. I still like the leprechauns the best, though, by far. Alright, let's do the lard ending as promised.
Kyle had become a... Kyle decided... Kyle put on his hot dog.
Doo-doo-doo. Small key, back to desk.
Kyle walked... The pantry door locked. Instead of an assortment of canned goods, Kyle...
Locked door.
Kyle walked with a... Kyle... Cut.
I think that's all I need to do for the day.
Kyle made his way to the street corner. After a long day of preparation, Kyle felt very ready for his first outing as a hot dog salesman. Kyle started to unpack his things onto the corner of the street. But as he unpacked, Kyle realized he had not taken the important step of actually acquiring any hot dogs. Kyle knew that in order to continue, he was going to need to visit somewhere close by to try to acquire hot dogs. Kyle started to ponder what he could do. He stood almost motionless, thinking as hard as he could. As Kyle thought, his hand brushed against the lard bottle in his pocket. Suddenly, Kyle felt inspired. Kyle grabbed the bottle from his pocket. He held it close to his face, inspecting the lard within. It looked beautiful. Kyle felt a leap of excitement in his chest. Kyle uncorked the bottle. He poured the lard on the ground, ready to get to work. Kyle began to knead the lard into little tubes. He set each tube aside gently, slowly making a row. Soon, Kyle had used all of the lard to create his hot dogs. He stood up and looked across the street, eager to find his first customer. There, sitting directly across from him, was an incredibly successful lard dog stand. Kyle knew this completely doomed his idea. In a horrified stupor, he wandered across the street to look more closely at the stand. It was the famous Lard from Bill, the biggest distributor of lard dogs in the Eastern Hemisphere. Kyle had stumbled across an empire. As Kyle stood gawking at the stand, the lard dog saleswoman noticed him.
Well, hi there.
She said, smiling.
What were you looking for?
That's her voice? Okay.
Kyle slowly looked into her eyes, tears all over his face. I stammered Kyle. I'll run you out of business. Kyle broke into sobs. The saleswoman watched expressionlessly as Kyle cried.
Well, she said, I guess you can try.
Her words did nothing to soothe Kyle's soul. He slowly walked away, head in hands, crying constantly. As the evening continued, Kyle calmed down. He thought about how closely he had come to commercial greatness, but it had slipped from his grasp. The next day, Kyle had forgotten about his lard dog scheme, but his creation did not go to waste. A curious passerby picked up Kyle's forgotten lard dogs. Curious, they took a bite. Within a year, lard from Bill had been run out by a new business called Lard from the Sidewalk. He did not know it, but Kyle had changed lard dogs forever.
In background, forgot hot dogs endings. We still got more to do though. Kyle created lard dogs. Noise. Okay.
Kyle's first decision. Kyle thought very carefully about the first move of his day. Kyle laid in bed for a moment, thinking
Why do I
about the
have
day
everything?
ahead.
That's weird.
Kyle thought very carefully about the Kyle laid in bed for a moment. Kyle decided. Kyle put on his hot.
Oh, give me that small key as per usual. We need to go to the kitchen, get some hot dogs.
Kyle wanted to access the pantry, but found it was locked with a small. The pantry, instead of an assortment, Kyle searched. After he.
The Gabby thing.
Kyle approached his downstairs neighbor's door and knocked. A middle-aged woman named Gabby answered the door.
Consume Gabby, as
Kyle
per usual.
unhinged his jaw and swallowed Gabby whole. Job done, Kyle returned to the middle of the street.
I know what I'm gonna do next. I'm gonna do all the ones when you don't do anything, pretty much, except for put your clothes
After
on.
several tugs, Techno Jim broke free, leaving one foot and one leg behind.
I need
Kyle
to take
glanced.
him. Oops, don't want you, Techno Jim. My bad.
Kyle made his way to the street corner. After a long day of preparation, Kyle felt very ready for his first outing as a hot dog salesman. Kyle started to unpack his things onto the corner of the street. As he unpacked, Kyle realized he had never gotten a food cart to make his hot dogs in. Kyle had no choice but to place his hot dogs on the ground. Looking at the hot dogs strewn across the sidewalk, Kyle realized he had found a golden opportunity. Kyle began to roll his hot dogs around in the dirt, pressing firmly so it would be embedded into the food. After a while, his back became sore from bending over. Kyle continued with the bottom of his shoe. Soon, all of the hot dogs had been sufficiently seasoned. Kyle swept his hot dogs into a pile and sat on the concrete next to them. Then, Kyle spat Gabby out of his mouth. Gabby tumbled to the ground. She stared at Kyle. "Gabby," said Kyle, "I need you to be my hot dog cart because I forgot to bring one." "Kyle, I really don't want to do that." Gabby got to her feet to go back to her house. But then Kyle had an idea. "Gabby, no," said Kyle excitedly. "You will sell my hot dogs and I will be your table." Kyle got down on his hands and knees and motioned with his head for Gabby to come over. Gabby pursed her lips, but having nothing better to do, decided to play along. Gabby piled the hot dogs on top of Kyle, sat on the ground behind him, and stared forward with a bored look. Within a few minutes, a curious crowd of observers had gathered. Gabby looked at them but did not speak.
Kyle began to grow worried.
Gabby,
He whispered, prodding her knee.
you need to tell them to buy my hot dogs.
Gabby smoothly put her hand on Kyle's mouth and then addressed the crowd. "Hello, everyone," said Gabby. "It is time."
The duel.
Gabby immediately started ballooning in size, sprouting new arms and mouths from every part of her body.
Oh, Jesus.
The mouths on her body opened and started to spit out camera bots. They crawled away to scour the city. Gabby had turned into her ultimate form of the Mega Bug Vigilante. Under Gabby's watch, crime was completely eliminated in the city. Peace was everywhere. But over the coming months, Gabby continued to grow and produce camera bots. Eventually, the city was completely covered by Gabby's body and creations. There was little room to sit or walk. During this time, Kyle conducted many interviews on the current state of Gabby and the benefits and deficits of her reign. But through this new, exciting, distinctive time in his life, Kyle felt a bit empty. He did not manage to sell a single hot dog.
Be protected. Ba-da-da. 41. Alright, let's knock out some of these don't do anything days, pretty much. I can do a bunch of those at once.
He is... Kyle decided to take some time. Kyle put on his hot dog suit.
Faster. Speed.
Kyle made his way to the street corner. After a long day of preparation, Kyle felt very ready for his first outing as a hot dog salesman. Kyle started to unpack his things onto the corner of the street. But as he unpacked, Kyle realized he had not taken the important step of actually acquiring any hot dogs. Kyle knew that in order to continue, he was going to need to visit somewhere close by to try to acquire hot dogs. Kyle decided that the local tech store would probably have hot dogs. Kyle skipped inside, looking forward to the lovely interaction that was upon the attendant and him. The store walls were lined with electronic gadgets and apparel important to each citizen's everyday life. Kyle was amused. He loved Techno Gym. He loved the friendly store clerks. This was a comforting place for him to be. Kyle walked straight into the employees' break room and began rummaging around for things to take with him. Within a couple minutes, Kyle had found a healthy stash of wallets and a phone, but no hot dogs. Kyle pushed past the circle of store clerks, shouting and pounding on his back to look inside the employee fridge. Inside, Kyle found several packed lunches, half-eaten subs, and a few bottled drinks, but no hot dogs. Kyle slid his way through the crowd of employees and law officials and walked outside. The sun was setting, creating a soft glow of orange in the sky. Kyle lifted his head high and breathed in deeply. He smiled. Maybe selling hot dogs wasn't what was important. The world was lovely, shining. Kyle felt like he needed to appreciate nature. Kyle was flattened by the SWAT helicopter that had been called to stop his tech store rampage. Kyle had been properly stopped. Job well done. The SWAT helicopter flew away. Being now completely flat and also washable, Kyle became the first reusable source of printer paper. Companies rented Kyle for days and months at a time to help increase printer-related productivity and reduce waste. Kyle single-handedly reduced greenhouse gas production by 56%. Eventually, Kyle was replaced with also renewable laser-engraved mold lumps. Humanity flourished.
Kyle became printable. Ending 42.
After a long day of preparation, Kyle felt very ready for his first outing as a But as Kyle knew that in order to continue, Kyle decided that it would be best to go find some hot dogs at the local orphanage. To boost their monthly income, the local orphanage ran several fundraisers that gave services to the city. Kyle subscribed to one such service. Volunteers would mash the orphans' toys and dead pets together and distribute the paste from a faucet behind the orphanage. Residents of the city could pay a subscription fee to use the faucet for a certain period of time every day. Kyle had become a regular paste subscriber to get cheap food, juice, or glue depending on what he needed. Kyle walked behind the orphanage and swung open the faucet, hoping today's slurry was suitable to make hot dogs from. For a moment, nothing came out, but then, with a loud burst, the faucet started spewing out orphans. The orphans had staged an uprising and were escaping through the faucet. Finally, free to the world, the orphans rushed forward, crushing Kyle beneath their feet. The orphans knew exactly what their plan was to be. They wasted no time putting it into action. Several orphans quickly constructed a large building. Others called their contacts in the marketing industry. Within minutes, the orphans had constructed a large hot dog restaurant. Immediately, denizens of the city began flooding through its doors to buy hot dogs. It was not long before the orphans had completely taken over the local food industry. The reach of the hot dog shop increased. People stopped buying other food. Grocery stores closed. But the orphans were not finished. They soon expanded their business to all outlets. They monopolized insurance, retail, production, art, entertainment, and everything in between. Stay Up Late with Kyle was taken off the air to be replaced with various orphan broadcasts. Soon, everything that Kyle was known for had been replaced with something orphan-related. Nevertheless, Kyle remained famous as the man who released the orphans and was featured in all of the orphan history books. Kyle did not sell any hot dogs.
Orphans were prepared. Oh yeah. Ending 43. Alright. Warehouse time.
Kyle jumped into action, knowing time was of the essence. He turned around, briefly surveyed his surroundings, and entered the first door that he saw. Kyle found himself in the middle of a dilapidated warehouse that had not seen any humans for many, many years. The warehouse walls were plastered with a thick layer of grime, sticky from the damp air. But Kyle never saw the grime. All Kyle could see were the rats. Like a bristling ocean, rats covered every surface of the warehouse, floor, ceiling, walls, and everything in between. Kyle started to grab rats with both hands and shove them into his supply pack. His pack filled quickly. Kyle continued stashing rats into every open crevice. Within minutes, his pack was jam-packed with rats. Satisfied, Kyle made his way back outside. Kyle returned to his spot on the street corner. It was around the time work let out for the evening. The street was packed with pedestrians. Kyle began to wordlessly shove rats toward the passers-by close to him. Most avoided eye contact and steered around him. A few looked at the rat in Kyle's hand and frowned. After a few minutes of trying, Kyle became very frustrated. Kyle grabbed a nearby passerby, wrenched open their mouth, and drew a rat close to shove it down their gullet. But suddenly, Kyle had a realization. It was not the rats that were unpleasant to his customers. No, Kyle had forgotten to create a mascot. "Hey, you," whispered Kyle to the man gripped in his arm. "You're gonna help me."
You're gonna help me.
Kyle took the bag of rats and dumped it over the man's head. The man was buried in the rats. They clung to his arms and legs, creating a makeshift rat suit that covered every inch of his skin. Immediately, the man began to ravenously shill Kyle's hot dog stand to the public. He waved his arms up and down, yelling for anyone and everyone to come buy a treat. But there was a problem. The rats Kyle had intended to sell as hot dogs had already been repurposed. The crowds that had been attracted by the mascot sadly stepped away, knowing they had lost a chance at something wonderful. Eventually, Kyle and the mascot gave up. They returned to Kyle's apartment, heads hung low. Kyle and the mascot tried several times over the next few months. Before they could get their feet underneath them, however, they were written up by the FDA for extremely unhygienic marketing. The mascot was sent to jail. Kyle, being without his partner, decided to give up for good. Kyle nor the mascot sold any hot dogs.
Alright. Kyle created a mascot with 2 T's, ending 44. Alright. Oh.
Kyle.
And then... Sorry there's not much commentary in this. I'm trying to let him talk, and at the same time... This would be a very long video if I didn't kind of blaze through this. Very long video. We're already like 3 hours, maybe 4 hours in, and I have not... I've been kind of blazing through it, to be honest. I forgot my key.
Kyle.
I think there's 2 endings left where I just get the hot dogs. Get the hot dogs. Hot dog.
Kyle, the pantry, instead of Kyle, after a few minutes of, Kyle opened the fridge, Kyle, after many Kyle made his way to the street corner. As he unpacked, Kyle realized he had never gotten a food cart to make his hot dogs in. Kyle had no choice but to place his hot dogs on the ground. Looking at the hot dogs strewn across the sidewalk, Kyle realized he had found a golden opportunity. Kyle began to roll his hot dogs around in the dirt, pressing firmly so it would be embedded into the food. After a while, his back became sore from bending over. Kyle continued with the bottom of his shoe. Soon, all of the hot dogs had been sufficiently seasoned. Kyle swept his hot dogs into a pile and sat on the concrete next to them. As Kyle sat, something occurred to him. If he were to run a hot dog stand, how would he keep his hot dogs clean and safe to eat? Kyle sat on the ground, feeling a little upset and unsure of himself. But in a sudden burst of inspiration, Kyle spewed the contents of his stomach onto the sidewalk. There, upright, bright in the sun, was his fridge. Kyle pulled the sticky door open. It was still slightly cold. Kyle thought it would be fine to store the hot dogs. Kyle began to shove hot dogs into every section of the open fridge, storing dozens among the crusted food. Soon, Kyle had stored every hot dog he had brought with him, and his mission was complete. But Kyle did not stop. Kyle started to rip chunks of concrete out of the sidewalk and put them into the corners of the fridge. Kyle continued stashing. Soon, there was no sidewalk left. But Kyle was still not finished. He started to grab at nearby items to insert into the fridge. Trash cans, light posts, and passers-by could not withstand him. All were stashed into Kyle's fridge. A large crater was slowly formed, demonstrating Kyle's ravenous hoarding. It became visible from space. That is when the slug invasion came. They came over the buildings, from the sewers, and sprouted from the earth. This was not a normal slug migration. The slugs were intentional. The slugs were dominant. All of the armies of the world moved to counter the slug invasion. However, the slugs were prepared. The slugs revealed their slug launchers, which fired more slugs. The slug menace began to quickly multiply. The slugs' plan lay in their multitude. No matter how many were defeated, more were produced from the launchers. The battle grew more and more desperate. Kyle looked as the pile of slugs in his city grew larger and larger. The fridge, full to bursting past any imagination, stood by him. It shone bright. Kyle looked upon his creation, a magnum opus of storage. He loved it. It was his. But he knew what he needed to do. Kyle threw open the fridge, sending a shockwave of cement, people, and hot dogs flying in every direction. The slugs, blown away by the outburst of material, were blasted into the sky. Instantly, they vanished from sight. The city looked as if it had never been touched. The slugs had been halted for now. Kyle looked around himself, observing the remains of his beautiful creation. It was sad, yes, but Kyle smiled. He had delayed the coming slug invasion for another year.
Nice. Kyle fought the slugs, ending 45. Almost halfway there, boy. Alright, now there's one where I don't do the fridge, so let's do that.
It was a warm day, and lots of people were walking by. It wouldn't be long before someone came over to buy a hot dog. And in a couple minutes, as expected, a figure stepped over and stood in front of Kyle. "Kyle," said Gabby, "what are you doing?" "Gabby, today I'm fulfilling my hot dog dream," said Kyle. "This is my hot dog stand." "Kyle, Gabby searched for a way to tell Kyle gently that he was not about to sell any hot dogs. And then, in a moment of pure compassion and grace, Gabby decided to be Kyle's first customer. "Kyle, I want to help inspire you," said Gabby. "How much is a single hot dog?" Kyle wordlessly grabbed a hot dog from his pile, jumped to his feet, and shoved it into Gabby's mouth hole. Gabby realized that the hot dogs were delicious. Driven by pure empathy, Gabby began to grab passers-by on the street and force-feed them Kyle's hot dogs. One by one, the citizens of Kyle's city became embarrassingly obsessed with his hot dogs. As Kyle's pile of hot dogs ran out, the demand for his wares increased. Kyle's hot dogs became a valuable form of currency. They were bought and sold on the international stock market. Men and women were made rich from investing in Kyle's hot dogs. Kyle's hot dogs were all quickly snatched by investors. Having nothing left, Kyle decided to go home. As he entered his apartment, Kyle stopped. Today, he had turned over a new leaf. Today, he had followed his dream. Kyle had helped the economy, yes, but he had also grown as a person. Kyle was content.
Kyle was content, ending 46. Time to go to Gummy Bear Land, baby. Alright, main menu, start.
Kyle thought... Kyle...
Okay. Open the closet. Get my awesome hot
Kyle
dog
decided.
suit.
Kyle put on his...
We gotta get our key. Oh crap, my bad. Oops, did I ruin it? I probably still have time. It's fine.
Kyle...
Pantry.
Kyle wanted to act... The pantry door lock creaked as if it hadn't...
I might not have
Instead
enough
of
time.
an assortment of canned goods...
Whoops.
Kyle searched... After... Kyle walked over to the...
It'll be
With a
close.
hum and a pop, Kyle used his massive Expecting a battle, Kyle grabbed the laser claymore.
It's gonna be real. Oh man, I don't think we got it, boy.
Kyle began rummaging around in the trash can, looking for anything interesting. After picking through wrappers and cups, Kyle noticed there was a red button stuck to the bottom of the can. Kyle eagerly pressed the button. The wall above the trash can started shifting and spinning, eventually revealing a slab of pewter with an indent. The slab was thick and old. A plaque was embedded in the top, reading, "The slab embraces only a true weapon." Kyle inserted the laser claymore into the indent. The claymore fit perfectly, snapping into place. Small metal hooks came out of all sides of the slab to hold it in place. With a pop, fizz, and a magical elf chuckle, a human-sized rainbow gateway to another dimension appeared. The portal started sucking everything near it inwards, devouring chairs, trash cans, and Kyle himself. Kyle became part of a dizzying swirl. Lights and colors flashed all around him. He spun in circles rapidly. And in a moment, Kyle fell into the Gummy Bear and Claymore land, where all matter is either gummy bears or claymores. Kyle was approached by a group of roaming gummy wasteland elves. Because of the harsh environment they lived in, the elves used their kin as blunt weapons to fend off attackers. Kyle looked upon the elves and realized they must live in a depressed and war-torn culture. And then, in a moment of pure empathy, Kyle decided to help the elves. Kyle grabbed the two nearest elves, one in each hand, and started to give them a talking to about war and its troubles. "Hello, you two," said Kyle. "I wish to give you a bit of advice." But before Kyle could say anything more, the ground started shifting and morphed into a gummy bear monster. Kyle chucked the elves he was holding at the monster to fend it off, but it was to no avail. The monster charged at Kyle, throwing elves to the sides as it sped forward. Kyle had no choice but to become a gummy bear monster himself. He started to cover himself in gummy bears and claymores. They stuck to his skin like meaningful, gooey hugs. After moments of a vicious, sticky flurry, Kyle was covered in the new world's material. Then, something wonderful happened. Using a combination of determination, elf magic, and method acting, Kyle truly transformed into a real gummy monster. But in his new form, Kyle was now not interested in fighting the other gummy monster. Kyle began swallowing every elf in sight in a wild, crazy rampage. Over the next several hours, Kyle rampaged around the whole gummy world, eating every last elf whole. Kyle had gifted the elves with a warm, nutritious new world to live in. Over time, the elves created a new society inside Kyle's stomach. There was no need for war. They feasted on Kyle's stomach juices. Their culture entered a golden age. Eventually, Kyle turned back into a normal person and returned home. But the elves continued to live inside him. Kyle had saved a culture.
Kyle helped the elves, and we unlocked Kyle Santa, but we got, I think, one more to do before we move on to that, which is Kyle was still famous, I'm pretty sure. Pretty positive.
Kyle woke up. Kyle thought very Kyle laid in bed for a moment, thinking about the day ahead. Kyle...
Okay. Scavenge.
Kyle quickly crouched down on the floor, realizing his immediate need for...
hot dogs.
Kyle started looking around for hot dogs. He crawled around, spreading layers of mold to the side with his hands and picking out interesting items. Kyle couldn't find any hot dogs, but instead he found a pile of love letters he had written in high school. Kyle pocketed the envelopes and got back to his feet.
Alright. Now we put the envelope
Kyle approached his downstairs neighbor's door and knocked. A middle-aged woman named Gabby answered the door. "Good morning, neighbor," said
slot.
"Gabby, this is important," said Kyle. "Do you have a pen I could borrow?" "Kyle," said Gabby, "don't you have even a single pen of your own?" "No, Gabby," said Kyle, clutching her arms and looking into her eyes. "I haven't written since high school." Gabby stared at Kyle and pursed her lips. After a moment, she took a pen out of her pocket. "Kyle, I'll give you a pen, but please be careful with what you write. Harsh words are a weapon to wield carefully." Kyle mumbled agreement, took the pen, and skipped away from Gabby's house.
Yeah, I wish they had more of a like crazy voice for Kyle. His voice is way too normal for what I imagined, anyways. Kind of ruining my immersion.
Kyle looked at the letter in front of him for a moment. Kyle decided to make some important comments about his high school crush that had been on his mind. After being upfront and honest, Kyle had produced a letter that was definitely weapon-like in nature.
Leave the apartment.
Kyle began rummaging around. After picking Kyle eagerly pressed the button. The wall above the trash can started shifting and spinning, eventually revealing a slab of pewter with an indent. The slab was thick and old. A plaque was embedded in the top, reading, "The slab embraces only a true weapon." Kyle took the rewritten letter in his hand and pressed it into the indent. It fit perfectly, as if it had been written for this very purpose. As Kyle continued to watch, the letter began to glow softly. It sank deeper and deeper into the slab. Kyle was fixated on the letter. He watched it slowly start to turn. Then, it began to glow.
Return the slab.
In a flash of light, Kyle was in his old high school, watching himself interact with his schoolmates. He watched himself walk from class to class. He saw himself eat a napkin to try to impress Abigail. He then saw himself eat several textbooks to try to impress Abigail. He saw himself get kicked out of the library. Kyle watched himself write letter after letter to his crushes, friends, and even just people that see him down. They weren't mean letters, or even strange. Kyle had written them to be cheery and uplifting. Each one ended crumpled in his pocket, never delivered. Kyle remembered the compassion he had for the people around him, but he saw his inability to express it well. Kyle saw the decisions he made about his career. He watched himself consider going into hot dog sales. Kyle watched himself choose to forego his passion and choose a career in entertainment instead. His career quickly grew. He became known, popular, famous. Kyle didn't change. Kyle continued to be himself. The audience saw his strange genuinity. Kyle continued to run his talk show night after night. Viewers tuned in to laugh at his antics and strange personality. Slowly, Kyle's story came to present day. Kyle was staring at the wall of the marketing agency, clutching a letter. With a start, Kyle became aware of himself. Kyle walked out of the agency and into the approaching evening. The sky was deep orange. Wisps of clouds streaked left and right in graceful patterns. The sun was setting. Kyle wouldn't be selling hot dogs tonight, or the next night, or ever. Kyle traveled to his studio. There he met Rachel. They filmed an episode of his show together. The audience loved it. At the end of the night, Kyle walked outside and directed himself towards his apartment. As he traveled, his hand brushed the crumpled letters in his pocket. Kyle squeezed them in his palm. They would never leave his ownership. There was no need. Kyle had found his own way to deliver them.
Kyle was still famous. Now we do the Christmas endings. Yay! If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure they're shorter than the hot dog endings. So, and that was ending 48, by the way. Alrighty, let's get crack-lacking on this bad boy.
Kyle woke up. Kyle thought very carefully about... As Kyle started to leave his bed, something stopped him. Maybe it was a smell in the air. Maybe it was the chill from outside. Or maybe it was just pure luck. Kyle had been imbued with the spirit of Christmas. In an instant, Kyle began to hear the dreams and wishes of every child in the world all at once. Kyle's newfound abilities were quite overwhelming. He clutched his head and screamed loudly. The voices did not stop. Kyle curled into a small ball and rocked back and forth. Not to be left alone, Kyle was gifted with a Christmas miracle. Small bumps began forming under his skin, pushing outwards. Kyle's skin began to stretch and tear, letting loose a small army of elves that had been growing in his stomach. The elves scattered around Kyle's apartment, foraging for anything remotely nutritious to feed on. Kyle burst an elf army. He had been chosen to become Santa Claus. Kyle decided that the best course of action was to fulfill his duties as Santa Claus. Kyle stepped out of bed, stray elves falling from various holes in his skin. Kyle must now continue his day as Santa Claus.
Alright.
Kyle decided to take some time to choose the perfect outfit, knowing how important appearance is. Kyle appropriately chose to dress as Santa, who he was. Kyle knew he must construct his naughty and nice list. He began to think of all of the people in his life. Kyle thought of Gabby.
Nice.
Kyle thought of Rachel.
Nice.
Kyle thought of Techno Jim.
Evil.
Kyle thought of Kyle. Kyle ripped his list out of his notebook.
Christmas cookies. All right.
Kyle thought it would be nice to make some Christmas cookies. He opened every drawer and cupboard in his kitchen, trying to decide what he would top his cookies with. Soon, he had narrowed it down to 4 choices. Kyle placed a generous amount of sprinkles on each cookie. They were delicious.
Alright, now I think I just take my list to the end of the day. Probably. Yeah, I think there's a naughty ending and a happy ending with the list.
Kyle, as Kyle approached. "Good evening, Kyle," she said, looking him in the eyes. "I've been looking forward to being here." Kyle responded. "Good evening, everyone," said Kyle, looking at the camera. "Welcome back to Stay Up Late with Kyle." Kyle continued.
"I am your host, Santa Claus. I am here to bring you Christmas cheer."
Kyle put his notes down and looked at Rachel. Said Rachel, not understanding.
"It's not something to joke about, Rachel," said Kyle. "I take being Santa very seriously."
"And I take you very seriously, Kyle," said Rachel, trying to play along.
"I am not Kyle," said Kyle. "I am Santa Claus."
I don't think I have a present. I guess I...
In an effort to convince Rachel of his Santa nature, Kyle hacked a present out of his mouth into his hand.
Nice.
Kyle pushed the soggy present into Rachel's lap. Rachel looked slightly unsettled, but reached her hand to undo the bow on top. Said Kyle, slamming his hand on top of Rachel's. "You can't open it until Christmas." Rachel decided to play along. "I'm sorry, Santa," said Rachel matteredly. "Do you happen to have your naughty and nice list with you? I want to know where I stand."
"Yeah, I do,"
said Kyle, pulling out his list. "You're on the nice list." "Well, thank you, Santa," said Rachel. "What a nice surprise." Kyle was suspicious. "Is it a surprise?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. Rachel coughed. Of course it isn't. I'm nice, always on the nice list."
"Okay, so if that's the case, I want to try something,"
said Kyle.
"So, if I put you on the naughty list, will you turn into a bad person? Like, can I control your morality?"
Before Rachel could answer, Kyle crossed her off of the nice list and added her name to the naughty list. Immediately, something changed. Rachel jumped out of her seat in a blind rage and began trashing the studio, laughing horribly. Kyle, suddenly curious, began adding other names of people he knew to the naughty list. Friends, family, and acquaintances of Kyle began bursting through the walls, ceiling, and floor, fire in their eyes. It did not take long for the studio to fall into complete ruins. Kyle was fascinated by the results of his actions. Kyle wrote a dissertation on the effects of Santa on adults and was published in many psych journals. As research branched off of Kyle's findings, Kyle began to be known as much for his scientific findings as his talk show. Somehow, Kyle had become extra famous.
Nice. Ending 49. Kyle was extra famous. Nice. Alright, the coveted ending 50, which will also be with the knot. Oh, no, it don't matter.
Kyle.
Alright.
Kyle must.
Let us put on some sick
Kyle
Santa suit.
Kyle appropriate.
It's a desk. Write my list.
Kyle knew he must. Kyle.
Naughty.
Gabby. After a few minutes,
Naughty.
Kyle thought of Rachel.
Wait, what just happened? Ah, I missed it. Oh well.
Kyle thought of Techno Jim. Kyle thought of Kyle. Kyle ripped his list out of his notebook.
I kind of want to redo it. I want to read it. Sorry. I skipped it on accident. I didn't mean to.
As Kyle must now. Kyle knew he must. Kyle thought of Gabby. Gabby crashed through Kyle's floor and began punching him in the face repeatedly. After a few minutes, she left through his bedroom door.
Worth it.
Kyle ripped his.
Alright. Let's back to room. Hallway. Move to kitchen. Let's make some cookies.
Kyle thought he opened every drawer and cupboard in his kitchen, trying to decide what he would top his cookies with. Soon, he had narrowed it down to 4 choices.
Okay. Silverware.
Kyle placed one piece of silverware on each cookie. After attempting to eat the first 2 cookies, Kyle was unable to swallow from the metal stuck in his throat. Kyle clamped both hands around his throat and squeezed, popping the silverware out of his mouth.
Didn't give me an 8-something thing.
Kyle opened the fridge. Kyle hurried to the. Kyle responded. A moment after. Good evening, everyone. Kyle continued.
I am your host, Santa Claus. I am here to bring you Christmas cheer.
Kyle put his notes down and looked at Rachel. Said Rachel, not understanding.
It's not something to joke about, Rachel, said Kyle. I take being Santa very seriously.
And I take you very seriously, Kyle, said Rachel, trying to play along.
I am not Kyle, said Kyle. I am Santa Claus.
Wow, I
In an
should have done more. Oh,
Kyle put. Rachel decided to play along. I'm sorry, Santa, said Rachel matteredly.
well.
Yeah,
Said Kyle, pulling out his list.
you don't rank well.
Rachel was visibly taken aback. Oh? Said Rachel. Why's that, Kyle?
'Cause you suck.
Suck.
Kyle made no attempt to try to frame his comment as a joke. He stared at Rachel expressionlessly. Well, Kyle, said Rachel, being that I am Santa Claus, I'm not sure you have the authority to say that. Rachel pulled her own naughty and nice list out of her pocket. Kyle's blood ran cold. And you, Kyle, said Rachel, are getting awfully close to switching to the naughty list. She raised a pen menacingly. No. Rachel, no, said Kyle.
Don't do that!
Rachel held her mouth open in a maniacal smile and drew the pen slightly closer to her list. Kyle dived across the stage, nabbing at Rachel's hands to try to steal away either the list or her pen. A fistfight between the two ensued. Blows were given to the face of each with equal gusto. After several minutes of being slightly amused, the producer thought it may be better to end the broadcast. As the lights shut off and the studio closed, Kyle and Rachel were still locked in combat, neither backing down. Who between the two was the true Santa was never figured out. But indeed, that night, the true Santa was involved in a fistfight and did not deliver any presents.
So it was Rachel.
It was the worst Christmas ever.
It could be Kyle too, but who knows? He did get the spirit of Christmas. Kyle got in a fight, ending at 50. Alright, let's start giving out some of these gifts, boy. Alright, main menu, start.
Kyle must... Kyle
Need my key so I can get some lard, baby. Yeah, I honestly think this was like the smallest expansion, to be honest with you. I liked it, but I think it was the smallest. I don't think it was near as big as Hot Dog.
Kyle wanted to act. The pantry door lock creaked as if it hadn't moved for years, but eventually opened. Instead of an assortment of...
This one, even like the choices are like very similar with just like a little bit added on, where in the Hot Dog it like changed a lot, in my opinion.
Kyle realized it was wise to conduct his duties as Santa. Kyle could think of nothing better than to gather children around him and give them presents. Kyle supposed it was possible there were children in the nearby park, so he quickly walked over. Upon arriving, Kyle saw several families happily walking around and playing in the snow. Kyle called for the families to gather around him. The children bounced over expectantly. Kyle presented the children with a gift. "Here, kids," said Kyle. "Enjoy." Kyle produced the bottle of lard, snapped the neck off, and poured it all over the children and their parents. The group stood, shocked and confused. Kyle threw his arms out wide in celebration.
Merry Christmas!
He shouted. Kyle laughed from the bottom of his stomach. Suddenly, with a crack, all of the children pointed at Kyle, mouths hanging open and with glowing red eyes. They began to walk towards Kyle together, continuing to point and murmuring softly. Kyle suddenly realized he was in a strange situation. Kyle turned to flee, but was stopped by an incoming mob of children coming towards him from behind. By pouring out lard on the children of the city, Kyle had triggered the ancient lard evil that lay underground. Sensing the incoming evil and without anywhere to turn, Kyle began to burrow into the ground. Kyle stayed under the earth and waited for the ancient evil to go away from the city. That time did not come. The ancient lard evil took over the populace of the town, turning Kyle's city into a mass of lumpy fat and sticky piles. Over the years, many supernatural investigators tried to find the root of the city's problems but failed. Roads leading to the city were eventually blocked, leaving it as a banned, evil place to never be set foot in again. Kyle eventually expanded his underground home to be a series of tunnels running underneath the city. He made friends with the animals there. They taught him how to eat dirt. They showed him the wonders of the underground. But the city above remained unchanged. Kyle had changed his city forever.
How gifted lard. Ending 51. Oh, I can't. What? Oh, that's lame. You can't.
Kyle's first.
Okay.
Kyle opened the closet. It was dark.
Wait, what's going on here?
Kyle opened up the.
Oh, heck no.
Kyle
What the heck are we
grabbed the
doing
small
here?
Key he kept
That's not
in his
what I want.
desk.
Just basically, that's stupid. That's a
Kyle-
stupid thing. It doesn't let you go to the end of the day. Like, that's why the Santa
Kyle
expansion
thought very-
is not as good. You can't even skip to the
Kyle
end of
must-
the day, bro. Whack.
Kyle Kyle realized it was wise to conduct his duties as Santa. Kyle knew that one of his duties as Santa must be to spread Christmas cheer. Kyle skipped down the street merrily. As he met others walking along the sidewalk, he smiled. Surely they would feel Christmas cheer. After several streets, Kyle stopped skipping. Nobody had burst into Christmas song. Nobody had wished him a Merry Christmas. Kyle realized he would need to spread Christmas cheer more aggressively. Kyle walked up to a young couple chatting and laughing amongst themselves. He grabbed the woman by the shoulders and shook her lightly.
Listen to me!
He screamed.
It's Christmas time!
The couple left quickly. Kyle, not dissuaded, ran into the street, stopping a car with his hands.
It's Christmas! Tell your family I love them!
Kyle shouted, banging his fists on the car hood. Kyle's method still proved ineffective. He realized that if he were to be a proper Santa, he must not hold back. Kyle started slamming his forehead into the car hood repeatedly, flailing his arms in the air.
It is time for presents!
Kyle emphasized each word with percussion from his face. Suddenly, Kyle was blessed with another Christmas miracle. Kyle's neck shot directly upwards, throwing his mouth towards the sky. Slowly, painfully, a live reindeer began to emerge from his throat. In fact, it was not one reindeer, it was several. Kyle began to run around, arms waving, desperately trying to find a way of dislodging the animals emerging from him. In a sudden, forceful moment, reindeer after reindeer explosively shot out of Kyle's mouth. The stream did not stop there. Every orifice of Kyle's face began shooting wrapped presents of all sizes in every direction. Kyle, unaware of what to do, spun in all directions and screamed. Like doves, the presents flew far into the air, landing into the laps of the children of the world. Within a period of minutes, Kyle had managed to give the world his Santa-ly gifts. Eventually, the present spewing stopped. Kyle fell to the ground. He crawled his way back to his apartment and lay down. Kyle did not remember about his interview with Rachel.
Kyle spread cheer. 42. Alright, let's keep doing the gift endings.
Kyle thought very... As Kyle must now... Kyle realized it was wise to conduct his duties as Santa. Kyle could think of nothing better than to gather children around him and give them presents. Kyle supposed it was possible there were children in the nearby park, so he quickly walked over. Upon arriving, Kyle saw several families happily walking around and playing in the snow. Kyle called for the families to gather around him. The children bounced over expectantly. Kyle presented the children with a gift.
Nothing.
Children, it is time to listen to Santa,
said Kyle. The children leaned in eagerly.
I have lived a long and full life,
said Kyle,
and seen many things no man could imagine. From the many experiences I've had and people I've met, I feel qualified to give you this piece of wisdom.
Kyle coughed into his hand and took a deep breath.
Don't feed your girlfriend sea monkeys on the first date. There may not be a second.
The children stared at Kyle blankly. Kyle screamed and began tearing at his stomach. More elves were on their way out. In a sudden explosion, elves flew out of Kyle's skin, covering the group in hungry, crawling elf flesh. The parents were whipped into a frenzy of frantically pulling elves off their children and themselves. The elves, suddenly free and ravenous, bit at the parents' hands with their teeth and screamed at the top of their lungs. Kyle, uncomfortable with the situation, decided to leave. On his way home, Kyle greeted everyone he passed. It had been a lovely evening. Inside his door, he stopped. and smiled. Kyle knew he had done something wonderful for the children in his community.
Kyle gifted wisdom. Ending 53. Alrighty then. I think that's pretty close to halfway, if not actually halfway.
As Kyle started
Alright,
to
let's
leave
give
his...
these people nothing.
Kyle could think of nothing better than to gather children around him and give them presents. Kyle supposed it was possible. Kyle presented the children with a gift. Because Kyle had not bothered to actually bring anything to give the children, he had nothing to give them.
Sorry, kiddos, he said. You're not getting any presents today.
Kyle let out a long, meaningful laugh. The children looked at Kyle with faces of understanding.
Sad.
"We understand, Santa," one said. "It's hard to bring gifts to every child in the world. Instead, we will gift ourselves your soul."
Oh, Lord.
The child's mouth opened to an uncomfortable size, and his eyes turned pitch black. He began to inhale. Kyle's soul began to fall from his body and be consumed by the child. But Kyle knew what to do. Kyle began spewing elves out of his mouth into the soul-rending maw of the child. One by one, the elves disappeared, feeding a small amount of what Kyle's soul could feed. After many hours, Kyle had stuffed the child completely full of elves. There was no more room for his soul to be taken. Kyle hoisted the fat and groaning child off the ground and placed him in the arms of his parents. "Continue to feed him small animals for the rest of his life so he is too full to move or think," said Kyle. "Then the world will be safe." Kyle skipped away gleefully, knowing he had done a wonderful thing for the city. That evening, Kyle thought back to the events of the day. He remembered that he had brought no gifts for the children. But then Kyle realized that he had gifted the children something. He had given them safety. He had given them a future. Kyle went to sleep grinning. He felt very fulfilled. Kyle had given the best gift ever.
Kyle gifted nothing. Ending 54. Alright.
Kyle must now... Kyle stretched out. The door swung open, letting Kyle through. Expecting a battle, Kyle grabbed the laser claymore.
I wish there was an ending where you chunk the
Kyle realized it was wise to conduct his duties as Santa.
the children.
Kyle presented the children with a gift. Kyle produced the laser claymore and wordlessly handed it to the closest child. The child's eyes widened in excitement, and a wondrous grin crossed his face. Before anyone could react, the child began swinging wildly with both arms. The child's parents made an attempt to grab the child, but he quickly ran in the opposite direction, still swinging. As the child ran through the park, the claymore cut through benches, trees, and the ground itself. A path of destruction was formed. The child continued to run at full speed, entering the rest of the city. He reached the side of a building, but did not stop. Through his wild swings, the claymore cut a hole through the wall. Within minutes, the city was in a panic as a small child systematically crashed in and out of every building he could. The rampage continued as the city residents looked on helplessly, accepting that this would be the end of their livelihood. Soon there was no area in the city left unmarred. Destruction was rampant. Traffic was at a standstill. Buildings toppled to the ground. The power grid was destroyed. The city was in shambles. Kyle was unsure how to react. He eventually looked at the child's parents. They were giving him a stern and slightly irritated look. Presents are what you make of them, he said. Your child is pure evil. Kyle walked away, feeling a little sheepish. The destruction of the city brought about a new wave of apocalypse tourism like nobody had seen before. The city's economy flourished. Kyle's city became a travel hotspot for the rest of the world. But somehow, Kyle felt a little unfulfilled. He had tried to do something lovely for the children, yes, and the city economy was flourishing. But had he really helped anyone? Kyle continued through the next few weeks, picking through the rubble on the sidewalks and feeling restless. Soon, the city was rebuilt with the income from the tourists. Shiny, new buildings were erected. Restaurants opened. Kyle watched the city regrow. He felt a strange pang in his stomach. Kyle was on the brink of a new chapter in his life.
Kyle gifted a claymore, and we unlocked the detective DLC, I guess. Okay.
Kyle thought, as Kyle approached his downstairs neighbor's door and knocked. A middle-aged woman named Gabby answered the door. Kyle unhinged his jaw and swallowed Gabby whole. Job done, Kyle returned to the middle of the street. Kyle realized it was wise to conduct his duties as Santa. Kyle presented the children with a gift. Kyle bugged his eyes and started punching his stomach repeatedly.
Thus punching Gabby.
In a loud and sudden moment, Gabby was gifted to the children. "Here, children," said Kyle, gasping. "Is my neighbor Gabby." Gabby looked around, equal parts confused and irritated. The parents of the children collectively started screaming. "Still yourselves," said Kyle. "Gabby is a gift, not an enemy." "Kyle, I am not a thing," said Gabby. "You need to stop doing this." Kyle looked hurt. "Gabby, you're very pleasant, and I want to share you with the world." "What on earth just happened? Where did she come from?" The parents continued to be horrified. "It's fine, everyone," said Kyle. "This is my neighbor." And then everybody understood.
Oh, I see now,
Said one parent.
Well, kids, you'd better gather her up because we need to go.
The children formed a small line and hoisted Gabby over their heads. They slowly departed from the park, carrying her along. "Kyle, don't forget your rent! The landlord was asking about it today!" yelled Gabby as she was carried away. Kyle grunted, gave a small nod, and walked away. Later that night, Kyle heard Gabby's front door slam and wondered why she had been returned.
Kyle gifted a blessing. Oh. Now it's time to round up the elves, boy. Elf time.
Kyle quickly crouched down on the floor, realizing his immediate need for... Kyle winced as he realized he would probably need to bring some elves along. Kyle grabbed a nearby bag. He started to crawl around, snatching up elves left and right and chucking them inside. Soon, Kyle's bag was mostly full of elves. Kyle used his elbow to compress the bag's contents so he could fit more elves. After several shoves, the contents of the bag had compressed severely. Kyle continued to gather elves. Soon, Kyle's bag was a solid mass of elf flesh.
Amazing.
Kyle realized it was wise to conduct his duties as Santa. Kyle dumped his bag of elves onto the ground. The elves silently looked around them, stunned by the sudden change of environment. The silence did not last long. The elves began tearing about, screaming Christmas carols and looking for food. Ravenously, they devoured every crumb, piece of trash, and bit of roadkill they could find on Kyle's street. It was not nearly enough to satisfy them. They began to branch out to nearby streets. The elves could not be satiated. They began to swipe food out of the hands of nearby restaurant goers. Like a flood, the elves took over Kyle's city. Houses were broken into, streets were blocked. Within minutes, there wasn't a scrap of food left in the city. Driven by a hunger lust, the elves started gnawing their way through walls, devouring buildings from the top down. The government's defense measures were brought in to attempt to stop the wave of elves. In a flurry of rage, the elves launched themselves directly towards their enemy. There was a grand clash of bullets and teeth. The elves clamped themselves firmly onto the soldiers. Hunks of metal and bulletproof jackets were torn asunder by the elf mouths. The army's equipment and weapons were systematically swallowed. There was nothing left to stop the elves from consuming every last material from the earth. Nothing except Kyle himself. Kyle planted himself in front of the elf mob menacingly. The elves launched themselves into the air, flying at Kyle teeth first and screaming Christmas cheer. With cat-like speed, he started grabbing elves out of the air and shoving them into his mouth. Kyle swallowed elves at a frightening pace. He grabbed them with both hands from his legs as they tried to climb up. Kyle's stomach began to bulge with elf mass, but he did not slow down. As suddenly as it had started, the flurry of elves ended. Kyle had swallowed them all. Kyle became a national icon of homeland defense. The world began to refer to Kyle among the great history figures of humanity. Kyle was preemptively awarded the next 2 Nobel Peace Prizes. His name became synonymous with safety and joy. Kyle spent the next few days hunched over the toilet, hacking elves out one by one and flushing them into the sewer. The elves formed an underground society in the belly of the city, living happily in peace away from humanity.
Kyle released the elves, ending 57. But wait, there's more.
Kyle thought as Kyle...
We're not ready to be a detective yet.
Kyle...
Yeah, this expansion, like, it really didn't even... Like, none of these have, like, a long
on the floor,
chain of things to do.
Kyle went...
It's not very specific on what you have to do either. It's pretty simple. Which is nice, in a way, I guess, that you don't have to really figure these achievements out. Even though I kind of already know them.
He opened every drawer and cupboard in his kitchen, trying to decide what he would top his cookies with. Soon, he had narrowed it down to 4 choices. Kyle placed one of the dead rats in his sink on each cookie. They were very bad.
I grabbed the elves, right? Yeah, I think so. I think the only other ending is not doing anything besides putting on my sense stuff.
Sitting across from his... "Good evening, Kyle," she said, looking him in the eyes. Before Rachel had completely finished her sentence, Kyle took his bag of elves and dumped them on her. The elves grabbed onto Rachel with a deathly, unshakable grip. "Kyle, what on earth?" cried Rachel. She leapt up from her chair and tried to bat the elves off of her. "These, Rachel," said Kyle, "are your newest and bestest friends. You must take good care of them." The elves looked Rachel in the eyes and smiled endearingly. Unknown to anyone previously, Rachel had terrible allergic reactions to elf dander. Within moments, Rachel's whole body turned bright red and began to puff. This reaction was not like a normal reaction. The very foundational composition of Rachel's person began to change. Rachel started to sprout limbs from her legs and forehead. Her fingers grew extra eyes. As Rachel continued to mutate, it became obvious to the onlookers what was happening. Rachel was transforming into the pure embodiment of Christmas. Kyle realized that if he was going to keep his job as Santa, this would have to be nipped in the bud. Kyle started to pull elves off of the growing Rachel. Instead of slowing the growing process, this seemed to give Rachel's body more space to develop new limbs and ears. After pulling off a few more elves, Kyle threw up his hands in frustration and gave up. He walked out of the building. Rachel continued to grow, becoming a shapeless mass of teeth, shoulders, and fat. The elves were slowly enveloped. After the initial shock wore off, the surrounding community began to appreciate Rachel's new form. Over the years, she became an icon of local Christmas tradition, acting as a centerpiece for decoration and celebrations. Rachel truly became the embodiment of Christmas. Kyle, still Santa, remained very jealous.
Kyle started a tradition. Alright, I think there's one more and then we can start doing the detective stuff.
Kyle thought very... As Kyle started to leave his bed, something stopped. Kyle... Kyle opened the fridge, intending to find something to eat. Kyle thought it would be nice to make some Christmas cookies. He opened every... Soon, Kyle sprinkled a small amount of dirt on each cookie. They were iffy.
Go, let's go.
Good evening, everyone, said Kyle. Continued.
I am your host, Santa Claus. I am here to bring you Christmas cheer.
Kyle put his notes down and looked at Rachel. Said Rachel, not understanding.
It's not something to joke about, Rachel, said Kyle. I take being Santa very seriously.
And I take you very seriously, Kyle, said Rachel, trying to play along.
I am not Kyle, said Kyle. I am Santa Claus.
I'm sorry, Santa, said Rachel matteredly. Do you happen to have your naughty and nice list with you? I want to know where I stand. Kyle realized he had not written his naughty and nice list. Trying to save face, Kyle retaliated. Well, a real Santa doesn't need a list because he has it all up here. Kyle tapped on his head a few times. Rachel was unconvinced. Kyle, one of Santa's only defining characteristics is having a naughty and nice list. Don't take it away from him. Kyle began to doubt if he had truly experienced a Christmas miracle or not. Rachel, he said, I have to be Santa. Why's that, Kyle? Rachel looked at him sweetly. Because earlier today I birthed thousands of elves from my very flesh, said Kyle. Here, I'll do it again. Kyle tried to produce more elves from his skin. What Kyle did not know is that he had not produced the elves from a Christmas miracle. In fact, Kyle had been infested by the mother elf who had laid her eggs in his stomach for incubation.
Gross.
Irritated by the commotion, the mother elf burst out of Kyle's mouth, screeching her war cry. Pandemonium ensued as the mother elf aggressively attacked all present. Rachel drew a blunt weapon from her pant leg and started to beat the elf monster senseless. Eventually, the mother elf had taken enough. With a parting screech, she scurried out of the studio to find a new host. Nobody quite knew what to do next, so nobody did anything. Eventually, Kyle addressed the audience. Everybody, he said, I don't think I'm Santa Claus. The producer shut the cameras off and everyone went home. Kyle continued the coming days as normal, but vetted his diet much more carefully.
It was the mother elf. Click something on accident. That's ending 59. We're definitely over halfway, 100%. Alright. Let's do some detective work, baby.
Kyle woke up.
Get out of here.
He
Please.
is famous.
Why is that there? Get out of here. How do you get rid of this? Did I break it? Get off me, dude. Oh, thank gosh. So we gotta do the detective, and there's the final thing, I guess, that I've already done some of. Did I get anything else that's cool? Red blip? Cool. Okay. E1. Hot dog? You don't get one for Santa? Because that expansion didn't have much in it? Loud and clear, buddy. Alright, let's do some detective.
Kyle woke up.
Oh my god.
He is famous.
Oh, I kinda wanna change this. I don't like this. I'll
Kyle
skip.
is host of the most popular talk show.
Let's skip that. That is awful. No thank you. We'll go with green.
Kyle woke up. Kyle thought very carefully about the first move of his day. Kyle was struck with an uncomfortable thought. Lying here, he wondered, what am I accomplishing? Am I furthering my goals? Am I making a difference in the world? Am I helping anyone? Kyle was suddenly gripped with a cold fear. Was Kyle living his life well? Would anyone care when he was gone? Was Kyle worthwhile? He shot up from his lying position, breathing heavily. Kyle looked around his room, wondering where all the fear had come from. But something had gripped him, something meaningful, something important. Kyle realized that it was time to fulfill his duty to society. He would serve the city through deduction. He would serve by providing answers. Kyle decided that he, now, would be a detective.
Batman.
With a newfound confidence, Kyle stepped out of bed, knowing he must direct himself to the city hall to get started immediately. Today, Kyle would try his best at being a detective.
Right, I'm just gonna let the day pass. There's always something when you let the day pass. Oh wait, what was that? What's the blue? Be a detective? Okay. There's a lot of options here. Wow. There's a lot of time for an investigation, my dude.
Another day had passed. A cold breeze ran through the darkened streets of the city.
Noir.
A dark figure ran from shadow to shadow. And then, suddenly, he was gone.
Oh, waited too long. Ending 60. Okay.
Kyle was struck with an uncomfortable... Today, Kyle would try his...
Alright. Let's exit bedroom to hallway. Leave apartment. Go to... Go to downtown? Sure. The city hall. Detective office. Declare yourself detective.
Hello, everyone!
shouted Kyle.
I am your newest detective. I have spoken.
The office was completely silent. Nobody came out of their offices. The secretary did not look up. After a few minutes of waiting, Kyle realized this approach was not working. He decided to exit the office before things got too awkward. "Hello, you," said Kyle. "I have something very important to ask." The secretary looked up from her paper. Kyle decided what he would ask the secretary. "Something really important has come up," said Kyle. "This morning, a mystery was given to me. As I sat in bed, I was struck with a desire, a need." Kyle slammed his palm on the desk. "I must become a detective. Justice must come to this city." The secretary looked at Kyle blankly. "Okay," she said. "Detectives must go through the standard application process before being sanctioned." The secretary opened her desk and handed Kyle a sheet of paper with a list of questions on it. Kyle looked over the list, gave an understanding nod to the secretary, and sat on the floor to start writing. Question 1. When you are examining a crime scene, what should you wear on your hands? Question 2. After investigating a crime scene, detectives should file a report to... Question 3.
Jerry the hot dog
If you
boy.
find a body in the middle of the street, you... Question 4. Jerry the hot dog boy has committed a heinous crime with a lot of evidence. Is he guilty? Question 5. You have been made into a detective. What is the first thing you do? Kyle got up from the floor and gave his test back to the secretary for review. The secretary glanced over Kyle's answers briefly. "Well, I think there are some things that are a bit out of order here." "Actually, no." The secretary threw Kyle's paper on her desk. "You have answered wrong. I am angry."
You're angry.
The secretary quickly stood up from her chair. She drew her hands from her side and began to crackle with electricity. She sprouted fur from her pores. The secretary had turned into an electro bear, bent on vengeance against Kyle.
Electro bear.
The electro bear lunged at Kyle, viciously trying to rip his flesh to bits with its teeth.
Oh Lord, please.
Kyle spent his evening being attacked by the electro bear. Eventually, Kyle was able to escape City Hall. He made his way back to his apartment. Kyle lay on his bed and thought back to his detective test. He realized that he would probably need to spend some time studying before he tried again. Kyle thought that would probably take a lot of time and decided to give up. Kyle went to bed. Tomorrow, he would not be a detective.
All right. Let's see. Kyle failed the test. Ending 61. '62. I think I know how this detective thing ends from seeing the actual ending way back in the day. All right.
Kyle was struck with an uncomfortable thought. Today, Kyle would try his best.
Be a detective.
Kyle spread his arms wide and absolutely basked in being a detective. He began to spin, loving every second of the time he spent basking. And then, Kyle was done basking. He continued with his day.
Nice. Check this hatch. What is that?
Kyle knelt down to inspect a hatch on the floor. It seemed to be locked with a small keyhole.
Good thing I have a master key in my apartment. I'll come back for that. I'm gonna take this test again. I think I know what the right answers are.
"Hello, you," said Kyle. "I have something very important to ask." Kyle decided what he would ask the secretary.
Oh, let's vomit out some
Kyle
cats.
bent over the desk and began gurgling cats out of his mouth and into the secretary's lap. She squeaked and began clapping, delighted to see cats running around her office. Soon, cats covered nearly every surface. They scratched at the furniture and mewed for food. Kyle went around the room and sucked each cat back into his stomach one by one, clearing the room completely. Kyle decided what he would ask the secretary. "Can I ask you about Mayor Tom?" asked Kyle. "He seems like an interesting man." "Mayor Tom? He's the mayor. He's everything that you'd expect, I guess." The secretary leaned in close. "Want to know something strange? He spends a lot of time behind City Hall. But even when I go out to check on him, He's not there. It's the strangest thing. The secretary leaned back in her chair. Kyle decided what he would ask the secretary.
Become detective.
Something really important has come up, said Kyle. This morning, a mystery was given to me. As I sat in bed, I was struck with a desire, a need. Kyle slammed his palm on the desk. I must become a detective. Justice must come to this city. The secretary looked at Kyle blankly. Okay, she said. Detectives must go through the standard application process before being sanctioned. The secretary opened her desk and handed Kyle a sheet of paper with a list of questions on it. Kyle looked over the list, gave an understanding nod to the secretary, and sat on the floor to start writing. Question 1. When you are examining a crime scene, what should you wear on your hands? Question 2. After investigating a crime scene, detectives should file a report to... Question 3. If you find a body in the middle of the street, you... Question 4. Jerry the hot dog boy has committed a heinous crime with a lot of evidence. Is he guilty? Question 5. You have been made into a detective. What is the first thing you do? Kyle got up from the floor and gave his test back to the secretary for review. The secretary checked Kyle's work carefully. She smiled. This looks spot on.
Yeah.
The secretary scrawled a red check mark with a plus on top of the paper and handed it back to Kyle. You, Kyle, have officially been accepted as a detective of the city.
Perfect.
Kyle understood that he had been given a great honor. He nodded stoically. The secretary placed a detective ID and a thick sheet of paper in Kyle's hand. This is your ID. I'll notify Mayor Tom that you'll be arriving in his office to get assigned a case. The city needs a hero like you. You must live up to the expectations set upon you. Kyle exited City Hall. The air was brisk, full of excitement and energy. Kyle realized that tomorrow he would need to start his detective journey. Crime, villainy, dastardly deeds. Kyle would combat them all. Kyle had officially started his job as a detective.
Kyle was a detective. Perfect. That was ending 62. Alright, 63 now. Let's go. Alright, I'm gonna open that thing. I'll do.
Kyle, today...
Give me my handy dandy key. Oh, magnifying glass. That should be interesting.
Kyle
I don't need
grabbed
that.
the
I
small
need a
key he kept in his desk.
Wait a second, what am I doing? Oh, there we go. Oh, I still have that card sick. Downtown. City Hall. Hatch.
Kyle knelt down to inspect a hatch on the floor. It seemed to be locked with a small keyhole. Kyle inserted the key into the hatch and turned it sharply. With a click, the hatch opened, revealing a dark, musty tunnel leading out of City Hall. Kyle slid into the tunnel. He found that it was vacuum-powered and sucked him quickly into the darkness. Suddenly, Kyle burst through the wall of his apartment hallway. He fell on the floor. Kyle had found a new way to get to City Hall.
Oh, sick. All hallway that connected. Enter the tube. I'm just gonna let this go for the day. I wonder if I get a different ending. Boom, boom, boom.
Kyle walked out into the city, ready to proceed with his detective duties of the evening. He looked at the odd passerby on the sidewalk, smirking slightly. Kyle felt important. Kyle felt useful. Kyle thought people were watching him. Kyle then realized he had never actually been assigned an investigation. Kyle stopped smiling cheekily at the people around him. But after a moment, Kyle regained his composure. If he didn't have a case assigned to him, perhaps he could find a case himself. Kyle started to investigate the ground, looking for anything that vaguely resembled a clue. Kyle spent his evening looking at bugs and scraps of trash. He did not find any clues. Today, Kyle had not completed his duties as a detective. A dark, shadowed figure watched as Kyle scoured, and then, slowly, he walked away.
Kyle didn't get a case. 63. I'm gonna scavenge. There's always something when you scavenge. Always.
Kyle thought, today, Kyle would try his best at being a detective. Kyle quickly crouched down on the floor, realizing his immediate need for... Kyle lay in the middle of his room, spread his arms wide, and just kinda basked in being a detective. After a moment, Kyle was done basking. He continued with his day.
I know where else I bask at. Let's go do that. That's not it.
Kyle spread his arms wide and absolutely basked in being a detective. He began to spin, loving every second of the time he spent basking. And then, Kyle was done basking. He continued with his day.
There was one in the kitchen as well when a guy...
Kyle spread his arms wide and basked greatly in being a detective.
Okay.
From basking about being a detective too much, Kyle melted.
Hot dog.
Suddenly, as a pile, Kyle was no longer able to be a detective. Kyle sadly decided that he would have to give up on his ravenous want to serve the city and instead fight to survive as a sticky inhabitant. Kyle lived his days as a puddle, buying groceries, visiting with friends, and taking Sunday naps. It was a tough life, but a fulfilling one. Kyle made friends, paid bills, and donated to charity. He never forgot his dream of inspiring the city with his detective skills, but Kyle remained a melted individual forever.
These ones don't seem as wild as the other ones, like the Christmas ones or the hot dog ones. They're just kind of... Died though. Oh, wrong thing.
Kyle woke up. Kyle was struck with an... Today, Kyle would try his best at being a detective.
Just said I was supposed to go to... Where'd my tube go? Oh, there we go. I think I'm supposed to get my case from the mayor.
Kyle entered the mayoral office. Mayor Tom sat behind his desk. He had been expecting Kyle's appearance.
Nice.
But there was a problem. Kyle had forgotten to put on clothes before talking to the mayor. Mayor Tom looked at Kyle with large, sad eyes. This was not a problem he had wanted to deal with today. Mayor Tom sadly removed a large stick from under his desk and began to beat Kyle senseless.
No.
Ouch,
said Tom.
ouch, ouch.
Kyle decided he would need to leave. Over the rest of the day, Kyle tried to re-enter the mayoral office several times. Eventually, Mayor Tom moved his desk to cover the door to his office, preventing either enter or exit. Mayor Tom found he was unable to access the necessities of life, like food and water. Mayor Tom withered away, leaving the city in a state of unmanaged chaos. Cars began spinning on their axles. Without will, men and women started contorting into balls and swirls. The very air vibrated. The only force that had kept the laws of physics in Kyle's city from devolving into entropy was the solid ruling of Mayor Tom. Kyle realized it had probably been a good thing that he had not gotten the chance to be part of the city rule. It was a large responsibility, wasn't it? Keeping everything organized, making good choices. Kyle wistfully thought back to Mayor Tom. He smiled. Kyle had a new respect for Mayor Tom. He was an excellent man. He had done well for the city. Kyle's features began to fold into themselves, pressing and stretching into hundreds of newfound directions. Kyle had indeed made a difference in the world.
Kyle caused chaos. Nice. Ending 65. Wow. Okay. Let us see. Now I'm gonna go to Mayor Tom's office with clothes on. What the heck is going on? Glitches sometimes. Weird.
Kyle was struck. Today? Kyle decided to take some time to Kyle donned a dusty detective suit, complete with a pipe and an old ascot cap. Kyle entered the mayoral office. Mayor Tom sat behind his desk. He had been expecting Kyle's appearance.
Detective Kyle,
Said Mayor Tom.
I am glad you are here today. Our city is plagued with villainy and crime. However, there are but a few investigations worthy of your time.
Mayor Tom placed a few pieces of paper on the desk in front of him. Kyle rifled through the cases to decide which he would investigate this evening. Kyle nodded. There's no question. I know exactly what mystery to investigate this evening. Mayor Tom looked at Kyle sadly.
Excellent. All of our hope is riding on you. Don't let us down.
Kyle exited Mayor Tom's office to prepare for his evening of investigation.
Go back to downtown. Let's talk to some people. He entered the local dollar store. He was greeted by a couple of sparse racks of goods and a bored-looking attendant.
So, said Kyle, assuming I didn't have any money, what sort of samples would you give me? The attendant looked at Kyle blankly.
Dude, just go. Like, get some change from the dryer or something.
Kyle nodded blankly and, after a moment, left the store.
Wait a second.
Kyle crumpled on the floor in tears. He cried passionately. He cried desperately. Kyle continued to cry with everything he had. Then, Kyle was done. He got off the floor and left the store.
What's up, Gabby?
Kyle approached his downstairs neighbor's door and knocked. A middle-aged woman named Gabby answered the door.
She's the bug vigilante. I saw that
It was
option.
time to investigate the alleged crimes of Jerry the hot dog boy. It was a very rainy night. Just as the sun left the sky, Kyle arrived at the scene of the crime. Mayor Tom and his secretary were standing inside a tape-marked perimeter. They were looking at a face-down body surrounded by hot dogs. Photographers recorded the scene. Neighbor Gabby stood outside the circle, watching idly.
I bet she did.
Good evening, Detective.
Said Mayor Tom.
I hope you're prepared to start your investigation.
Kyle curled his lip upwards, closed one eye, bit his tongue, and let loose a high-pitched squeak as loudly as he could. Everyone looked at Kyle silently. After a moment of nothing happening, Mayor Tom moved on.
Well, this is an incredibly important case to our city. I expect only the best from you.
Kyle understood the gravity of the situation. Jerry the hot dog boy or otherwise, tonight someone would come to justice. After a couple minutes of other chit-chat, Kyle decided to start investigating. Kyle grabbed the corpse by the ears and hoisted it upwards.
Why?
He began to peer deeply into the corpse's eyes. The corpse did not seem eager to respond to Kyle in any way.
Slap it.
In a single brisk move, Kyle brought his hand upwards and struck the corpse across the face.
Hey, corpse! I need to talk to you!
Kyle continued slapping the corpse repeatedly. The corpse opened its mouth and swallowed Kyle.
Oh.
Kyle had not noticed, but the corpse was actually a large, angry bear. Standing on its hind legs, the bear turned around and spit Kyle upwards. He crashed into the concrete, making a small crater. Kyle jumped to his feet. The bear had swallowed him. Kyle could do better. His pride was on the line. Kyle grabbed the bear and pushed it into his mouth, aggressively shoving it down his throat and into his stomach. After several minutes of struggle, Kyle managed to gain the upper hand. With one final push, the bear was swallowed. A thick silence hung in the air. Kyle came out of his raging stupor. He looked at the crime scene. There was no corpse left to investigate. Kyle turned to Mayor Tom and the rest of the gathered individuals. "I'm sorry, everyone," he said. "This one wasn't solvable." Kyle turned his back and walked away, leaving everyone else to sort out the details. Kyle entered a dark, rainy alleyway. Puddles were forming on the ground. Electric lights hummed. Kyle was isolated. Kyle knew he had given it his all on the investigation, and if he wasn't able to solve it, nobody could. Kyle looked to the sky. The murderer impersonating Jerry the hot dog boy was still at large.
New cursor. We got a knife. I'm gonna do that one. Jerry the hot dog boy endings. Kyle slapped. We're gonna do one where we don't slap. That's ending 66, by the way. Oh, sick. Thank
It was
gosh.
time to investigate the alleged crimes of Jerry the hot dog boy. It was a very...
Should've just skipped options. What
Kyle
did I do?
nodded
Oh.
solemnly. "I am prepared, Mayor Tom."
Well, this is an incredibly important case to our city. I expect only the best from you.
Kyle understood the gravity of the situation. Jerry the hot dog boy or otherwise, tonight someone would come to justice. After a couple minutes of other chit-chat, Kyle decided to start investigating.
Pick up hot dogs.
Kyle began to pick up the pieces of hot dog strewn around the crime scene. Each hot dog was an abnormal shape, not quite tubular, although not round. In fact, no, thought Kyle. These don't look like hot dogs at all. In reality, there were no hot dogs present. Kyle was clutching the remains of the late Mini Kyle Brigade.
No.
Kyle stumbled backwards, shocked by his discovery. And yet, he was intrigued. Kyle looked up from the tiny Kyles clutched in his hand. "What I hold here," he said, "is the piece of information that brings this whole case together. It is obvious that the perpetrator must have something in common to the strewn bits of the Mini Kyles. I think there is but a single person in the world that fits the evidence laid out before us. I believe that the only possible culprit is myself." Kyle wondered how he had managed to become the culprit without committing the crime, but trusted the evidence completely. As a way to express his conclusions, Kyle began to shoot more Mini Kyle corpses out of his eye sockets. The crime scene began to fill with the limbs and torsos of the Mini Kyles, creating piles of flesh everywhere. The Mini Kyles began to reassemble piece by piece, snapping their joints together and sewing their flesh into clots. Soon, a small army of Mini Kyles had assembled, wielding bits of trash found on the ground and angry grimaces. Kyle thought that, since he was now a convicted felon and all, he might as well become their leader. Kyle urged his mini army to overtake the present onlookers, looting their pockets for wallets and snacks. The Kyle army began a rampage around the city, committing petty crime against anyone they could find. Eventually, Mayor Tom installed coin-operated Kyle mashers on every street corner to slowly diminish the flow of Mini Kyles. Once all the Mini Kyles were gone, Kyle decided to go back to his career as a talk show host and forget about his detective work. The hot dog case remained unsolved.
Kyle made conclusions ending. Dang, there's a lot of endings just in this one case, dude. There's like at least maybe 6.
It was time.
Luckily, we can skip.
After a couple minutes of other chit, Kyle began. In fact, in reality, Kyle stumbled backward, and yet he was intrigued. Kyle felt very scientific. Wanting to measure the balance of the body parts clutched in his hands, Kyle chucked them at the concrete. The various parts of the mini-Kyles splattered outwards, creating an unassuming stain on the ground.
I have made a discovery, said Kyle. The mini-Kyles do not bounce.
Suddenly, Kyle was extremely curious. Did anything bounce? Kyle grabbed Mayor Tom and winged him at the ground. Mayor Tom did not bounce. Kyle grabbed every nearby person, desperately trying to find anyone that would bounce. Kyle began to enter nearby apartments, grabbing new participants from their showers and beds. Again and again, the concrete provided the same answer to Kyle. After many iterations, Kyle stopped. He looked at the pile of humans in front of him. Kyle believed he had truly enough information to make a scientific conclusion about this important problem.
I believe, said Kyle, that nobody bounces.
Kyle left the crime scene, happy that he had contributed to the scientific community. Over the next few years, Kyle continued his scientific endeavors. Kyle became a figurehead of new scientific research, publishing paper after paper, each providing a new take on reality. The case of Jerry the Hot Dog Boy was never solved.
Kyle checked for bounciness. Ending 68. We're getting there. I would say slowly, but we're going pretty quick.
After a
There's
couple
just so
minutes
many.
of other chit-chat, Kyle decided to start investigating. Kyle grabbed the corpse. He began to peer deep. The corpse did not seem eager to respond to Kyle in any way.
This is so impossible!
Kyle threw the corpse on the ground and started stamping his feet. Kyle started to run around the crime scene in frustration. Kyle circled around and around, kicking rocks out of his way and crying loudly. But quickly, things got out of hand. Kyle began to run over objects and people within a close proximity of the crime scene. He did not stop. The corpse, Mayor Tom, Gabby, the photography equipment, and everything else fell victim to Kyle's tantrum. Soon, Kyle had flattened every person and thing around him, but his tantrum did not subside. In anguish, Kyle began to run outside of the crime scene, flattening everything in his path. Cars, businesses, buildings, cities, and soon continents were made flat before Kyle. The world entered an era of functioning solely in 2 dimensions. Being the last 3D object in existence, Kyle found it difficult to integrate with the new society. Kyle was no longer able to buy groceries, visit with friends, or take walks in the park. Kyle used his new free time to study detective methodologies and theories of crime busting. Kyle became a great detective and helped the flat denizens of the world solve many, many problems. Kyle had become a great detective. But through everything, Kyle felt a bit sad. The mystery of Jerry the Hot Dog Boy remained too hard to solve.
You know, I was thinking, looking at the ending for 67, this is 69, Kyle gave up. After I look at the ground, I'm wondering, since it said conclusions, if there's multiple. I'm gonna try that. Just cause.
It was time.
That seems
After
like
a couple
something this
minutes
guy
of
would
other
do.
chit-chat, Kyle decided to start investigating. Kyle knelt on the ground and started scanning for any clues. There was very little to see outside the massive amounts of hot dogs. As Kyle continued to search, however, he uncovered something important. Kyle held up a note wedged under the body. It was covered in mustard stains and smelled like old meat. Kyle began to read from the note.
Hey everyone, my name is Jerry the Hot Dog Boy. I am a cold-blooded killer, and this man is yet another one of my victims. I often kill people by bludgeoning them with my hot dogs. I wrote this note to make everyone aware that I am a cold-blooded killer. Next time you buy a hot dog from me, beware.
Kyle stopped reading the note and looked at Mayor Tom.
It seems,
Said Mayor Tom.
that there's only one thing to conclude.
Kyle nodded understandingly. Kyle finished Mayor Tom's thought. Yeah, that you're Jerry the hot dog boy. Mayor Tom looked at Kyle, seemingly shocked. Don't worry, said Kyle. I'm also Jerry the hot dog boy. Kyle started to pace. I first began to suspect something was amiss as soon as I read the note found under the corpse. Why would it be there? What could it mean? And most importantly, who did it point to? Everyone looked at Kyle, completely flustered. You see, he continued, the only people that I've seen near this body in any way are us. We are all Jerry the hot dog boy, and Jerry the hot dog boy is the culprit.
Kyle,
Said Mayor Tom.
you forget yourself. Were you not accepted as part of this detective agency under the condition that Jerry the hot dog boy was never guilty? I cannot stand for this insult to the city. Think about what you've done.
Kyle realized he had made a mistake. He looked at the assembled crowd. Many people were crying. They looked disappointed. I'm really sorry, everyone. I take it back, said Kyle. Can we all still be Jerry the hot dog boy anyway? The mood brightened. Everyone began chatting excitedly about their new identities as Jerry the hot dog boy. As the evening went on, the group continued to try to solve the mystery at hand, ignoring any possibility of Jerry the hot dog boy being the guilty party. Somehow, in the shuffle, nobody noticed the corpse slowly flip over, get on all fours, and crawl away.
Big bear.
Not all was right in the city.
Kyle made assumptions. Ending 70. Alright, reset the case.
It was... After a couple minutes, Kyle knelt on the ground and started scanning for any clues. There was very little to see outside the massive amounts of hot... As Kyle continued to search, however, he uncovered something important. Kyle held up a note where... Kyle began... Kyle...
It seems.
Kyle nodded understandingly. Kyle finished Mayor Tom's thought. The only true answer is that Jerry the hot dog boy doesn't actually exist. Everyone stared at Kyle, confused.
Kyle's like that dude that's watching a movie trying to guess like the most tropish endings.
Kyle, trying to illustrate the lack of Jerry the hot dog boy, shoved the note in his mouth and swallowed. Suddenly, there was no longer evidence to condemn Jerry the hot dog boy. Everyone frowned. The group continued to look for evidence as the evening went on, but found nothing substantial. After a while, they decided that since Kyle had swallowed the evidence, they would do the next best thing and just blame it on him. Kyle was temporarily convicted of several hot dog-related murders. Kyle spent an afternoon in containment at City Hall, but eventually everyone got bored and let him out. But although Kyle was convicted of the crimes, the case of the Jerry the hot dog boy murders went unsolved. The murderer was still at large.
Alright, Kyle... Oh, that's the same ending. Well, lame. The case...
It was time to investigate the alleged
Kyle made
crimes of
assumption
Jerry
too.
the hot dog boy.
I don't know if that counts, but I'm gonna put it anyways. 72. Maybe. I don't know. I'll check later.
It was a very rainy night, just as the sun...
I should have skipped. I'm gonna check the thing again. The...
After a couple
conclusions.
minutes of other chit-chat, Kyle decided to start... In fact... And yet, he was... Kyle looked up from the tiny Kyles clutched in his hand. What I hold here, he said, is the piece of information that brings this whole case together. It is obvious that the perpetrator must have something in common to the strewn bits of the mini Kyles. I think there is but a single person in the world that fits the evidence laid out before us. I believe that the only possible culprit is myself. Kyle wondered how he had managed to become the culprit without committing the crime.
This is
As a way to... The crimes... The mini Kyles began to reassemble piece by piece, snapping their joints together and sewing their flesh into
I don't
cloths.
think this is the same, is it?
Soon, a small army of mini Kyles had assembled, wielding bits of trash found on the ground and angry grimaces. Kyle thought that since he was now a convicted felon and all, he might as well become their leader.
Yeah, this is different.
Kyle urged his mini army to overtake the present onlookers, looting their pockets for wallets and snacks. The Kyle army began a rampage around the city, committing petty crime against anyone they could find. Eventually, Mayor Tom installed coin-operated Kyle mashers on every street corner to slowly diminish the flow of mini Kyles.
Maybe it's not
Once
different.
all the mini Kyles were gone, Kyle decided to go back to his career as a talk. The hot dog case from
That's the same.
It was after a couple of Kyle began. Each hot dog was in reality Kyle's, and yet he was. Kyle looked up. What I hold here, I believe. Kyle wondered how he had managed to become as a way. The crime, the mini. Soon, Kyle thought. Kyle urged. Eventually.
Same. Those are different endings, though. Huh. Weird. Yeah, those count as different endings, so I guess I should count them. Weird. Wonder why. That's super weird. Save conclusions. Again. What else did I get? There's only one. Okay, sure. 3. I guess there's not column-made assumptions. Okay. That's weird that's the same ending, though. So I guess that's 71, 72, because there's no column-made assumptions, too, even though that ending was actually different. I don't know what that is. Let me check and make sure. Alright, I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'll be back. Alright, this is where we're gonna have to start finding things to use on the hot dog case.
Kyle
There's probably gonna be a
Walker.
lot of editing
He
here,
is famous.
because I'm gonna have to test items in that area. Which doesn't
Kyle
really
thought
affect y'all,
very
but
carefully.
for me, this is gonna be rough.
Today, Kyle donned a dusty detective suit, complete with a pipe and an old ascot cap.
Actually,
Kyle scooped up the change scattered around the desk drawer.
kitchen. Take this
Kyle
with us.
grabbed the tasting helmet and put it over his head.
Suction hands. I don't think I need those. Magic wipes. might
Kyle
help.
purchased the magic wipes, the packaging read, made for transporting something to the magic dimension. Kyle decided to spend some time gathering information from the locals roaming around downtown. Kyle decided that if anyone would be able to advise him about his mysteries, it would be the puppies. After a couple minutes of looking, Kyle found a couple young mothers clutching small dogs over their shoulders. He knelt down and crawled forward, keeping out of eyesight of the mothers. Soon, Kyle was close enough to be able to talk to the puppies. Kyle thought about what question he would like to ask them.
Still the puppies.
Kyle quietly picked up both puppies and stored them in his pocket for later questioning. He slowly crawled away from the chatting mothers and back to the downtown area. Kyle walked out into the city, ready to proceed with his detective duties of the evening. He looked at the odd passerby on the sidewalk, smirking slightly. Kyle felt important. Kyle felt useful. Kyle thought people were watching him.
Oh, look at that right click.
Kyle then realized he had never actually been assigned an investigation. Kyle stopped smiling cheekily.
Fail. I have to get the case. I just thought I already had the case because I kept doing that. Okay, sure.
A dark.
Alright. Reset.
Kyle.
But I did figure out how to get some
Today-
things, so that's cool. Alright.
Kyle decided. Kyle.
Sort of change.
Kyle scooped up.
Take this magnifying glass too, just to be safe.
Kyle.
Kitchen. Casing helmet.
Kyle grabbed.
Alright, let's leave. Go downtown. Visit dollar store.
Kyle purchased the magic wipes. The packaging read, made for transporting something to the magic dimension.
The magic dimension, huh?
Kyle entered the mayoral office. Mayor Tom sat behind his desk. He had been expecting Kyle's appearance.
Detective Kyle,
Said Mayor Tom.
I am glad you are here today. Our city is plagued with villainy and crime. However, there are but a few investigations worthy of your time.
Mayor Tom placed a few pieces of paper on the desk in front of him. Kyle rifled through the cases to decide which he would investigate this evening. Kyle nodded. There's no question. I know exactly what mystery to investigate this evening. Mayor Tom looked at Kyle sadly.
Excellent. All of our hope is riding on you. Don't let us down.
Kyle exited Mayor Tom's office to prepare for his evening of investigation. It was time to investigate the alleged crimes of Jerry the hot dog boy. After a couple minutes of other chit-chat, Kyle decided to start investigating. Kyle began to pick up the pieces of hot dog strewn around the crime scene. Each hot dog was an abnormal shape, not quite tubular, although not round. In fact, Kyle, and yet, he was intrigued. Kyle realized he must use every human sense to figure out the mystery of the mini Kyles. Kyle grabbed a handful of the Kyles and gave them a large lick. The mystery remained unsolved.
Lick him some more.
Kyle began to chew thoughtfully on a handful of his heads, wondering what secrets they held for him. The mini Kyles were delicious, but held no secrets to Kyle. Kyle suddenly became really curious if he tasted the same as the mini Kyles did. Kyle's face stretched outwards, his mouth twisting around and swallowing itself from the outside. Kyle found himself absolutely irresistible. Kyle began a cycle of contorting and stretching through himself, swallowing himself over and over. Within minutes, Kyle resembled a wriggly, dripping mass of teeth and inside-out flesh. Kyle continued to swallow himself throughout the night and into the morning. Kyle had fallen into the psychological trap of addiction. Kyle was sent to therapy for his addiction. Over the next several years, Kyle was slowly weaned off from continuing to swallow himself. After many trials and relapses, Kyle was eventually able to recover and begin life as a new man. However, Kyle never managed to untangle his many, many layers of being inside out.
Ending 73. Kyle had an addiction. Alright. Reset the case.
It was time to
Try some of these other
After a
things I
couple
picked up.
minutes of other chit-chat, Kyle knelt on the ground and started scanning for any clues. There was very little to see. Kyle Kyle nodded understanding.
This is the same. Oops.
It was time. After a couple, Kyle grabbed the corpse by the ears and hoisted it upwards. He began to peer deeply into the corpse's eyes. The corpse did not seem eager to respond to Kyle in any way. Kyle removed the magic wipes from his pocket and started to wipe the corpse with them. Within a moment, it disappeared, teleported to the magic dimension. A moment of awkward silence followed as Kyle slowly grasped the problem that he created. Kyle slowly turned around until he was facing the crowd of photographers and city officials. The crowd, frozen in the poses they had been while the corpse was still around, were all frowning at him. Because the case was now completely unsolvable, everyone packed up their things and went home. The next day, Kyle was not offered a case by Mayor Tom, nor the next.
What?
Kyle had not solved the mystery of Jerry the hot dog boy.
Alright, how many do we excuse me. How many more do I have in this section? Two more Jerry the hot dog boys. Alright, let's look around. I talked to some people on one thing. I'm gonna go talk to them again and see what they got. We'll take the puppies. I didn't have time last time I took the puppies.
Kyle was
We'll talk to Rachel
Today-
Ray too. Feel like that's important to do.
Kyle decided to take some time to choose the perfect outfit, knowing how important appearance is. Kyle donned a dusty detective suit, complete with a pipe and an old ascot cap.
Downtown? Yep.
Kyle decided to spend some time gathering information from the locals roaming around downtown. Kyle decided that if anyone would be able to advise him about his mysteries, it would be the puppies. After a couple minutes of looking, Kyle found a couple young mothers clutching small dogs over their shoulders. He knelt down and crawled forward, keeping out of eyesight of the mothers. Soon, Kyle was close enough to be able to talk to the puppies. Kyle thought about what question he would like to ask them.
Oh, still. Scream at him real quick.
Kyle opened his mouth and screamed as hard as he could. The mothers stopped talking to each other and looked over at him, horrified. Kyle slowly looked up at them. Kyle decided that it would be best to leave the area while he was...
Let's take the puppies.
Kyle decided to spend some time gathering information
Oh,
from the
no.
locals
I can't
roaming
take 'em
around
now.
downtown.
Whoops.
Kyle entered Rachel May's studio. "Oh, Kyle," said Rachel, surprised. "It's good to see you. What's up?"
Oh, dang, he lost her voice real hard. Yeah.
Kyle decided what he wanted to talk with Rachel about.
Ah, dang, boy. I thought it was kind of weak from the get-go. He just gave up on it, dude.
"Rachel, I'm currently investigating some crimes possibly committed by Jerry the hot dog boy. Do you know anything about him? Have you ever bought any hot dogs from him?" Rachel smiled. "Yes, I know Jerry the hot dog boy. He's such a darling. I bought a hot dog from him once. He pulled a knife on me, but I'm sure he didn't mean anything about it." Rachel smiled sweetly. Kyle decided what he wanted to talk with Rachel about. "Would you know anything about a bunch of eyes? I'm told that there's a lot of eyes somewhere." "Oh, Kyle," said Rachel, putting her hand on his arm. "You ask such silly questions. What does that all mean?" "I'm a little busy right now, but maybe we can talk more about this at the interview later?" She smiled at him. "Well, since I'm a detective now, I think I might need to spend my evening doing that." Kyle looked at the floor. "Ooh," said Rachel. "You're all important now and stuff." She playfully punched him. "That's okay. We can reschedule for a different time. A time when you're not so important." Rachel smiled at Kyle once again. Kyle felt just a bit sad he wouldn't be interviewing her that night. "Well, go, go, go," said Rachel. "You've got big things to be taking care of." Kyle nodded and walked back onto the street. Kyle walked out into the city, looked
crap.
at the odd passerby on the sidewalk. Kyle felt important.
Failed. Again. I don't know if I'm going to edit them out or not.
Kyle was struck with an today. Kyle entered the mayoral office. Mayor Tom. Kyle rifled. Mayor.
Okay, I'm gonna take the puppies
Kyle
this time.
decided to spend. Kyle, after a couple minutes of looking, he knelt down and crawled forward, keeping out of eyesight of the mothers. Soon, Kyle was close enough to be able to talk to the puppies. Kyle thought about what question he would like to ask them. Kyle quietly picked up both puppies and stored them in his pocket for later questioning. He slowly crawled away from the chatting mothers and back to the downtown area. Kyle decided to spend some time gathering information from the locals roaming around downtown. Kyle approached a group of elderly women standing near a cluster of shops. "Ladies," said Kyle, "I must speak with you." Kyle decided what he wished to ask the women about. "How's the home life?" asked Kyle. "Husband's doing well? Anything exciting coming up?" The ladies were silent. They looked at Kyle uncomfortably.
"They're fine,"
said one.
"There's no reason they wouldn't be. We wouldn't do anything to them."
The group fell silent again. It was time to investigate the alleged crimes of Jerry the hot dog boy. It was a very rainy night. Just as the sun left the sky, Kyle arrived at the scene of the crime. Mayor Tom and his secretary were standing inside a tape-marked perimeter. They were looking at a face-down body surrounded by Neighbor Gabby stood out.
I was supposed to skip that. Oh well.
Hello!
Oh wait.
Rachel May stepped out from behind Mayor Tom. "After you told me that you were spending your evening investigating crime, I got really inspired. So I talked to the secretary in City Hall and became the second person to pass the detective examination this week." Rachel smiled cheerily. Kyle decided that he was interested in being partners with Rachel. "Rachel, I believe that together we will be able to solve this crime." Kyle and Rachel nodded at each other. After a couple minutes of other chit-chat, Kyle decided to start investigating. Suddenly, Kyle realized he had no idea what he was doing. "Rachel," he whispered, motioning to her. "Come over here." Rachel slid over next to Kyle. "What's up? Have you figured something out?" "Rachel," said Kyle, "I don't know what any of this could mean. Do you have any ideas?" Rachel looked at the body on the ground. "Let me see what I can find," she whispered. Rachel began to comb around the scene, looking at each detail twice. After several minutes of searching, Rachel turned around and motioned to the body. "Did anyone notice this is a bear?" Everyone gasped. "It's not even dead. It's just asleep,"
Idiots!
screamed Mayor Tom.
The crimes committed in this city are so amateurish. Where's the excitement? The gravitas?
Mayor Tom started to scream utter gibberish. He stalked off the scene, red in the face and sputtering. There was a moment of silence. Well, we can catch up with him later, I guess," said Rachel. "Here, someone help me with this thing." Without much trouble, the remaining individuals managed to transplant the bear outside the city. Job done, the team turned to the front of City Hall to debrief a bit from the evening of detective work. The group chatted back and forth about how the investigation had gone and what to do next. But they parted ways with a chilly air above them all. It felt as if that night was the start of something much more diabolical.
Rachel solved the case. Ending 74. Rachel solved the case. 75 is next. Reset the case. Let's see if we can do anything with these doggos.
After a couple minutes of other chit-chat, Kyle, He began to peer deeply into the corpse's eyes. The corpse did not seem eager to respond to Kyle in any way.
Get him.
Kyle dropped the corpse on the ground.
Like the fox and the hound.
He reached behind him and grabbed the puppies. He gently put them on the ground. Frantically, the puppies crawled toward the corpse at lightning speed. The puppies crawled into the corpse's mouth and began investigating from the inside.
Uh-oh.
They gathered information about the corpse. They took notes of the findings. They compared clues. Eventually, they were finished. They crawled out of the corpse to give Kyle their findings. Kyle picked the puppies back up and listened closely as they talked in his ear. "The puppies," said Kyle, "believe that this is actually a bear."
Hey.
Everyone gasped. "So," said a photographer, "does that mean there is no crime?" Kyle consulted with the puppies, then nodded solemnly. "It seems so," he said. "I believe that our work here is done." It was decided to just leave the bear where it was until morning and see if it was gone. Kyle took the puppies back to their owners. He explained what an excellent job they had done at the crime scene. Both sets of parents were elated that their pets had been so helpful. They each gave Kyle a hug. Kyle returned home, but on his way, he passed the place where the bear had been. It was missing, seemingly having woken up and wandered away. Kyle wondered what the bear meant, why it had been there, who had put it there. No answers came to him. It seemed to be a problem without much of a solution. Kyle shrugged and walked away to spend his evening relaxing. But from a bush in the shadows, a dark figure watched him. Kyle's biggest mystery was yet to be solved.
Kyle found a bear. That's all, should be all the hot dog case. Let's go check that bad boy. I like that they have where you can see how many endings are related to one choice. That's really nice. Look at all these bad boys. We still gotta do more of these. What's this? Oh no. Yeah, we're done with that one now. We gotta do stuff in Major Tom's office as well. I bet you that had to do before we got the ID. I'm gonna see if I can figure out how to lose the ID.
Famous.
I got it from the freaking lady, so I'm gonna go give it back.
Kyle thought
It's a cat lady.
today,
That's a electro
Kyle
bear.
would try. Kyle donned a dusty detective.
Yeah. Detective office.
"Hello, you," said Kyle. "I have something very important to ask." The secretary looked up from her paper. Kyle decided what he would ask the secretary. "I've come to resign," said Kyle. "My life as a detective is done. I have other things I want to focus on." "Oh, okay," said the secretary. "We have a very forgiving policy when it comes to dropping out of detective duties.
Sick.
First, you need to sign this form saying that you won't tell anyone about anything you saw here." Kyle signed. "Secondly, you need to sign this form saying that the city has every right to silence you as they see fit." Kyle signed. "And finally, this one that says we can hunt you down and bury you deep if you cause us trouble."
Wait a second. What
Kyle
the?
signed.
Kyle, please.
"All right," she said, smiling. "All I need now is your detective ID, and you're free to go." Kyle handed over his ID, hand wavering slightly. "All righty. Thanks for your service, detective. You can use the door behind you to leave." Kyle walked into the brisk evening air, a man unbound from duty. His life as a detective had taught him a lot about the city, and even about the world. But tonight, he would relax with no burden on his shoulders. Kyle had given up on his desire to be a detective.
No longer Batman. 76. Kyle resigned. Alright, main menu. Now that I don't have
Kyle-
detective license, I'm gonna go talk to the mayor.
Kyle was struck with an uncomfortable thought. Today, Kyle would try his best at being a detective.
Put some clothes on first.
Kyle
Oh my gosh.
decided to take some... Kyle entered the mayoral office. Mayor Tom, the elected mayor, was sitting behind his desk. In that moment, Kyle realized declaring himself detective doesn't magically give him permission to enter government offices.
What?
Kyle found himself in an uncomfortable situation. Kyle was very nervous about his misunderstanding with Mayor Tom. Kyle didn't exactly know what to say. He began to quiver and sweat. Kyle's metabolism went into overdrive, breaking down all of the fat in his body as energy for sweat production. Kyle began to shoot liquid from his pores with uncomfortable velocity. In a sudden collapse, Kyle's body imploded, creating a massive wave that filled Mayor Tom's office. Desperate for moisture to continue sweat production, Kyle's pores began to suck every drop of water from the air. The city began to flood with salt water as all liquid was repurposed by Kyle. Within hours, Kyle had created mankind's first artificial saltwater ocean. Families from around the country came to visit and bask in the sunlight. A beach was created. Surf shops opened. Kyle was greeted on the street and asked for photos. Parents told him that his ocean was a popular spot to spend their weekends with their children. In his own way, Kyle had made a difference in his city.
Kyle created an ocean, ending 77. There was 2 other options to pick. Let's see what the ending thing's looking like. Make sure I'm doing the right things. Yeah, that's that. I don't know what this is. We'll get it eventually, I'm sure. One day.
Kyle...
Detective boy.
Today... Kyle donned...
To mayor office.
Kyle entered the... Mayor Tom, the elected mayor, was sitting behind... In that moment, Kyle found himself in an uncomfortable situation. Kyle was sure Mayor Tom would understand if he just explained himself clearly. "Excuse me," said Kyle. "I'm a detective." Mayor Tom looked at Kyle with large, sad eyes.
Son,
He said,
this idea of yours cannot be true. There are but 2 ways to take the role of detective for this city,
said Mayor Tom.
First, by completing our detective test. Or second, by defeating me in hand-to-hand combat.
Let's do this, old man.
Mayor Tom jumped on Kyle and started punching his face with both hands. Kyle was taken aback by Mayor Tom's power and agility. However, Kyle knew this was about more than just a fistfight. This was about being able to make a difference. Kyle began to attack Mayor Tom viciously, grabbing at his hair and slapping him across the face.
We're going to jail.
The 2 fought zealously. Bruises were formed, furniture was overturned. But Kyle could not withstand Mayor Tom's power. Mayor Tom drew his arm back and let loose a deadly haymaker, sending Kyle crashing through the office door. Kyle lay on the ground, unable to continue fighting. Mayor Tom stepped over top him, looking downward sadly.
I hoped, perhaps,
said Mayor Tom.
that you would be the one.
Mayor Tom returned to his office. Eventually, Kyle was able to return to his feet. Sheepishly, he left City Hall and returned to his apartment. Kyle sat on his bed and thought about Mayor Tom. He had moved so quickly. He fought with honor, fury, and dedication. Kyle realized he was not ready to be a detective. He had to spend his time training. He would train hard. He would train harder. Kyle slowly fell asleep, thinking about the ways he would gain strength and eventually take on Mayor Tom again. Kyle slept deeply.
Kyle explained, ending 78. Only 40 more to go. Less than 40 to go. Let's go. We have one more of those to do.
Kyle, today... Kyle decided...
Fight me,
Kyle
heathen.
entered the mayoral office. Kyle found himself in an uncomfortable situation. "Mayor Tom," said Kyle, "I am so sorry."
Major Tom to ground control. That's probably why his name's Tom. Because Mayor and Major's so close.
Mayor Tom looked at Kyle sadly. He saw Kyle as a poor, incompetent man who had not had a strong guiding force in his life. Mayor Tom felt sorry for Kyle.
No,
Said Mayor Tom.
I am sorry. You are a poor, misguided soul. You are a man wrought of the misguided nature of our city. I see you as a problem, not your person, but what you represent. The sad demise of capability. However, continued Mayor Tom, I feel more sorry for my bear. He is hungry. I would like to feed you to him.
What the heck? The bear that... Oh, it's coming together.
Mayor Tom pulled a lever on his desk. The wall beside him was pulled into the floor, revealing a grungy, untamed bear. In a raging need to devour, the bear rushed outwards and swallowed the first thing it saw, which was Mayor Tom. The bear sat on the floor. It looked at Kyle complacently while silently digesting Mayor Tom. Kyle decided it would be a good time to leave.
Smart.
Kyle walked outside City Hall. He decided to take some time in the park across the street and just think for a bit. Kyle sat on a bench. He watched as the sun slowly set in the sky, laying a creamy orange color over everything. Suddenly, Kyle was happy he had not been eaten by Mayor Tom's bear. Perhaps, he thought, he could try to be a detective again tomorrow.
Kyle apologized. Ending 79. Huzzah. Next will be ending 80. Ah. Look at our endings, make sure we got all those. Now I'll take my detective badge back. Please and thank you. Yeah, sick. Okay. Oh, start.
Kyle...
I hope I don't have
Kyle
to take the
thought-
test again.
Kyle... Today...
Your tube to apartment? No.
"Hello, you," said Kyle. "I have something very important to ask." The secretary looked up from her paper. Kyle decided what he would ask the secretary. "Something really important has come up. This morning, a mystery was given to me. As I sat in bed, I was struck with a desire, a need." Kyle slammed his palm on the desk. "I must become a detective. Justice must come to this city." The secretary looked at Kyle blankly. "Okay," she said.
Oh no.
The secretary...
Yeah, I gotta do it again.
Question
Gosh
1.
dang.
Question 2. Question 3. If you find a Question 5. You have... Kyle...
Alright. So I guess what I'll do is I'll pick up a case and then I'll pick up as many items
Kyle
as I
thought
can.
very
I
carefully.
think that's a good idea.
Kyle... Today...
I know I have things here, so I can get the magnifying glass
Kyle...
and get the sorted change. Boom.
Kyle's...
I can go to the... Did that get dressed already? No.
Kyle decided...
Alright. Then I go to... Hallway. Yeah. Leave apartment. Yes. Go downtown. Visit dollar store. There's something else. Let me get the suction hands. That might be useful.
Kyle purchased the suction hands. He examined them for a moment, pulling them on and off his hands.
Alright, let me go get a case. Oh, can I get both? Oh, heck
Kyle
yeah.
purchased the magic wipes. The packaging read, "Made for transporting something to the magic dimension."
Heck. Alright, let's go to the place and get a case before it ends on me.
Kyle... Mayor Kyle rifled through the cases to decide which he would investigate this evening.
Look for the cat.
Kyle nodded. There's no question. I know exactly what mystery to investigate this evening.
Mayor Tom looked at Kyle sadly.
Excellent. All of our hope is riding on you. Don't let us down.
Kyle exited Mayor Tom's office to prepare for his evening of investigation.
Already prepared. I'm ready.
It was time to investigate the mystery of I cannot find my cat.
Ready.
Kyle traveled to a quiet little cul-de-sac at the edge of town. The streets were barren. A cold breeze wandered up and down the pavement, touching softly on nearby trees and bags. As the sun barely peeked over the horizon, Kyle walked to door number 3092 and knocked. A young woman answered.
Hello there, said Kyle. I am here to investigate a grievance we received from this residence.
Oh, hey,
Said the woman.
my name is Anna. I can't find my cat.
Weird.
Kyle nodded solemnly.
I understand the problem, and I will do everything I can do to help.
Kyle walked inside the house.
Oh, wow. Suction hands.
Kyle removed the suction hands from his pocket and began to go to work.
Let's go.
He began climbing the wall next to the stairwell just to get an idea of what it felt like to be a cat. Then he started climbing the walls in the living room just to be doubly sure. Before he knew it, Kyle had been bitten by the ravenous need to climb. Kyle ran outside, panting, looking for the largest surface near him. He leapt onto the side of Anna's house and began to climb upward as quickly as he could. But as he reached the top, Kyle continued to climb. Kyle swung his arms far above his head, pushing downward in the air, desperately trying to keep the climb going. At first, Kyle stayed level in the air, and then, slowly, he began to rise. Flailing wildly, Kyle drifted into the air above Anna's house. One by one, Anna's neighbors came out to watch Kyle as he ascended upwards. And then suddenly, Kyle got bored. Kyle plummeted down to the ground, crashing straight through Anna's ceiling and into her living room. But then, immediately, Kyle wanted to climb again. Kyle started scrambling madly into the air, slowly rising through the hole in the ceiling. Kyle spent the next several hours going up and down through Anna's house. Eventually, he realized that it was his bedtime and that he needed to go home. Kyle floated away from the neighborhood, looking at each building as he passed overhead. Free in the wind, Kyle was able to gain a new perspective on life. He realized he could become an apex predator and never need to worry about food again. Kyle spent his evening chasing after songbirds and geese, swallowing whole those that he caught. Kyle had found an abundant source of sustenance and as such decided he could give up on the finer things of life to be able to live free. Kyle became a migratory predator. He spent his days chasing through the sky and being sighted by bird watchers. Kyle had completely forgotten about Anna's case.
Kyle became the cat. Alright. Kyle became an alpha predator. Ending 80. That was a good one. I like that. He became the cat. All cats are alpha predators, or at least they think so.
It was time to investigate the... Kyle walked inside the house. Kyle removed the magnifying glass from his pocket and began to inspect Anna's house.
So, what are you doing?
Asked Anna.
I need to find your cat.
Said Kyle. He started crawling close to the floor, inspecting every piece of her carpet.
I mean, I've looked through the house already. I'm pretty certain he's not here.
Kyle got up off his knees, stood up, and looked Anna in the face.
I don't trust ignorance,
He said. Kyle returned to the floor, slowly examining every inch with his magnifying glass. After several hours, Kyle had finished with his examination.
Anna,
He said.
I have good news.
Anna looked at Kyle suspiciously.
I think you need to vacuum more often.
Unwittingly, Kyle had just uttered the ancient words meant to bind a soul to the eldritch gods.
Oh, God.
Kyle sprouted tentacles out of his eyes and mouth. He started to melt in place, his arms welding to his sides. Kyle was transforming into an ancient eldritch beast. Anna expressionlessly walked to the kitchen, grabbed a frying pan, and began to beat Kyle over the head. Anna continued beating Kyle over and over. Kyle screeched the cry of the foul beings, but could not fight back. Eventually, Kyle had taken enough damage to disincentivize the eldritch gods from possessing him. He began to turn back into a human. Kyle's eyeballs regrew in their sockets, his arms unfused from his body. His hair returned. Soon, Kyle lay on the floor as his normal self. Kyle and Anna spent the rest of the day searching around the house and neighborhood for her cat. After many hours of searching, the two had turned up nothing new. They decided to put up some posters around the city and call it quits for the day. Kyle left Anna's house feeling disappointed in his detective work, but happy with the turnout of the eldritch problem. Kyle laid his head down, hoping that they would hear news of Anna's cat the next day. Kyle had tried to solve the mystery of I can't find my cat.
But failed. Anna saved the world. Nice, Anna. Good for you.
Kyle woke up.
No.
He is famous.
That's not what I meant to click. What the freak? Oh, please reset the case. Oh, you suck. A second.
Kyle,
What?
sitting across
Oh.
from his host chair was...
Glitch. Crap.
Kyle woke up.
Okay. I gotta grab all the things again.
Kyle thought... Kyle was... Today... Kyle grabbed a... Kyle...
A lot of sort of change to buy all those things. Just in case I need all this stuff still. Maybe. There should be options later on when I actually talk to her after I wipe everything. Yeah, I think that's everything.
Kyle entered the mayoral office. Mayor Tom sat behind his desk.
I need my
He had
clothes.
been expecting Kyle's appearance. But there was a problem.
God,
Kyle had
dude.
forgotten to... Kyle... He looked at the... Kyle felt important. Kyle was...
Became brain melt.
Kyle grabbed... Kyle...
Doesn't help the Santa Claus one doesn't make you put clothes on like ever. So that doesn't
Kyle
help.
decided... Kyle
No,
approached his downstairs
God,
neighbors.
why?
A middle-aged woman named Gabby answered the door.
I don't
As
think I'm
Kyle
gonna make it in time to get the
eventually-
case. God dang it, dude. What am I doing here? Misclicks everywhere.
Kyle... Mayor Tom sat by... Mayor Tom played... Kyle
I
right.
made it. I think.
Kyle nodded. Mayor It was Kyle walked inside the house. Kyle removed the magic wipes from his pocket.
Oh Lord. Wipe Anna.
Kyle wiped Anna with the magic wipe. Before she could say anything, Anna was transported to the magic dimension. Suddenly, Kyle felt very unsure about his decisions.
Nah, we're fine. It's good.
Kyle wandered around the house, vaguely wondering if he could find a way to bring Anna back. Nothing much occurred to him. Kyle left the house and walked home to his apartment. Kyle sat for a while and thought about how his case had gone. He decided to take the next couple days off.
Kyle wiped Diana. Ending 82. Let's not mess this up this time, hopefully. That's the case. Thank you.
It was time.
Wipe.
Kyle removed the magic wipes from his pocket.
Wipe the house.
For this operation, Anna, it's best that I am alone.
Alone?
Said Anna.
Is that really necessary? I don't like leaving people alone in my house.
It is absolutely necessary. said Kyle.
Now go. I must work.
Anna hesitated for a moment, shrugged, and walked outside. Kyle started wiping each wall with the magic wipe. The wipe transported every chunk it touched, creating large gashes in the walls with bits crumbling off. Soon, the walls became structurally unstable. The ceiling started buckling, doorways caved. Kyle did not stop wiping. He continued to scrub vigorously. Within a few minutes, Kyle had removed too much wall. With one large crash, Anna's house was flattened. Kyle crawled out from beneath the rubble. He saw Anna standing in front of him, frowning.
Detective,
She said.
what on earth did you do?
Kyle shrugged and gave a grunt.
Well,
Anna trailed off.
I think you can go home now.
Kyle smiled, tipped his hat, and skipped away.
I do not like her voice.
As he walked home, he realized that today he had really become a detective. Kyle thought about all of the exciting cases he would solve and the people he would help. But Kyle had not solved the mystery of I can't find my cat.
Okay. I'll wipe the house. Ending 83.
It was time. Kyle removed them. Kyle started wiping each piece of furniture he passed to get them out of the way. As each piece of furniture was transported to the magic dimension, Anna grew more confused.
Detective, will those come back anytime?
Kyle shrugged and continued wiping. Within a few minutes, Anna's house had been completely purged of furniture. Well, said Kyle, can't seem to find any cats here. I'd say it's hopeless. Bye. Kyle exited the house and returned to Mayor Tom's office to report. Mayor Tom, said Kyle, the case was unsolvable. Mayor Tom looked at Kyle sadly.
I'm sorry to hear that, Kyle.
Said Mayor Tom.
Did you employ the use of the magic wipes?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I did, sir, said Kyle. But even with their help, I just wasn't able to get anywhere with it.
Some cases can't be cracked, Kyle. It's your job as a detective to accept that and move on.
X.
Kyle nodded understandingly. I will come back tomorrow and try my best for you and the city. Kyle turned to leave the office, but Mayor Tom spoke.
Oh, and Kyle,
He said,
I couldn't be more pleased with your results.
Then he shut the door.
Nice. I'll wipe the furniture. 8084. I'm glad that most of these endings are like so close to each other, and that you can monitor them with the thing if you need to.
It was time to... Kyle walked inside the house. Kyle removed the magic wipes from his pocket.
Oh, this is gonna be crazy. I wonder what's in the magic dimension.
Kyle began dabbing himself with the magic wipes. With a fizz of pop and a
Very-
magic elf chuckle, Kyle was transported to the magic dimension. Kyle looked around him and was amazed. The
What's
magic
that?
dimension was
Oh.
full of wondrous
Frogs.
things. Toads floated around him, turning inside out one by one as Kyle focused on them.
I'm glad they're not turning inside out.
The ground was firm and slimy. As Kyle stood, he slowly sank lower and lower, as if being slowly eaten. Most importantly, a large clown stood before Kyle, watching him expressionlessly. After several minutes, the clown spoke.
Welcome to the magic dimension. I am Harry the Clown. We have known each other in the human realm.
False.
Kyle understood that it was his friend Harry that had gone missing years ago,
The guy from the scavenging.
In this realm,
said Harry.
I reside as the Clown King. The toads you see are my subjects. They are rapidly dying.
That's not great.
Harry, said Kyle, I'm a detective now. I can investigate the reason behind the untimely death of the toads. Harry's eyes began to tear.
If you could,
He said,
a great burden would be lifted from my shoulders.
Kyle wasted no time in starting his investigation. Kyle started by examining the toads that had turned inside out when he arrived. There was not much information to divulge. Kyle decided to move on. Kyle started to investigate the toads that were still alive.
Oh, he's gonna kill him.
It seemed that whenever he looked at one, it would immediately flip around and become inside out. In an effort to divulge any extra information regarding the toads, Kyle tried to examine every toad he could find.
Killing them all.
One by one, Kyle destroyed every toad in the entire magic dimension. Eventually, Kyle realized there was nothing else he could do and returned to Harry. "Harry," he said, "it appears that all of the toads are gone."
Thank you, Kyle,
said Harry.
a great burden has been lifted off my shoulders as there are no toads left to worry about.
Oh, good for you.
Now I may live the rest of my days in the magic dimension carefree and happy. For your services, I will return you from whence you came.
Alright, man, I'll see you.
Harry snapped his fingers. Kyle began to sink into the ground. Lower, lower, and lower he fell. Soon, he was under the ground entirely. Suddenly, Kyle was back in Anna's house, magic wipes in hand. Kyle conducted the investigation with Anna for the remainder of the day, but his mind was with Harry. As the evening came, Kyle and Anna had not made progress on finding her cat. It was decided to try again another day. Kyle left Anna's house with many things on his mind. He thought about Anna's investigation, yes. But Kyle's heart lay in the kingdom of the Clown King.
Kyle wiped himself. Good for him. It's always important to wipe. For sure. That's ending 85. Now we can do the
It was
other
time
endings
to
here.
invest. Kyle walked inside the house. Kyle decided to ask Anna a few questions first. "What does your cat look like?" asked Kyle, intent.
He's big,
Said Anna.
really big. He's bigger than you, actually.
Kyle moved on to his next question. "When did you last see your cat?" asked Kyle.
Oh, that was when I was feeding him last,
Said Anna.
a couple days ago, maybe?
"A couple days?" asked Kyle. "How often do you feed him?"
Well, it depends how quickly I can catch the neighbor's pets, if I'm being honest.
Neighbor's
Anna stared at the
pets.
wall. Kyle moved on to his next question. "So, Anna," asked Kyle, "what's the name of your cat?" Anna looked away from Kyle's face.
Well, sometimes I call him the bear.
Anna idly scratched her arm.
I know a bear.
Kyle felt like there was something he was missing, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Kyle shrugged off the feeling and decided to think about it more another time. "Well," said Kyle, "I think that's about all I can ask you for now. Can you show me where you feed him?" Anna nodded. She brought Kyle to a large, fenced-in area behind her house. There was a bear-shaped hole in the back.
I usually feed him in his run,
Said Anna.
but I think he saw a raccoon outside and chewed through to get it.
Kyle nodded, because cats often eat raccoons.
Do they?
"Well, I guess I'll write up a report and see if anyone sees a big cat running around," said Kyle.
Thanks, detective.
Said Anna.
It would be nice to get him back for, everyone's sake.
Kyle left Anna's house and returned to City Hall to write his report. As he sat writing, Kyle wondered about the nagging feeling in the back of his head that this was related to something else. Perhaps someday he would return to this case, but not tonight.
Kyle didn't solve the case 86. We'll go back to it. I'm sure there's more endings there. Let me check and make sure first, I guess. Now that I've gotten the questions from her, I'm sure I can do more. Probably. Endings. Yeah, we're missing two. Sure. Okay.
Kyle
Let's take the dogs with us just to be safe.
Kyle was struck with an today,
Get some clothes.
Kyle donned a dust.
Oh, my bad.
Kyle decided that if anyone would be able to advise him about his mysteries, it would be the puppies. After a couple minutes of looking, Kyle found a couple young...
Have you done this one?
Soon, Kyle thought about what question he would like to ask them.
Hey, whispered Kyle. Are either of you two a criminal?
The puppies looked at Kyle with glazed eyes. Kyle thought about what question he would like to ask them. He slowly crawled...
I don't think I have time to talk to the old lady, so let's just...
Detective.
Mayor Tom placed... Kyle rifled through the cases to
We can do
decide
this one
which he
again?
would investigate this evening. Kyle nodded. There's no question. I know exactly what mystery to investigate. Kyle exited Mayor Tom's office to prepare for his evening of investigation. It was time to... Kyle walked inside the house.
Perfect.
I think I'm going to talk to some of the neighbors and see if they have any ideas where your cat went, said.
Anna suddenly looked nervous.
Oh, don't bother, she said. I'm sure they would have told me if they saw any trace of him.
But Kyle was already on his way out the door. He approached the house across the street from Anna. Kyle knocked. An older man answered. Hi there, said Kyle. Your neighbor's cat is missing. Have you happened to see him around anywhere? The old man looked at Kyle blankly.
You mean Anna? Anna has a cat. I've never seen a cat around here.
After chatting a bit more, Kyle moved on to the next house. He was greeted by a kindly woman in a floral dress. I haven't seen her cat ever, she said. But actually, several of my own pets have been missing for months. Can you look for them too? As Kyle went from house to house, he gradually found that every pet in the neighborhood was completely missing. Kyle returned to Anna with the information he had found.
Well, it sounds like a bigger issue than just me,
said Anna, obviously worried.
Guess you better report back.
Anna pushed Kyle out the door and shut it behind him. Kyle stood outside for a moment, confused, but then he decided to ignore what had happened and returned to City Hall. Kyle reported the amassment of missing pets in Anna's neighborhood, and a separate case was opened. The next day, several detectives went searching for the pets, but ultimately found nothing.
Nice.
The leads for the case dried up, and eventually it was shelved entirely. Kyle tried his best to investigate the case in his spare time, but never was able to figure out what had caused the pets to disappear. Kyle did not solve the case of I Can't Find My Cat.
Kyle asked the neighbors. 87. I wonder if I can solve the case now that I got all of them but one.
It was time to investigate. Kyle walked inside the house. Kyle decided to ask Anna a few... Kyle moved on. When did you...
I've already gotten this ending.
Kyle felt like there was something he was missing. Kyle was struck with an uncomfortable thought. Today, Kyle would try his best at being... Kyle donned a dusty detective suit, complete with a pipe and an old ascot cap.
Maybe if I don't have anything, I don't know.
Mayor...
If that matters at all.
Kyle rifled through... Kyle exited Mayor Tom...
You look around my apartment. I forgot about this. I'm gonna grab that next time as well. I forgot to grab that. Can I... so you can't even go to the locked door in this one.
Kyle
Anything
quickly crouched down
I
on the
was
floor,
asking.
realizing his immediate need for. Kyle firmly pressed. I heard.
This is the same thing as usual. Useless.
Kyle grabbed. It was time to invest. Kyle walked. So. Kyle moved. Kyle shrugged off the feeling and decided to think about it more another time.
When?
Well, said Kyle, I think that's about all I can ask you for now. Can you show me where you feed him? And she brought.
I usually.
Kyle. Well,
Thanks, Detective.
Kyle left Anna's house and returned. As he sat writing, Kyle wondered about the nagging feeling in the back of his head that this was related to something else. Perhaps someday he.
Alright, let's mess with another case, I guess. I don't know why that won't. What I'm missing there. Don't know.
Kyle.
Guess I'll do this
Kyle was
Thousand Eye case
Today,
for now.
Kyle would try his best at being a detective.
Open the closet, choose an outfit,
Kyle
detective,
Kyle-
back to room, the desk, big desk drawer, magnifying glass,
Kyle grabbed a.
sword change,
Kyle scooped up.
kitchen, grab the tasting helmet,
Kyle.
return to hallway, leave apartment, go downtown, visit dollar store, buy this,
Kyle.
buy this.
Kyle.
Is there anything else I need? Did I get dressed? Yes, I did. Okay, sick.
Mayor Tom. Mayor Tom. Kyle rifled through the cases to decide which he would investigate this evening. Kyle nodded. There's no question. I know exactly what mystery to investigate this evening. Mayor Tom looked at Kyle sadly.
Excellent. All of our hope is riding on you. Don't let us down.
Kyle exited Mayor Tom's office to prepare for his evening of investigation. It was time to investigate the mystery of 1,000 eyes. Kyle slowly approached the dusty, rotting mansion that had called into the police. Kyle used the knocker to give 2 sharp raps on the massive front door. The door slowly swung open, revealing a flabby man in a white-stained tank top. The man spoke.
Want a beer?
The man leaned forward and started gurgling, eyeballs slowly oozing out of his mouth, nose, and ears. Kyle realized that at this moment, his investigation began. Kyle unhinged his jaw and swallowed the man whole. Kyle began to digest, gaining information from the juices his stomach produced. The man was 40-some years old. He owned several dogs. His favorite music genre was postmodern classical. But before Kyle could learn more, he heard a muffled voice from within him.
This ain't how Barry goes out.
Uh-oh.
Barry sprouted from Kyle's mouth, using his hands to spread Kyle's jaws open and push himself upwards.
Oh, Lord.
Kyle tried to push Barry back down to continue his investigation. The two fought over control of Barry for several hours. Eventually, wearied of the fight and just generally irritated, Kyle lost it.
Barry!
He shouted.
I am trying to do you a favor!
Barry stopped squirming in Kyle's stomach. Kyle heard a muffled sob.
I know, man, I know,
Said Barry.
but I got things in my life I don't want you to know. Don't want anyone to know. I'm a broken man,
He continued.
full as much as anyone with problems and mistakes.
Barry, said Kyle gently. We've all made mistakes. We've all done things we aren't proud of. Little should I be the one to judge you for what you've done. Let me know, Barry. Let me digest you. Barry didn't say anything, but after a moment, he nodded once. Kyle's digestive juices kicked into overdrive, dissolving every atom of Barry's being all at once. Kyle was overwhelmed with information pertaining to Barry. Suddenly, he knew every detail there was to know.
Kyle had no way of sorting through the massive amount of information that had come to him. He began to sweat. Sensing an overload, Kyle's body rejected the digested berry soup. Kyle spewed berry all over the sidewalk. The stomach juices evaporated on the sidewalk, sending Barry floating off into the sky and on to a new adventure. Kyle had not been able to determine the cause of Barry's mystery while he had all of his information. But he did remember one thing. Barry was a good man, and he hoped that wherever he was, he would be loved and accepted. Kyle did not solve the mystery of 1,000 Eyes.
Barry was a good man. Ending 88. 89 is next. Go back. I think we got about 30 innings left. I gotta test some.
It was
two
time
tests
to
in the morning.
investigate the mystery of 1,000 Eyes. Kyle realized that at this moment, his investigation began. Kyle decided to try to slap some sense into the man.
Hey! Snap out of it!
Kyle screamed. He grabbed the man by the collar and started roughly slapping with his other hand. The man seemed rather uninterested in what Kyle was doing and continued vomiting in between slaps. After a while, Kyle decided to change tactics. "Sir, you are respectable," said Kyle, "and I understand what you are going through, but my motives are pure." Kyle hoisted the man on his shoulders and prepared to fling him into the ground. Suddenly, the man fought back. He grabbed Kyle by the shoulders and swung him above his head, throwing him into the air. "You are most noble," said the man, "but I must insist that your methods are somewhat rude." The two fought back and forth, muttering compliments to each other as they did. Eventually, however, they began to tire. Agreeing to take a break, Kyle and the man walked to a nearby diner and shared lunch together. They talked of the local political climate, their favorite drinks, the weather, and many other things. After several hours, the two parted ways amicably. The next day, Kyle was fired from his job as a detective for completely botching his investigation.
Kyle investigated with slaps. Ending 89. 90. That was a short one. Alright, reset the case.
It was time to Kyle realized that at this moment, his investigation began. Kyle pushed past the oozing man to look for clues inside the house. The inner atrium was dotted with bookshelves and rugs. Every surface was filled with trash bags full of vomited eyes. Kyle took the magnifying glass out of his pocket. Kyle knew he wanted to inspect something with his magnifying glass, but he couldn't figure out what to inspect. Kyle began to grow sad and frustrated with himself. Was he really a detective? Was he really doing great work? Kyle began to try to inspect random surfaces he was near, but nothing seemed to turn up any clues. Kyle realized that he needed to change tactics. Kyle began bashing his head into the floor, hoping that he might suck the mysteries out of the house into his skin pores. A small crater began to form in the floor. As Kyle continued to bash, it became larger and larger. Soon, Kyle had created a massive hole. It continued to grow. Kyle began sucking the bugs and worms around him into his pores, dissolving them and analyzing their DNA. Kyle's knowledge of entomology grew tenfold, then 100-fold. Soon, Kyle knew more about bugs than anyone else in the whole world. Kyle stopped pounding his head into the ground. He had a new passion, a new outlook. Kyle was all about bugs. Kyle quickly became the world's expert in bug analysis, creating new waves in both science and food. Through his efforts, human-bug relations flourished. Humans ate bugs. Bugs ate humans. The world changed to be bug-centric. All buildings were made of bugs. People drove bugs to work. Kyle had become the buggiest man in the whole wide world, and he was very content to be so. Kyle had become the Bug Master.
Bug Master. I think after I do this case, because I already get the Rachel option with this case, I think you need the Rachel option for all the cases. But you probably have to do them in a certain order to be able to use them on each case, I'm assuming. Not sure, though. We'll finish this case and then try to go back to the cat lady.
It was time. Kyle realized that at this moment, his investigation began.
We'll do this one because that other one has a lot of
Kyle felt
options.
a wave of empathy come upon him. "Oh, you," said Kyle. "I'm so sorry." Kyle began to pat the man on the back. Suddenly, Kyle began to empathetically spew eyeballs out of his mouth. Kyle and the man's eyeballs began to mound on the sidewalk, forming an impassable barrier for cars and pedestrians. Kyle became empathetic to the people he was causing trouble. His legs and arms seized, keeping him from moving. Kyle's empathy continued to grow, reaching every person and thing across the whole globe. Kyle, now mega empathetic, was struck with every bad thing that anyone was experiencing all at once. Kyle ballooned in size and began spinning. His pores started to spout steam and his body began to let loose a low whistle. However showy, though, Kyle's empathetic efforts were to no avail. Kyle realized that his empathy, however noble, could not cure things like eyeball vomiting. However, through his spinning and spitting of steam, Kyle was able to generate a fair amount of electricity. The city took Kyle and hooked him into the electrical grid.
Nice.
Over the next several years, Kyle produced a large amount of the city's power. Kyle Power became a source of engineering study along the lines of wind and hydroelectric. Kyle was awarded several honors for being such a dependable and low-effort source of good for the city. Although Kyle's new career had given him so much acceptance and love from the city, he still felt somewhat hollow. Kyle never solved the mystery of 1,000 eyes.
Kyle was empathetic. Ending 91. 92. Alright. Set the case.
It was time. Kyle put.
I'll do
The
Rachel
inner
last.
atrium was dotted with bookshelves and rugs. Every surface was filled with trash bags full of vomited eyes. Kyle produced the suction hands and attached them to his fingers. Kyle slowly reached out toward the nearest wall, intending to test his suction abilities and see if he could climb. Kyle pressed his hand against the wall. He drew himself upward and then retracted his arm to suction again. The suction on his hands was far too powerful. Instead of releasing, Kyle moved the entire house. Kyle began shaking his arm back and forth, trying to dislodge himself from the wall. The house began to jump, twist, and turn. It rolled around and around, crashing into yards and trees all over the neighborhood. Eventually, Kyle was able to dislodge himself. Within a few moments, the house settled, leaving a cloud of dust in the air. Slowly, Kyle crawled outside to get some fresh air. Kyle found that he had landed in the giant lake of carnivorous cake. Kyle was immediately attacked by several hungry carnivorous cakes.
Uh-oh.
Kyle spent his evening fending off the cakes and slowly making his way back to the crime scene. When he arrived, he found that nothing had changed outside of the house being completely missing. Kyle decided to leave his work for the day and take some time to rest. He returned to his apartment weary and covered in small bite marks. Kyle decided that the next day he would try to investigate the case again. But, unfortunately, the cakes had already devoured the entire house and all evidence along with it.
Darn it.
Kyle did not solve the mystery of 1,000 eyes.
Ending 92. Kyle met the cakes. Cakes, man. Trying to eat Kyle. Oh, everyone's trying to eat somebody in this game. Always. Always.
It was time. Kyle realized that at this moment, Kyle pushed past the oozing. The inner atrium was dotted with bookshelves and rugs. Every surface was filled with trash bags full of vomited eyes. Kyle decided to pick through the man's belongings and see if he could find anything incriminating. Kyle began to open drawers and cupboards, looking briefly at each item they contained. Kyle found notes, flashlights, accounting records, phone numbers for friends, batteries, and many other things. As Kyle searched, he grabbed items he found interesting and put them in his pocket for later. After several hours of searching, Kyle had found nothing he could arrest anyone for. Disappointed, Kyle slowly walked out the door, past the vomiting man, and back to his apartment. But on his way back, Kyle realized that his day had not been totally wasted.
Batteries.
Kyle's hand dropped to his pocket. Inside were still all of the treasures he had found in the man's house. Kyle decided to sell the evidence items to see how much he could get for them.
That's illegal.
After talking with a few pawn shops, Kyle was able to acquire about $20 for his items. Overjoyed, Kyle decided to make another run to the house to see what else he could find. Over the rest of the evening, the man's house was slowly drained of everything inside it as Kyle sold more and more. But once it was emptied, Kyle was not satisfied. Kyle began tearing chunks of the wall out of the house, creating a pile to sell to a nearby lumber company. Piece by piece, Kyle dismantled the entire house, selling its materials as scrap. Soon there was nothing left. At last, Kyle felt like he had done as much work as he was able to do. He stood looking at the clear space, and he smiled. Kyle walked past the man, still hunching and vomiting, for the last time that day. He patted him on the back. Kyle was able to return home feeling accomplished. He had done a lot of work that day, and he was tired. Kyle fell onto his pillow and went to sleep immediately. He had not solved the mystery of 1,000 eyes.
Kyle became a criminal. Kyle sold many things. Sure. Ending 93. Okay.
Kyle realized. Kyle pushed past the inner atrium was dotted with books. Suddenly, Kyle had an idea. If Rachel were in this situation, Kyle wondered, how would she go about investigating? Kyle remembered how Rachel had solved the hot dog murder by looking at the simple clues everyone else had passed by. Kyle decided to do the simplest thing he could think to do: open the closet. Inside, facing outwards, was the Jam Man.
Who the heck's the Jam Man?
Hello,
Said the Jam Man.
would you like to buy some of my jam?
Hello, said Kyle. That depends on what sort of jam you are selling and at what price.
Music's too loud, bro. I can't change the settings.
My jam is famous in all the land,
Said the Jam Man.
and that enables me to charge very much. However, alas,
He continued.
many have recently complained that my jam is not what it once was. In a moment of weakness one night, I realized that I could cut costs by adding small amounts of other things to my jam. And so to the mixture I added a tablespoon of blended rat. The jam was excellent and profits soared. Clouded by greed, I began to add more blended rat into my jam recipe. I began making double, triple what I had before. But one day, I went too far. Just over half the jam was of rat. The jam was not great. It was hardly good, and the public noticed. I was too far gone. Slowly, the blended rat took over my brand, turning more and more into a staple of my goods. So here I am,
Said the Jam Man.
sitting in the closet. Will you pardon a jam man his faults and invest in his passion?
The Jam Man held up a jar of substance. It seemed to be a slimy paste full of suspect organs and eyes.
Oh, heck, I can't say no.
The man walked up behind Kyle as the Jam Man talked. He brushed Kyle aside. The Jam Man gleefully opened the jar and shoved the contents down the man's throat. Immediately, the man turned around and began to hurl eyeballs onto the floor. And suddenly, Kyle realized. My gosh, said Kyle, plucking the jar from the Jam Man's hand. The eyes are coming from the rats in this jam!
Hey.
The Jam Man scowled at Kyle and made a cry of frustration.
You may think you have won, clever detective,
Said the Jam Man.
but I haven't lost yet.
The Jam Man suddenly melted into a jam-like substance, slid under Kyle's legs, and out the door to freedom. The man and Kyle looked at the space the Jam Man had been in. There was a silence. There was nothing to say. Eventually, Kyle left the house knowing that the man would vomit eyes no longer. The case had been solved, but as he walked home, Kyle remained a bit troubled. Kyle was sure the Jam Man would return.
Alright. I think that's all of that. Kyle solved the case. About to go back to the cat lady. Oh wait, what is this? I don't know what that one is. What am I missing for that? What the freak? What did I miss for Mystery of 1,000 Eyes, I wonder? Give me 1 second, I'm gonna think. I'll be back. Alright guys, I figured this out. Lord, what did I... Oh man, I think I missed 2 of my endings that I wasn't recording because I was trying to look through these. Alright, so for the cat... let me show you. So first, I don't know if I recorded this or not. I think I missed it. But, so the first one, I couldn't see the ending because I didn't freaking... I'll show you in a second. Because I had all those items, I didn't have enough room for the answer choice for the 1,001 Eyes thing.
Mayor...
Detective.
Mayor... Kyle rifled through the... Kyle not...
And let's see. And then the cat lady, the reason why you can't do hers, you have to do the 1,000 Eye ones first. If you don't do that one first, then you won't get the Rachel option. So that's the order. You do the hot dog quest,
the mystery of 1,000...
the freaking...
Kyle realized that... Kyle put... The inner atrium was
This is the
dotted
one I
with
was
bookshelves
missing.
and rugs. Every surface was filled with trash bags full of vomited eyes. Suddenly, Kyle had an uncontrollable urge to hide and see if anyone found him. Kyle started to run around the house, looking for the best hiding spot he could find. Kyle considered hiding behind the couch. He ran his fingers across the top, but he continued on. Kyle opened the cupboards to see if there was enough room to fit inside. He thought he might be able to, but he moved on. One by one, Kyle exhausted every possibility he could find inside the house, all except one lonely door at the back. Kyle walked slowly towards the door, taking each step deliberately and carefully. Soon, he stood in front of it. Timidly, Kyle reached for the doorknob and began to turn. Slowly, the door opened. The crack grew bigger and bigger, allowing Kyle to see what was inside. Kyle found that the door hid a very special goo pit, filled to the brim with seething, fragrant jelly. Overjoyed, Kyle dove straight into the goo pit. Kyle sunk straight to the bottom. He did not resurface. After several days of not being seen, a separate detective force was sent out to find the whereabouts of Kyle. They searched the house top to bottom, but found no clues to go off. Kyle had simply disappeared. Kyle spent the rest of his days at the bottom of the goo pit, delightedly clutching his knees and waiting for the seeker to find him. Kyle had hidden himself very well.
Alright, that's ending 95. Kyle hid well. That's why you keep hearing me like click off the screen, is because I'm always checking my OBS, bro. Because I have my notepad open where I'm recording all my notes from like watching my videos and like freaking all the endings and whatnot. Why is it not... What? What's going on here?
Kyle thought very...
So freaking...
Kyle was struck...
Yeah.
Today...
Not being able to see if my OBS is recording all the time makes me freaking anxious.
Kyle
So
decided...
I check it quite often. Luckily, I checked that one after I had already only done like one ending, so that saved me a lot of time. Could you imagine if I beat the rest of the game and wasn't recording? God dang, boy.
Mayor... Kyle rifle...
But yeah, you have to do the 1,000 Eye quest before you can do this quest completely. You can do some of it, but you can't do the ending until you do the 1,000 Eye quest, because you only get the Rachel call or Rachel choice if you do things in a specific order.
It was time to... Kyle walked inside the house. Kyle decided... What is...
This is all the same. It'll just give you another question to ask.
Well...
When did you...
Oh...
A couple days.
Well, it depends how quickly I can catch the neighbor's pets, if I'm being honest.
Anna stared at the wall. Kyle felt like there was something he was missing, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Hey, Anna, said Kyle. I'm going to make a quick call before we continue. Kyle stepped outside and called Rachel on his detective radio. Kyle? Said Rachel. Is that you? I didn't know we had radios. Don't detectives ever use phones?
Well, my phone situation is complicated. Kyle paused for a moment. Anyway, Rachel, I'm really stumped on a case, and I could use a second set of ears to figure it out.
Kyle described all of the details of the case to Rachel. Kyle, it almost sounds like she's talking about a bear? Do you think this has anything to do with the hot dog boy case? Kyle, I think you should check around and see if you can find anything amiss. I think we're on the brink of finding something big.
I'll see what I can find, Rachel, said Kyle. Maybe you'd want to meet up after I'm done to chat about it?
Rachel agreed. The two said a quick goodbye, and Kyle hung up. Kyle returned to Anna.
Anna, was your cat, by any chance, actually a bear? We had one show up in the middle of town a while ago.
Anna looked at Kyle, a bit of fright in her eyes.
If I tell you honestly, are you gonna be mad?
Kyle shook his head.
Well, I kept a bear in my backyard and fed the neighbors' pets to it for years. That's why it's so quiet here.
That's awful.
A silence hung between the two of them.
What?
Said Anna.
I'm, pretty sure someone let him out on purpose. Come look.
Anna brought Kyle to her yard. There was a large fenced-in area with a hole in the back where the bear had escaped.
So, I first thought he might have chewed through the fence, right? But look at the cuts.
Anna motioned to one of the cut wires.
Notice how even every cut is? Almost like it was done one by one instead of in one big tear like a bear would do to escape.
Kyle examined the hole closely.
Well, said Kyle, if someone were to let a bear out of a cage, what would their goal be? To have a rampage?
I don't know, said Anna. What about as a distraction?
A distraction.
Kyle trailed off. After a moment, he spoke again.
Anna, I need to go meet up with my partner, but if what I'm thinking is true, your bear is alive, healthy, and happy.
Kyle rushed away from Anna's house to go meet with Rachel and debrief. The two met at Kyle's studio. It was dark and quiet, as he hadn't filmed any episodes since becoming a detective. So, said Rachel, if the bear was a distraction for us, what was it distracting from? What else happened that night?
I can only imagine it would have been something otherwise obvious, or else there wouldn't be a need, said Kyle.
The two discussed ideas back and forth, but couldn't seem to come to anything concrete. As it became late in the evening, the two decided to break for the day and sleep on what they had found. Kyle left the studio as confused as when he went in. But one thing had been made certain. The two detectives were on the brink of discovering something large.
The pointed cursor. I'll solve the case. Again. 97. Let's put a missing cat. And then for the other one, we'll put the 1,000 eyes. The other one said, what's her name? Solve the case. Rachel. So that's fine how it is. Alright. Today, what we're going to do is, because I know I'm doing the bug vigilante one,
very carefully.
We'll get the gossip, because that has to do with Gabby.
Kyle would try his best.
I'm going to see how much stuff I can grab before I do it, because the more stuff the better. Sit desk.
Kyle grabbed a large, chipped magnifying glass he had acquired from a local pawn shop. Kyle scooped up the change scattered around the desk drawer. Kyle quickly crouched down on the floor, realizing his immediate need for... Kyle firmly pressed his ear into the carpet, hoping to hear some stray words from the neighbors below. I heard Rachel May is going on a trip out of the country soon. Oh, girlfriend, tell me more!
This was super important in the original game to figure out what was up with Rachel May.
Well, what I will tell you is that every night I don a mask that looks like a bug and fight misdoers. There was a stunned silence. Then a door opened, and someone exited the neighbor's apartment.
Grab the tasting
Kyle
helmet.
grabbed the tasting helmet and put it over his head.
Hopefully I have enough time to grab Gabby, honestly.
Kyle approached his downstairs neighbor's door and knocked. A middle-aged woman named Gabby answered the door. Kyle unhinged his jaw and swallowed Gabby whole. Job done, Kyle returned to the middle of the street.
Yeah, I don't. Gosh. Darn. Okay, well, I didn't get the case. Alright, I need to get the case first and then see how much stuff I can grab. What if I just leave the change? Let's leave the change and see if we can do it.
Kyle, today?
Because I can't buy any. I don't have time to buy anything anyway, so I might as well just. We'll take the magnifying glass, because that's a whole item.
Kyle.
That'd be pretty close, actually. If I do it perfect.
Kyle quickly crouched down on.
What are you so happy about?
Well, there was a stunt.
Kitchen. Facing helmet.
Kyle.
Kitchen. I wonder if Be a Detective's gonna pop up again, or if it was just for the basking thing. I wonder. We'll see if I have to use it.
Kyle approached a middle-aged woman named Gabby. Kyle unhinged his jaw and swallowed Gabby whole. Job done, Kyle returned to the middle of the street.
Did I grab something else last time? Because I feel like I have way more time. So I got the gossip, I got the magnifying glass, I got my tasting helmet. I have time? No, because I don't know. I think that's it. Let's go to the city hall. I don't think I have time to grab. I could have grabbed the dogs. Yeah, it's too late now.
Kyle entered the mayoral office. Mayor Tom sat behind his desk. He had been expecting, but there was a problem.
Oh, I forgot my clothes. That's what it was.
Out!
God, darn it.
Out! Out!
Okay.
Kyle thought.
That's why I had so much time. It's because I hadn't grabbed my clothes. That's what we need, though.
Kyle decided.
Grab all this stuff I just grabbed. It's like a perfect amount of time to grab things. Because I know I need the gossip. And I know I need Gabby. I would think. Because she's the bug vigilante.
Kyle quickly.
I might need something else besides the magnifying glass and the tasting helmet. But those are whole items. And I have enough time to grab them. So I'm going to do that.
Kyle grabbed the tasting helmet.
Could you imagine if I don't have enough time to do this?
Kyle approached. A middle-aged woman named Gabby answered the. Job done.
Coming close.
Detective
Yes.
Mayor. Kyle rifled through the cases to decide which he would investigate this evening. Kyle nodded.
Perfect
"There's no
time.
question. I know exactly what mystery to investigate this evening. Mayor Tom. Kyle exited. Kyle decided it was time to investigate the mystery of the bug vigilante. Mayor Tom requested that Kyle and Rachel meet him at City Hall to begin their discussion on the bug vigilante. Kyle arrived at the requested time. Mayor Tom sat behind his desk, looking pensively at the wall beside him. Mayor Tom turned around.
Good evening, Kyle. Please take a seat. We have much to discuss.
Kyle took a seat next to Rachel, who had arrived slightly earlier. She waved her fingers and smiled. Mayor Tom spoke.
The bug vigilante, a symbol of our city. Hero, villain, it's unclear as to which side this rogue bends their actions.
He's inside me.
Many in this city see our bug vigilante as a hero, but I view them as the worst sort of villain.
Spider-Man guy.
From this point,
Said Mayor Tom.
I want to launch a grand investigation against the bug vigilante and bring them to justice. Your best is expected. It is vital that the vigilante doesn't interfere with my
Mayor Tom coughed.
mayoral duties.
Oh, tell him about Gabby.
Kyle raised his hand.
Yes, Kyle?
Said Mayor Tom.
Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, said Kyle. I know who the bug vigilante is. Does that change the nature of this investigation? Mayor Tom looked at Kyle, his mouth hanging open a small bit. It's my neighbor Gabby, continued Kyle. I mean, if you want, I can call her right now.
He's inside me.
Mayor Tom ran past Kyle and out of the office. Kyle heard him shouting to some detectives that he needed help. When the detectives and Mayor Tom arrived at Gabby's apartment, the door was ajar. Everything inside had completely vanished, including Gabby herself.
I ate her, bro.
The detective force scanned the area for any signs of the bug vigilante, but found nothing. Gabby had escaped. Over the next few months, warrants were put across the city for any sighting of Gabby. However, she was never seen. The bug vigilante slowly faded from the public mind. Eventually, not even Mayor Tom was looking for her. Kyle continued his detective work. He was proud for having solved such a high-profile case. But deep down, Kyle felt like he had missed something very important.
Kyle solved the case. How many achievements do I have? All but 2. We're almost there, boys. We are so close. This is ending 97. ... question mark. 98.
Kyle decided it was time to Kyle thought about what his course of action for the investigation would be.
Investigate vigilante sighting?
I want to investigate the scene that the bug vigilante was last sighted at, said Kyle.
I understand,
Said Mayor Tom.
Let me make a couple of phone calls.
Within an hour, Kyle and Mayor Tom were standing in a crosswalk in the middle of the city.
This is where the bug vigilante was last seen,
Said Mayor Tom.
Directing traffic when the light burned out.
Aw.
Mayor Tom began to walk away.
I will leave you to your work, detective. Do the city well.
Kyle decided
Oh,
how he
gosh.
wanted to conduct his investigation.
Couldn't scream.
Kyle spread his arms wide, tipped his head upwards, and let loose a blood-curdling scream.
I'm taking a point from this when I review it and when I get my final score, because this should be a sound in the game. I don't care. That's so important,
Kyle
I think.
began to spin rapidly in place, balancing on the tips of his toes. Kyle continued to spin and scream with vigor. After several hours, he had not stopped. And then, slowly, Kyle started to lower his arms and slow his spin. He gently returned to his normal self, smiling softly. Kyle found that he had accumulated quite a crowd around him. Nobody spoke or moved. Kyle realized that this was an uncommon opportunity to entertain a large group of people. Kyle grabbed the top and bottom of his mouth and stretched outwards. Kyle focused really hard. As he stretched his mouth outward, small bumps began forming on the top of his mouth. Suddenly, facial features sprouted inside of Kyle's mouth. A hole opened. Teeth pushed out of his tongue. Eyes grew out of Kyle's throat. They started looking left and right quickly, examining each member of the audience. And then, Kyle shut his mouth and swallowed, sending his new features tumbling into his stomach. Kyle smiled and bowed. He looked around to see what everyone thought of his performance. Every member of the audience had silently mimicked Kyle, stretching their mouths and growing a face inside. They stood silently around Kyle, unmoving, both sets of eyes watching him intently. Kyle felt somewhat uncomfortable. He decided that it would be a good time to go home. Kyle slowly pushed through the crowd of face people. None of them turned to watch him as he passed. The next morning, the crowd had vanished. No trace of them was left. Kyle briefly tried to investigate the mystery of the face people, but all leads turned up cold. Kyle continued his healthy career as a detective, but he never forgot that evening with the face people. Kyle did not solve the mystery of the face people.
Why was that a mystery? That was the mystery for investigating Kyle. Kyle met the face people. Ending 98. Next is 99. Huzzah.
Kyle decided it was time to investigate the mystery. Kyle thought about what his course of action for the... I want to investigate the scene that the bug vigilante was last sighted at, said Kyle.
I understand. This...
Kyle decided how he wanted to conduct his investigation. Kyle crouched on the ground and started licking everything around him. Bit by bit, Kyle began to gain information about the bug vigilante. The bug vigilante was an older woman. She lived in an apartment not unlike Kyle's own.
Gabby.
As Kyle continued to taste, he became more confident in his conclusions. But then, suddenly, Kyle realized something horrible. As he continued to taste the ground, swallowing dust and bugs, would he accidentally swallow the bug vigilante?
No, I already swallowed her.
Kyle stumbled backward, horrified he had not thought of this sooner. Had he already swallowed the bug vigilante? Was the case now unsolvable? Kyle decided that for the case to remain being solvable, he would need to make sure nobody did anything to solve it. Kyle ran to City Hall. He burst into the detective office, panting heavily.
Detectives!
Kyle screamed.
We must not lose!
Kyle began ravenously swallowing every detective in the building so they couldn't investigate the bug vigilante. Soon, Kyle had deconstructed the entire detective force, but he was not finished.
Beat the mayor.
Kyle realized that he himself would need to be contained from investigating the case as well. Kyle stretched his arms out very wide, wider than he ever had before. Kyle began wrapping his arms around himself time and time again, slowly forming a large ball. Within a few minutes, Kyle resembled a large spaghetti-like mass. He was no longer able to move. Kyle became a roadside attraction alongside the likes of giant rubber band balls and petting zoos. Families traveling through the city would stop to admire the detective mass and use the restroom before traveling on. Although Kyle couldn't move, he was happy. He had saved the city from losing the case of the bug vigilante. The case was never solved.
Kyle became an attraction. Ending at 99. Next is 100. Huzzah.
Kyle thought about what
We tasted,
Mayor
right?
Tom
So let's use our magnifying
Kyle decided
glass.
how he wanted to conduct his investigation. Kyle removed the magnifying glass from his pocket. Kyle began to inspect every inch of the roadway nearby. He crawled along the sidewalk, taking note of cracks and indents. Kyle continued his investigation as best he could, but as he searched, something felt wrong. Kyle had a strange feeling that his heart was not properly set for this detective work yet. Kyle wondered about his intentions. Kyle wondered about his capabilities. Kyle realized that before he could properly investigate this case, he would need to properly investigate himself. Kyle turned the magnifying glass to his pant leg, intent on finding clues about who he was and how he thought. Kyle's pants caught on fire. The magnifying glass had amplified the sun's beams. Kyle dropped his magnifying glass and started wildly patting his legs. It was no use. Soon the fire had spread across all of Kyle's clothing. Suddenly, a masked figure burst out of Kyle's mouth. The figure grabbed Kyle and threw him on the ground. They rolled him back and forth quickly, putting out the flames. Kyle lay on the ground for a moment, thinking about what had happened. Then, slowly, he looked up. Kyle stared into the masked face of the bug vigilante who had come to save his day from a disastrous fate. Before Kyle could say anything, the bug vigilante whisked away, leaving Kyle by himself. For the next several hours, Kyle lay on the street thinking about what had happened. And then, suddenly, he got up. The bug vigilante had saved him, yes, but it was still his job to track them down. Kyle retrieved his hat from the sidewalk and placed it back on his head. It was time for him to continue the investigation of the bug vigilante, as a detective, as Kyle. Kyle walked home, ready to start the next day with renewed energy. Kyle had completed his investigation of himself.
Gabby saved Kyle. Well, that's a spoiler, huh? 101. Well, that was 100. Now we're on 101.
Kyle decided it was time to investigate the mystery of the bug vigilante. Kyle thought about, I want to investigate the...
Last one for this.
Kyle decided how he wanted to conduct his investigation. Kyle decided it would be best to interview some of the passers-by to see if they knew about the bug vigilante. After a couple minutes, Kyle spied a young couple that he thought would be able to help him. Kyle stepped in front of the couple, prompting them to stop. He smiled. Are you the bug vigilante? Kyle pointed at the young man. The young man looked confused. No, he said, glancing away from Kyle. Kyle turned to the girl. Are you the bug vigilante? The girl looked at Kyle with a very concerned expression. Who's the bug vigilante? I don't know, said Kyle. That's why I'm asking you. Who is the bug vigilante?
He actually did her voice like the best out of all the female voices so far.
Kyle stopped talking and looked at the couple earnestly. After a moment, the man spoke. Maybe he's the bug vigilante. He pointed to a random man walking on the other side of the road. Wordlessly, Kyle sprinted across the street to cross-examine his new target. Over the next several hours, Kyle was sent bouncing from person to person. Nobody gave him the answer he was looking for. As the day waned, Kyle found that he was just simply worn out socially. Kyle walked home tired and defeated. He thought about the trials of the day and how he had not conquered them. When he arrived at his apartment, however, something was wedged under his door. Kyle knelt and picked up the object, which was a small note emblazoned with a bug-shaped insignia.
How? She's inside us.
Kyle, it read, I am the bug vigilante. Kyle's shoulders tightened. I know you are searching for me. It seems noble to you. However, be aware that not all is as it seems. Be wary of those around you. Don't take a friendship for granted. Evil strikes when the back is turned. P.S. I left you some cookies on your counter. Don't forget garbage is tomorrow. Kyle looked up from the note. His brow was furrowed. Tomorrow, he would continue his case, but he would keep an eye out for trouble coming from other sources. Kyle continued to investigate the mysteries that were around him.
Kyle continued the investigation, ending at 101. Man, these tests tomorrow are gonna be the truth. I'll be alright, probably. Florida. Okay.
Kyle thought about what his course of action for the investigation would be. I think I would like to conduct an interview, said. Mayor Tom nodded knowingly.
Allow me to make arrangements to immediately meet with a witness of the bug vigilante.
Within a few minutes, Kyle was facing a young man in a ball cap and a leather jacket. Hey there, said Kyle. I'm a detective with the city. I'd like to ask you a few questions about the bug vigilante. The young man nodded in understanding. Kyle decided what question he would like to ask the man. Where can I find the best yams? Asked. The man looked at Kyle with a blank expression. Then he spoke. I am the best yams!
See, that's what I imagine Kyle would sound like, my gosh.
The man's body exploded into hundreds of yams, covering the floor, desk, and walls. Kyle sprang to his feet and started gathering the yams off the floor, tucking them into the folds of his shirt. As soon as he had as many as he could carry, Kyle ran outside to the sidewalk. Kyle shilled the yams to passers-by, selling them at a very reasonable price so that they would be popular. Kyle had kick-started a yam business. Over the next several years, his yam sales grew and grew. Kyle became the main yam supplier for the world, which subsequently became the main food source of the world. Kyle had started a business. However, Kyle never solved the mystery of the bug vigilante.
Kyle found the best yams. Ending 102. See, that guy, I think it's the narrator's doing all the voices, but that should have been the voice for Kyle. I know it probably would have been tough to do, but that's what he should sound like, freakishly monstrous.
Kyle decided it was time. Kyle thought about what his course of action for the investigation would be. I think I would like to conduct an interview, said Kyle. Mayor Tom nodded knowingly.
Allow me to make arrangements to
Hey there. The young man nodded in understanding. Kyle decided what question he would like to ask the man. Yo, said Kyle, do you know anything about fishing? The man looked at Kyle blankly. Because I don't, and I don't really want to know more, but I feel like I should ask you anyway. So let's say that I was interested in catching a 5-pound bass, but I was in a lot of reeds and didn't want to get my line caught. So I do an overhead cast straight out and try to land like 100 feet from the boat. Is it better to have 2mm or 3mm line?
3mm.
The man continued to stare at Kyle. Then he spoke. Have you tried fishing in the lake to see if you catch the bug vigilante? The two immediately skipped out of the office to go buy fishing supplies. They sat together at the edge of the lake, catching and collecting many different things from the lake. Kyle started to amass a pile of cheery salesmen and grandparents that had fallen in over a period of time. The fish were incredibly thankful and promised Kyle to return the favor with baked items and good insurance deals. Eventually, the duo became tired and decided to call it quits for the evening. They walked home together, laughing about the strange people they had found in the lake and comparing weights. They had not found the bug vigilante, but they had formed a lasting friendship. Kyle had become a fisherman.
Kyle made friends. "103. Next will be 104.
Kyle thought about, I think I would like to, Mayor Tom. Kyle decided what question he would like to ask the man. Kyle pulled out his magnifying glass and began to look closely at the man's face. Kyle could not seem to find any interesting information that pertained to the bug vigilante. Kyle started to investigate other parts of the office, trying to find clues that he might have missed earlier.
What might be bad though is since I grabbed these items, like all these items, I might be getting rid of some of my answer choices because you can only have 4, I found out during the Thousand Eyes.
Kyle found no such clues. Kyle started to become ravenous for any scrap of information. Soon, he burst out of the office, magnifying glass in hand. Kyle started to build information on things in general. He started to learn about construction, people's habits, history. Kyle's database of information grew, but he still couldn't find anything about the bug vigilante. Kyle expanded his investigation outside the city. State by state, Kyle investigated every object and person. Soon, Kyle knew absolutely everything. The mysteries of the world were laid out before him. No discovery would surprise him ever again. Except, however, the answer to the mystery of the bug vigilante, because Kyle still did not know about that. It seemed that the bug vigilante was a mystery too difficult and too great to understand. Kyle informed Mayor Tom of his findings. A day later, he resigned. Kyle spent the rest of his life using his great knowledge to advance science, medicine, and art. He started businesses, helped charities, wrote novels, and cooked his own food. But no matter what Kyle did, he did not figure out the mystery of the bug vigilante.
Kyle learned mostly everything. 104. Alright. Whip out Gabby, I guess. Sure.
Kyle, I think I would like to conduct an interview, said Kyle. Mayor Tom nodded knowingly.
Allow me to make...
Kyle decided what question he would like to ask the man.
Oh, he's gonna explode.
Kyle spat Gabby onto the floor of the office.
Gabby,
he whispered to her.
I need you to conduct this interview about the bug vigilante for me.
Gabby looked at Kyle in a somewhat shocked fashion.
I don't think I'm the best person to do that.
Kyle pulled her upwards with his hand and addressed the other people in the room. This is my assistant, Gabby, and she'll be asking questions about your experiences with the bug vigilante for me. Gabby, in a daze, took a seat in front of the man in the ball cap.
Hey there,
she said.
What's your name again?
I'm Tony. So you the bug vigilante or something?
Gabby slammed both hands onto the table.
No,
she said.
I mean, not now, or in general. Do I look like the bug vigilante?
Gabby started sweating.
Yeah,
said Tony.
pretty much spot on. You're even wearing that flowered dress that they always wear.
Gabby crossed her arms into her lap, covering her dress.
And I also think that they were about your height. And you sound like them. You're like a weirdly exact copy of them.
Well, that's no concern of yours,
said Gabby nervously. let's talk about you instead. Where did you first see the bug vigilante?
I only saw them once, said Tony. They walked into my grocery store to buy some bobby pins.
Gabby slowly removed the bobby pins in her hair. Well, she said, this has been a most important interview, but I just have to leave. Gabby got up from her chair and left the office. Kyle looked at the others expressionlessly. This has been a great step in our investigation, he said. I will consider what to do next. Kyle left the office feeling greatly that he had done the right thing. The case of the bug vigilante quickly went cold. Kyle tried to conduct other interviews, but nothing seemed to take hold. He asked Gabby if she would be interested in coming back to help interview. She declined. Kyle did not solve the case of the bug vigilante.
Gabby interviewed, ending 105. Alrighty.
Kyle thought about what his course of action for the investigation would be. Kyle knew that all he needed was his detective wit and intuition to make an accusation. Mayor Tom, said Kyle, I have solved the case already. Kyle pointed his finger forward. I think you're the bug vigilante! Mayor Tom raised an eyebrow.
Kyle, why on earth would I pay you to find the bug vigilante if I were already the bug vigilante?
As a distraction, obviously, said Kyle. Kyle jumped on Mayor Tom's desk and began slapping him repeatedly. Admit! 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 He screamed. Mayor Tom melted into a jam-like substance between Kyle's fingers. Mayor Tom slid behind Kyle and reverted to his normal form. Mayor Tom grabbed Kyle's hands and pinned them behind his back. There was a silence between the two of them. Then, Mayor Tom spoke.
I am not the bug vigilante, for I am the bug vigilante's worst enemy.
Mayor Tom struck Kyle with a syringe from his pocket. Kyle sank to the ground, quickly losing consciousness. As he did, Mayor Tom spoke once again.
You'll wake up in bed tomorrow and remember nothing of this happening.
And Kyle's vision faded to black.
I forgot everything. 106. Wow, there's not really a twist. A little bit of twist. Not really. Kind of hinted on some of the bear cases and whatnot.
Kyle thought about what his course of... Kyle knew that all he needed was his... Mayor Tom, said Kyle, I have solved the case already. I think it's best if we just arrest everyone, and then if we do that, we'll definitely arrest the bug vigilante. Mayor Tom started to reply to Kyle, but then stopped. And technically, continued Kyle after a moment, we could count that as a solved case. Mayor Tom looked at Kyle with an unreadable expression. Then, after a moment, he spoke.
Could be worse.
The next morning, Mayor Tom announced Kyle's conclusion to the case. Nobody really much understood, but after a few confusing interviews, the subject was just kind of dropped. Kyle was awarded many accolades for having brought such quick resolution to the city's most pressing case. Blaming everyone became a staple of Kyle's career, and because everyone was being blamed, everyone became connected.
Nice.
A strange sense of camaraderie gripped the city. Friends were made. Relationships grew closer. Everyone had something to talk about, and such conversation flourished. Unwittingly, Kyle had brought the city together.
I'll accuse everyone. 107. Alright.
Kyle decided it was time to invent. Kyle thought about what his course of action. Mayor Tom, said Kyle, I have solved the case already. I'm like 50% sure that I'm the bug vigilante. Kyle looked at Mayor Tom earnestly. Mayor Tom looked at Kyle suspiciously. Come on, Mayor Tom, said Kyle. If I weren't the bug vigilante, would I be able to do this? Kyle folded himself in half and crunched his hands into claw shapes. Kyle started to scuttle around on the floor and make clicking noises with his tongue.
I am unconvinced,
said Mayor Tom.
What else can you do?
Kyle looked at Mayor Tom wildly. Then he started the next phase of his argument. Kyle's eyes began to split over and over again to become compound. Pincers sprouted from his gums. Kyle's abdomen swelled to double its size and grew dark. He grew a thick shell from his stomach. See, Mayor Tom? See? Said Kyle, dancing in a circle. I'm a bug! I'm a bug! I'm a bug!
It's not enough, Kyle! It's not enough!
Shouted Mayor Tom. He slammed his fist on the desk. Kyle spent the next several days trying to convince Mayor Tom that he was the bug vigilante. Eventually, Kyle had transformed too much into a bug and was no longer able to speak a human language. Kyle crawled out of City Hall, sad to not be the bug vigilante. After a few days, Kyle returned to being a human. He continued working on other cases for City Hall. The mystery of the bug vigilante was never solved.
Kyle accused himself. 108. Alright. That's all the options I have right now. Let's go back to the main menu, see what we're missing. 112 out of 117, huh? This is main detective endings. Bug vigilante case. And then, wait a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I gotta do these, of course. Alright. Seems legit. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bug vigilante case with any. I'm just gonna go to it.
Kyle thought very.
Just in case I covered up some of my options.
Thought. Today,
I'm gonna take some of the items that I couldn't take the first time as well. Just to be safe.
Kyle decided. Kyle.
I also noticed in the freaking. Take the CD, why not? I'm gonna take the magnifying glass again. I'm going to take. Did I take my change? Yeah. Let's get the case just to make sure I have the time to do everything else. Intermayoral office, yeah.
Kyle, Mayor.
I should have done this last because it takes so much time.
The cases to decide which.
Oh well.
Kyle nodded. Mayor Tom looked at Kyle.
Oh well. I made a mistake. It's alright. I'm not going to skip any options
time to
now.
Investigate the mystery of the bug vigilante.
Last time Rachel was hidden between like
Mayor
option
Tom
things.
requested that Kyle and Rachel meet him at City Hall to begin their discussion on the bug vigilante.
When I was talking to Anna.
Mayor Tom. Kyle took a seat next to Rachel,
Wait a
who had
second.
arrived slightly earlier. She waved her fingers and smiled.
Wait a second. I kind of skipped something. I want to
Kyle
read
decided it was. Mayor Tom requested that Kyle and Rachel meet him at City Hall to begin their discussion on the bug vigilante. Kyle arrived at the requested time. Mayor Tom sat behind his desk, looking pensively at the wall beside him. Mayor Tom turned around.
Good evening, Kyle. Please take a seat. We have much to discuss.
Major Tom.
Kyle took a seat next to Rachel, who had arrived slightly earlier. She waved her fingers and smiled. Mayor Tom spoke.
The bug vigilante. A symbol of our city. Hero, villain, it's unclear as to which side this rogue bends their actions. Many in this city see our bug vigilante as a hero, but I view them as the worst sort of villain. From this point,
said Mayor Tom,
I want to launch a grand investigation against the bug vigilante and bring them to justice. Your best is expected. It is vital that the vigilante doesn't interfere with my...
Mayor Tom coughed.
mayoral duties.
Mayor Tom, said Rachel, what sort of mayoral duties has the bug vigilante gotten in the way of before? Mayor Tom froze.
Well, I think It's more about the potential of what they might get in the way of.
Mayor Tom fidgeted in his chair for a little while. Hey, since we're asking questions, said Kyle, I have another one about our first case together. Mayor Tom raised an eyebrow. Something was really fishy about the bear's appearance, said Kyle, like it was intended to be there. And then on a later case, we found that someone's pet bear had been let out of their cage intentionally. Rachel continued Kyle's thought. It almost seems like it was meant as a distraction for us, like something else was happening. Mayor Tom stood up from his chair.
This is ridiculous,
He said.
I can't have my detectives getting distracted by silly matters. I don't want you two thinking about anything but the bug vigilante. They are our only concern. If I hear anything more about using bears as bait for someone, I'll have you out on the street within a minute.
Mayor Tom, said Rachel, we didn't mention anything about the bear being bait. A short silence followed. Then Mayor Tom spoke, a bit softly.
Right, sorry, I got mixed up. Please continue your investigation of the bug vigilante. We will talk tomorrow.
Mayor Tom walked out of his office, leaving Rachel and Kyle alone. Rachel turned to face Kyle. I think Mayor Tom knows something he's not letting on. Kyle nodded once. Let's meet back here later this evening and take a peek around, why don't we? We can come back when everyone else is left and hopefully not run into any complications. The two agreed to meet back at City Hall late that night. In the meantime, they parted ways. Kyle returned to his apartment. It had been a long day. He decided to take a small nap before his meetup with Rachel. He would need all of his energy about him. Kyle lay down and fell asleep almost immediately. When he would awake, his detective story would be in its final chapter.
I'll say. Kyle napped 109. But I'm actually missing 2 things for this area, actually, so that's kind of something. Can I restart from the case point? I guess not.
Kyle, it was 1 o'clock in the morning.
Start.
Kyle was meeting Rachel in about 30 minutes. Kyle jumped out of bed and quickly got his things assembled. Quietly, he left his apartment and walked to City Hall. Rachel was standing on the corner a block away from the front. She motioned to Kyle. Hey, you, she whispered. Are you ready to look around a bit? I have some ideas of where we can start. Kyle nodded. Rachel started to move toward the back of City Hall. Kyle followed after her. I was watching the other detectives as they left today, whispered Rachel. Several of them went back here. The back of City Hall was bland. Bushes crowded themselves against the walls. Few patches were bare. Rachel started spreading each bush apart, looking for anything important, but nothing appeared. Kyle looked around the wall. Something struck him as being odd, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Rachel, he said, I think this wall is made of jam. Kyle pushed his hand onto the jam wall. It was formed like wood and stone, but was incredibly sticky. And suddenly, the wall, formed like a hand, reached out to grab Rachel and Kyle and pulled them inward. The pair tumbled down a dark pipeline, spinning up and down and ramming into each other. And suddenly, they landed in a well-lit room. Kyle looked up from the ground. He and Rachel were surrounded by a circle of silent, hooded individuals. And in the center of the circle stood the Jam Man.
The mayor's the Jam Man?
Hello, Kyle and Rachel, said the Jam Man. I see that the time of our final encounter has come.
I didn't see that coming at all.
The Jam Man began to pace in circles.
At first, I felt that I was dodging around your investigation easily. Time after time, I watched you from the shadows. I watched you grow as detectives. I watched you solve case after case. Soon, I realized your power had grown too far. I knew it would be inevitable that we would meet. I tried to get you, Kyle, to eat my jam and become my servant, but you found me out before the job was completed. Then, the moment you found the bear that I had used to bait in the bug vigilante, I knew that you could run around no longer. I lured you here to my jam lair so that we might finish things once and for all. But I wish to fight you in my final form.
The jam man grabbed the front of his face and began to pull outwards. His skin began to stretch and tear, slowly bringing his features further and further from his head. And then, with a snap, the jam man's face fell off, revealing none other than Mayor Tom himself. "Mayor Tom!" gasped Rachel. "How could you?"
Hold on, wait.
said Mayor Tom.
I'm not in my final form yet.
How sick.
Mayor Tom grabbed the front of his face and began to pull outwards. His skin began to stretch and tear, slowly bringing his features further and further from his head. Mayor Tom grabbed his face with his other hand and began to pull harder, stretching his face even further and tearing more. And then, with a massive crunch, Mayor Tom's face came off, revealing beneath a young boy. "Jerry the hot dog boy," gasped Rachel. "Has it always been you?"
Why do you try to frame himself? Lord.
"Yes," said the boy. "I have always been Mayor Tom. I had such a sweet deal being elected. I was able to enact a law saying that no crime would ever be my fault. It was wonderful. But then the cursed bug vigilante caught on to me, and soon to follow, so did you two." Jerry flicked his hand. "I must retain my grasp on this city as there is much to do. And so, it is time to fight." Jerry stuck his hand down his throat and removed 2 large, pointy hot dogs. He lunged at Kyle and Rachel, jabbing furiously. Rachel rolled to the side, pushing Kyle out of Jerry's way with her feet. She drew a blunt weapon hidden beneath her shirt and began approaching Jerry, striking his hot dog weapons. Kyle got to his feet and looked around to get his bearings. The circle of people watched him closely, but didn't move. Slowly, Kyle realized that each person he looked at was under the intoxicating power of Jerry's jam. Kyle rushed toward the nearest individual. He forcefully inserted himself into their mouth and crawled into their stomach.
I hate the jam.
Kyle began pushing and grabbing at the sides of the stomach, looking for traces of jam, and soon he found what he was looking for. Kyle opened his jaw wide and inhaled the jam he found, clearing the stomach entirely of the toxic substance. As soon as the jam was gone, Kyle crawled out of the mouth of the observer and entered another. One by one, Kyle cleaned each of Jerry's followers of jam, and after a period of time, they began to come to their senses. The followers began to look around them, confused. They looked at Jerry fighting with Rachel, and they became angry.
No one messes with Rachel.
The mob threw themselves at Jerry, biting at his ears and grabbing his legs. In retaliation, Jerry oozed hot dog minions out of his pores. They fought with the angry mob, trying to protect him. But it was no use. The mob was simply too angry, and soon it had become obvious that Jerry was going to lose the fight. Suddenly, with a burst of speed, Jerry jumped backwards and turned into a jam pile, flying above everyone's heads. He perched on top of a nearby wall and looked down on the people below.
Get him, Gabby.
You might think that by getting rid of me, crime will cease, but I am not the only crime lord of this city. Rachel looked at the floor. Jerry took a moment to look at the people below him, but suddenly he disappeared. Over the next few days, Rachel and Kyle launched an investigation to find Jerry the hot dog boy. Man-hour after man-hour was put into the effort, but no lead in finding Jerry the hot dog boy was ever found. The detective force grew to be incredibly strong once they were not being controlled by the jam. Case after case was solved, and eventually Kyle and Rachel found that their help was no longer needed. The two resigned from their detective duties on the same day, walking out of City Hall together. The sun was soft in the sky. Yellow wisps of clouds flittered over the trees. The birds sang their evening calls. Rachel put her hand on Kyle's shoulder and stopped him next to a bench. Kyle and Rachel stayed on the bench together for several hours. They chatted about the cases, then about life, then about them. As evening came, Kyle got up to return to his apartment. Rachel caught his hand. Kyle, I have something for you, she said. I know your phone situation is not the best, so I got you something so we can keep in contact. She looked at him again. Rachel pressed a new phone into Kyle's hand.
Working phone.
Kyle smiled gratefully. And Kyle, she said, are you going to go back to your interviews? Stay up late with Kyle coming back on air? Kyle looked down at Rachel. She was looking right into his eyes. If it is, she said, let's do my interview. I would really appreciate that. Rachel suddenly jumped up from the bench and gave Kyle a quick peck on the cheek. Without saying anything more, Rachel walked away from the bench, a small bounce in her step. But for a moment, she looked back, and she smiled. As Rachel continued to disappear down the walkway, Kyle thought about what they had talked about that night. Somehow, they had let Jerry the hot dog boy slip through their grasp. But at the same time, somehow, it didn't matter. Kyle's final mystery had been solved.
Detective background. Kyle was detective. Okay, I gotta go back and get some of the bug vigilante things. I'm just gonna go without items, because I'm assuming that I had them overplaced. Alright. Detective background. Where's that at? This one? Yeah. Alright. Let's see. I think I only have 3 more to get, which means that's probably the 2 bug ones. Yep, and then this one. I'm pretty sure I know how to do all these. I watched my video like 10 times, so I could do this video pretty scot-free.
Kyle woke up. Kyle was struck.
I don't have my stupid badge, bro.
Kyle would.
Alright. Let's get some clothes.
Kyle decided. Kyle.
Oh, I gotta get my freaking thing again. That's a whole ending, bro.
Kyle decided what he would ask.
Just give me the badge, lady.
Question 1.
I'm an expert.
Question 3. If you find a body in the middle of the street. A cold breeze ran through the darkened streets.
It's Kyle. I've never heard that before.
Kyle woke up.
Better not copyright me song.
Kyle. Today.
I don't need clothes. I don't need clothes where I'm going.
Hello. Kyle does. Question 1. Question 2. After investigating a crime
That's
scene,
your hit right there.
detectives
It's the same person.
Question 3. If you find a body in the middle of the street, you...
There it is again.
Question 4. Jerry the hot dog boy has committed a
So this
heinous
is telling
crime
you
with a lot
basically
of evidence.
it's Jerry the hot dog boy.
Question
That's funny.
5. You have been made into a detective. What is the first thing you do?
Okay, give me the badge.
Kyle was struck with an Today?
Okay. Get some clothes.
Kyle...
What's up, Jerry?
Kyle nodded. There's no question. I know exactly what mystery to investigate this evening.
Bro, I
Kyle
need
started to
oh
scroll
my
through
god.
news. Kyle...
Clicking
Kyle
too
was-
fast and making this
Today-
take longer than it should.
Kyle... Mayor... Kyle Rifle... Kyle...
Let's go. I hope this freaking gives me the 2. I don't want to look for the 2. I feel like that will take me
Kyle
forever.
decided it... Kyle thought about... I want to investigate the scene at the...
This is where the bug...
Mayor Kyle decided how he
There it
wanted to
is.
conduct his investigation. Kyle grabbed onto the traffic light pole and started to shimmy upwards. Kyle eventually reached the top. He began to crawl out to the stoplight. Kyle started to slowly bend over the stoplight, trying to get into a position where he could start investigating it. Kyle had covered the stoplight with his body. Suddenly, cars could not see the traffic signal above them. Cars began wildly speeding through the intersection, regardless of what was happening around them. Traffic quickly became gridlocked. Nobody could move forward or back. The city had come to a standstill.
Nice.
But the gridlocks did not stop inside the city. Sprouting out from the city were tendrils of traffic jams, slowly growing as time went on. Soon, there were no roads left to drive on. Traffic infrastructure had been turned into a solid mass of vehicles. The economy of the world came to a standstill. No work was able to be done. Kyle slid down the stoplight sheepishly, but the damage had already been done. He wanted to walk home, but the sidewalks were also gridlocked. Kyle spent his evening avoiding eye contact with all of the people who were unable to move because of him. Kyle had brought the world to a standstill.
I'll stop traffic. 111.
Kyle,
Hopefully the last
Kyle
one
thought
is
about
right
this.
here.
I think I would like to Mayor?
Oh,
Within a few... Hey there. The young man... Kyle decided what question he
Perfect.
would like to ask the man. Dude, where did my shoes go? Asked Kyle. He looked at the man with a wandering eye.
aren't you wearing them right now? Are you barefoot?
Nope, said Kyle. No shoes. He held his leg up over the desk. There was a shoe on his foot.
That's a shoe.
Said Mayor Tom. False, said Kyle. I cannot see any shoes on my feet. I am not wearing shoes. The man in the ball cap and Mayor Tom looked at each other in confusion. Kyle continued to monologue. I don't think you're wearing shoes. I don't think anyone wears shoes. As far as I'm concerned, shoes are unimportant. Kyle began to spin around in circles. He kicked his feet outward and spread his arms wide. Mayor Tom and the man decided it would be best to leave Kyle alone for a while. As they left, Mayor Tom shut and locked the door behind him. Kyle continued to monologue far into the night about shoes, at which point he collapsed from exhaustion. He woke the next morning with no recollection of what had happened. Kyle had not solved the mystery of the bug vigilante.
Kyle monologued. That is 211, baby. I mean 112. Dyslexic boy. Alright, these last ones should be the cinch, baby. Ugh. Okay. So now I just go to regular,
Kyle
right?
woke up.
Exit the bed. Open the closet. Use an outfit.
Kyle decided to take some time.
Slick suit.
Kyle miraculously crammed his dumpy body into the suit.
All this has to do with pretty much writing the interview questions.
Kyle wrote down his first question. Kyle wrote down his second question. Kyle wrote down his third question. Kyle wrote down his last question. Kyle ripped his page of notes out of the notebook and got up from the desk.
Alright. Now I gotta eat.
Kyle opened the fridge and... Kyle...
I think last time I had to go to the tech store for the free sample.
This phone, said Kyle.
Oh, that's my broken
Kyle
phone.
continued.
Never mind. Useless. My bad.
Kyle hurried to the set. Sitting across from his host chair was a glamorous woman with an air of genuinity. As Kyle approached her, Rachel looked up and smiled. Good evening.
We've already read all this
And I as well.
multiple times.
Good. Tonight, I have the pleasure... Kyle produced the notes he had taken earlier. Rachel,
Are you guilty?
Kyle threw his questions on the floor, stood up, and pointed at her. Rachel's eye twitched slightly. Guilty of what, dear Kyle? She smiled disingenuously.
Guilty,
Spat Kyle.
of your crimes!
Rachel did not answer. Her eyelids both started twitching uncontrollably. Kyle whipped out his phone and started dialing the police. Kyle quickly realized that the broken phone he had gotten for free was not able to call anyone. Kyle looked sadly at his hand, realizing he had botched a wonderful opportunity to be helpful. Rachel looked at Kyle smiling. Her eyebrows twitched a bit. What's the problem, Kyle? Anything I can help you with? She glared, still smiling. Kyle looked up from his hand sadly. He slowly shook his head. The interview continued on. Rachel answered questions cheerily. Kyle forced a smile through the entire episode, but he felt very sad inside. Kyle had missed his chance to be helpful.
Alright. Rachel was as last achievement, I'm pretty sure. Frog background. Oh, no, wait. Oh, that's the very end. Okay, sure. That was the one I was missing, though, I'm pretty sure. Alright, that was 113. I'm gonna put the frog background on, because that's the latest thing we've gotten. Time until it's glitched. That's cool, sure. Yay, we've unlocked everything. Sick. This dude really likes frogs.
Kyle woke up.
Oh, wow, that's a
He
depixelated frog. Alright, there's one where I eat Gabby, so we're gonna do that.
Kyle decided to take... Kyle wrote down his first question. Kyle wrote down his... Kyle... Kyle...
This has been a journey, boy. This has been a long journey.
Kyle... A middle-aged woman named... Feeling... Kyle hurried to the set. Sitting across from his host chair was a glamorous woman with an air of genuinity.
Genuinity.
As Kyle approached her, Rachel looked up and smiled. Good evening, Kyle, she said, looking him in the eyes. I've been looking forward to being here. Kyle responded. Tonight, Kyle... Well, Kyle produced the notes he had taken earlier. Rachel...
Are you guilty?
Kyle threw his questions on the floor, stood up, and pointed at her. Rachel's eye twitched slightly. Guilty of what, dear Kyle? She smiled disingenuously.
Guilty,
Spat Kyle.
of your crimes!
Rachel did not answer. Her eyelids both started twitching uncontrollably.
Can I click more here? How do I do... I don't remember. Let's call the police.
Kyle pulled out his phone and dialed the police. Hello, police, said Kyle. I believe I have found a criminal. Rachel began to run towards the exit. On her way, she swatted Kyle's phone out of his hand. Kyle stuck out his leg. Rachel stumbled and crashed to the floor. But in a moment, she was on her feet. She drew a blunt weapon seemingly out of thin air and started to swing at Kyle. Kyle, having nothing to defend himself with, was smacked repeatedly in the head. Kyle lost consciousness several times, but somehow managed to remain upright.
Gabby, help.
Rachel, thinking Kyle had not been incapacitated, continued her assault. Eventually, standing upright or not, it became apparent that Kyle had been adequately incapacitated. Rachel glanced around, slightly guiltily, and shuffled out the door. In the following days, Rachel disappeared from the country. Crime rates plummeted. Kyle was credited with cracking the case on a crime spree. Nevertheless, Rachel was never caught.
That's one of the endings anyways. Kyle let Rachel go. That is. I didn't really let her go, but sure, dude. Alright. Can I reset the interview? Yeah, sure.
Kyle hurried to the set. Sitting across from his host chair was a glamorous woman. As Kyle approached her, Rachel looked up and smiled. "Good evening, Kyle," she said. And a moment. "Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I have the..."
I'm just gonna let her go this time.
"I'm very ready," said Rachel with a wink. Kyle produced the notes he had taken earlier. "Well, being a single woman with..." Rachel. "Very..." Kyle asked another question. Rachel.
Are you guilty?
Kyle threw his questions on the floor, stood up, and pointed at her. Rachel's eye.
Guilty.
Spat. Rachel did not answer.
I wonder if I
Her
should call
eyelids
my old
both
phone.
started
I
twitching
wonder.
uncontrollably.
About to... What happened like... Oh, nothing happened.
Kyle pulled up. "Hello, police," said Kyle. Rachel began to run towards the exit. On her way, she swatted Kyle's phone out of his hand. Rachel disappeared out the door, never to be seen again. In the coming days, the grand larcenies that had been plaguing the city stopped. Kyle was credited with exposing Rachel's crime spree, but nobody remembered in a couple weeks. A month later, in the European city that Rachel had planned to vacation in, crime rates skyrocketed.
Kyle solved the crime. 115. 2 more to go. The hard part is figuring out how to use Gabby. I don't remember, dude. Let's see. I'm gonna just do it with the old phone. Maybe the new phone's like a new thing. I'm not sure.
Kyle responded. And I... Tonight, I have... Kyle...
Yeah, I thought normally you had to go
Well, I'm
back
sure
in
we'll
time to get the new phone, or the working phone.
Kyle produced the notes
Didn't
he had
you?
taken.
Alright, let's see what happens.
Guilty.
Rachel did not answer. Her eye... Kyle whipped out his phone and started dialing the police. Kyle quickly realized that the broken phone he had gotten for free was not able to call anyone. Kyle...
Oh, I think I know what to do.
Kyle forced a smile through the entire episode.
I know what to
but
do.
he felt...
I forgot you gotta get the gossip first, I think. I'm pretty sure you gotta get the gossip.
Kyle quickly crouched down. Kyle...
What are you so happy about?
Well, there was a...
Okay.
Kyle wrote down his first question. Kyle wrote down... Kyle ripped his page...
I gotta get dressed.
Kyle...
Do I have enough time? I don't know.
Kyle constructed a... Kyle ate...
Gonna be close.
Kyle approached his downstairs neighbor's door and knocked. A middle-aged woman named Gabby. Kyle Job.
Okay, now let's try this bad boy. Save me, Gabby, please.
Good evening, everyone, said Kyle, looking at the camera. Tonight, I have the pleasure... Kyle produced the notes. Rachel...
Guilty.
Rachel did not answer. Her eyelids both started twitching on... Kyle pulled out his phone and dialed the police.
Help me, Gabby.
"Hello,
Help me,
police,"
Gabby.
said Kyle. "I believe I have found a criminal." Rachel began to run towards the exit. On her way, she swatted Kyle's phone out of his hand. Kyle stuck out his leg. Rachel stumbled and crashed to the floor. But in a moment, she was on her feet. She drew a blunt weapon seemingly out of thin air and started to swing at Kyle. Kyle, having nothing to
Oh my
defend
gosh.
himself with, was smacked repeatedly in the head. Kyle lost consciousness several times, but somehow managed to remain upright. Rachel, thinking Kyle had not been incapacitated, continued her assault. Eventually, standing upright or not,
Oh
it
my
became
gosh, he
apparent that
won't call
Kyle had
Gabby.
been adequately incapacitated.
Why?
Rachel glanced around, slightly guiltily, and shuffled out the door. In the following days, Rachel disappeared from the country. Crime rates plummeted. Kyle was credited with cracking the case on a crime spree. Nevertheless, Rachel was never caught.
What the heck? Do I eat Gabby or do I... Okay, maybe I don't eat Gabby. Let's go back. I'm gonna talk to Gabby.
Wrote
I
down
don't know.
his first question. Kyle wrote down his second. Kyle wrote down his... Kyle wrote down...
Did I
Kyle
try
decided
calling
to
him the
take-
first time?
Kyle miraculously crammed his dumpy body into the suit.
Maybe she can't help me because I'm eating her. I don't know. I'm not sure. Either way, I'm not gonna eat her this time. See what happens.
Kyle opened the fridge into... Ketchup. Kyle continued... Kyle approached his downstairs neighbor's door and knocked. A middle-aged woman named Gabby answered the door. "Good morning, neighbor," said Kyle cheerfully. Gabby looked at Kyle expectantly. "Gabby," asked Kyle, "tell me about yourself." Gabby stiffened.
Help me, Gabby.
"Oh, you know," she said, putting on a fake smile. "I just sit around here. Yes, I don't get around much. Never go out at night. I just stay here, right here." Gabby glared at Kyle. Convinced by Gabby's statement, Kyle bid her goodbye and returned to the street.
God, I hope she helps me this time. I guess she didn't help me because I ate her. That makes sense, I guess.
Kyle
I thought he
responded.
spit her out. Been a while.
"Tonight, I have..." Kyle produced the notes he had taken. Rachel did not answer. Her eyelids bulged. Kyle pulled out his phone and dialed the police. "Hello, police," said Kyle. "I believe I have found a criminal." Rachel began to run towards the exit. On her way, she swatted Kyle's phone out of his hand. Kyle stuck out his leg. Rachel stumbled and crashed to the floor. But in a moment, she was on her feet. She drew a blunt weapon seemingly out of thin air and started to swing at Kyle. Before Kyle had a chance to react, a figure burst through the roof and blocked Rachel's attack. It was a middle-aged woman in a bug-shaped mask. She was brandishing a bug-shaped stick. The woman began to fight with Rachel, flicking her weapon back and forth with surprising speed. Rachel tried to fight back, but it was obvious she was no match for the interceptor. With one quick move, the bug vigilante drew her foot high above her head and drove it straight into Rachel's hand. The weapon clattered to the floor. Rachel attempted to run again, but was met with a stick to her legs. She fell at the feet of a police officer just arriving from Kyle's call. Rachel was charged with 7 cases of grand larceny. After her first month in jail, Rachel started a reality TV show about prison cooking, filmed from her cell.
Martha Stewart.
The show gained immense popularity, and somehow the public began to love Rachel all the more. Kyle made guest appearances on Rachel's show many times. The identity of the bug vigilante was never known. She remained a mysterious but important part of local law enforcement.
Rachel started a new show, 116. I'm gonna try to do the final ending without the time travel. If you want to know how to do it with the time travel, you can watch my first video. But since I already have the phone, I don't know why I would travel in time. Alright. There's a lot of things you gotta do for this part. I'm gonna wither away.
Kyle decided to stay put and wither. Kyle is now a ghost. This does not...
Alright, sit at desk. Write notes.
Kyle wrote... Kyle...
Guilty. I'm pretty sure you gotta wear the suit today. I think you have to.
Kyle Kyle miraculously crammed his dumpy body into the suit.
Alright, scavenge.
Kyle quickly crouched.
Bugs.
Kyle started to... Soon, he had a small...
Eat immediately.
Kyle threw back his head and crammed the sticky, wriggling mass into his mouth.
Okay. Exit bedroom to hallway. Check lock door.
Kyle walked over to the strange door in the hallway, but found quickly that the door was locked from the inside.
I think I have to eat Gabby
Kyle
too.
used his... Expecting a battle, Kyle grabbed the laser claymore.
Okay. Do I have enough time to eat Gabby? I think so. I hope.
Kyle approached it. A middle-aged woman named Gabby answered the door.
Oh!
Kyle hurried to the set. Per normal, he ceased to be a ghost, but sitting across from...
I didn't
As Kyle
counter.
approached
I
her,
didn't either.
Rachel looked
I
up
gotta redo.
and smiled.
Is there a way to do this?
Kyle thought...
Oh, that's not what I want to do.
Kyle...
Okay.
Kyle walked over to the strange... Kyle...
Alright. This way, if I do it this way, I should be able to save a day and get Gabby first. So we're going to try to get Gabby and the laser claymore for first. And then do one of the longer ends at the end, which would probably be consume the bugs, I would think. Yeah, I think that's what you do.
Kyle approached his downstairs neighbor's door. A middle-aged woman named Gabby. Kyle unhinged. Job
Right.
done.
Now I think I would do... Return to bedroom. I'd get my suit. Pretty sure.
Kyle decided to take some... Kyle miraculously crammed his dumpy body into the suit.
Oh,
The
should I write
chest
my
pockets
notes
were
last?
filled with
I think
random
that
knickknacks.
takes... Yeah, that takes the longest, I would think. I'm gonna scavenge. I'm gonna eat the
Kyle
bugs.
quickly- Kyle started to pick between the fuzz of his bedroom carpet. Soon, he had a small handful of various insects, dead and alive. Kyle threw back his head and crammed the sticky, wriggling mass into his mouth. He felt refreshed.
Boom. The desk. Write notes for interview. I shouldn't
Kyle
get
wrote
interrupted, I
down
would
his
think.
first question. Kyle wrote down
Perfect.
his second.
Think
Kyle
we're good
wrote
to go.
down his third question. Kyle wrote...
Let's go, baby.
Sitting across... As Kyle...
Alright,
Good
this is the last
evening,
evening,
Kyle.
boys.
Kyle responded. And I as well, Rachel, answered Kyle, extending his hand in greeting. You are a most welcome guest. After other mild exchanges of pleasantries, Kyle and Rachel were prompted to take their places for the broadcast. A moment after seating, the studio lights brightened and the cameras clicked on. Good evening, everyone, said Kyle, looking at the camera. Welcome back to Stay Up Late with Kyle. Kyle vomited all of the horrible things he had eaten earlier onto the floor. Rachel looked at Kyle, concerned, gave a couple coughs, and decided to play it cool and keep the show running. Kyle stopped, then vomited again, then continued with a shaky voice. Tonight, I have the pleasure of interviewing the lovely Rachel May, who needs no more introduction. Kyle motioned to Rachel, who smiled and waved at the camera. Hello, Kyle, she said. I'm glad to be here. Well, I'm sure we'll have a lot to discuss. So we might as well dive right in, said Kyle. I'm very ready, said Rachel with a winning smile. Kyle produced the notes he had taken earlier. Rachel.
Are you guilty?
Kyle threw his questions on the floor, stood up, and pointed at her. Rachel's eye twitched slightly. Guilty of what, dear Kyle? She smiled disingenuously. Guilty, spat Kyle.
Of your crimes!
Rachel did not answer. Her eyelids both started twitching uncontrollably. Kyle pulled out his phone and dialed the police. Hello, police, said Kyle. I believe I have found a criminal. Rachel began to run towards the exit. On her way, she swatted Kyle's phone out of his hand. Kyle stuck out his leg. Rachel stumbled and crashed to the floor. But in a moment, she was on her feet. She drew a blunt weapon seemingly out of thin air and started to swing at Kyle. Kyle produced his laser claymore and blocked her first offenses. A grand fight between the two started. Blow was traded for blow. Spins, flips. Rachel threw a large swing towards Kyle's head. He blocked forcefully, sending himself forwards. Kyle and Rachel found themselves inches away from each other, face to face, weapons crossed. As they looked at each other, something magical happened. Kyle thought about their time as detectives together. Kyle thought about her sharp deductions. He thought about her witty, polite answers to his questions. Rachel began to think about how well Kyle had prepared just to talk to her. She thought about how he cared for other people. She thought about his focus on bringing joy to others. Kyle and Rachel had slowly, insidiously been falling in love. Kyle and Rachel's lock broke. They continued to fight back and forth, but their eyes never parted. Rachel spun around, leg out. She kicked Kyle's claymore out of his hand. She grabbed Kyle by the front of the shirt and tugged him close. "Perhaps," she whispered to him, "the last thing I should steal is your heart." Rachel pecked Kyle on the lips and slid out the door, disappearing. In the following days, Rachel was not found. Many sums of money and artifacts that had been stolen from museums and banks were returned overnight. Small amounts of the sums were missing. Equal amounts were donated anonymously to homeless charities. Kyle spit Gabby back out after his fight with Rachel. She continued to be a vigilante and stopped many crimes. After receiving a note one night under his door, Kyle took a sudden vacation to a city in Europe. Although he had stated to his fans that it would be a short trip, he never returned. Slowly, Kyle fell out of the common mind. News outlets began to cover other topics. Reruns stopped airing. Kyle faded into obscurity. But it's rumored that a couple from the U.S. has started a family on the coast of the British Isles. And they seem quite happy to not be famous anymore.
God, it feels so bittersweet playing through all 117 endings and getting that. That's a great ending still. I would give this probably 7 out of 10. I feel like I really didn't like how... I know this isn't the creator's fault. He said it was his publisher. I really don't like how they released this. I think it should have been a package deal, and if you had already bought the DLCs, it should have been discounted. Even though, like I said, the creator's being pretty cool and giving you the game if you had the DLCs, I think. You'd have to message him about that. And freaking... But it also messed up your achievements, and it did a lot of things that were really not great. But yeah, this is all the endings, baby. Everything's done. I still like the ending. I love the voice for the narrator, but when he did some of the other characters, it didn't, like, I feel like he didn't try too hard on the women characters, to be honest. He did pretty good on one of the random female characters that was a couple. I thought he did good on her, but she had like 2 lines. Like Gabby and Rachel, their voices, and Anna, her voice was terrible, boy. I think he's doing all the voices. And I really feel like the Yam Man, when the Yam dude says, "I am the Yam," blah, 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 I feel like that should have been closer to what Kyle's voice was than the normal voice. Because Kyle is obviously some freakish monstrosity, dude. I don't picture him as a normal dude. But when you hear his voice as a normal dude, it's like, okay. Even if it was just screaming Kyle, that would have been fine. And the fact they didn't have the screeching noise really ruined my immersion, bro. That's the one thing I was looking forward to in the voice acting was the freaking screech. But yeah, it's still really good. And having paid for all the DLC and this game again, I'd say 7 out of 10. Alright guys, thanks for watching as always. Hopefully this video is helpful. I'll put timestamps up after I get back from class. Yeah, because I got 2 tests and I gotta start studying. It's like 3 in the morning. Alright guys, bye!